Hello everyone and welcome finally back to Fight Night Legends EU. It's been a long time, but we have returned and after the big balance patch, I'm really excited to be back and see what the players have come up with. I'm actually coming to you live from my hotel room in Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm joined by ImpetuousPanda. Nice beard, by the way, my friend. My goodness.
I'm gonna get the lumberjack costume ready for Halloween, I think. But yeah, very excited to be back. It's been a while for me, especially because of the Masters Europe colliding with a lot of the fight nights during the last month. I've been very involved with a lot of Runeterra action, but just not fight night action. So definitely ready to cast some great games to see how the meta has evolved. We did miss last Friday. We get to see now how this new balance patch from last week was able to kind of change the meta a little bit, or maybe not at all. We'll see what the new players are and what kind of the returning legends of Runeterra that are going to come back, like Sion, maybe.
Yeah, that is true. And it has been such a long time that we need to refresh everybody's memories about the Fight Night format. So, for the format, it is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players from all across the EU. 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally, and to win a match the player must win with both of their decks. And we have our $200 prize pool as always that will be divided amongst the top 4. The top 2 players will be invited back for the next fight night, and because this is a double elimination bracket, there is a chance for that bracket reset as we head into the grand finals, which is more often than not the case.
Let's check out now the players that are going to make part of this Fight Night tournament today. Badge Attack, our last seasonal winner, and Czech Prodigy against Thomas. I think we can apply the same exact titles to him. Czech Prodigy and also a seasonal winner. So a great match to start things off. Then we have Gomfos and Brezicata. Some Spanish representation there as well, with a legend of the competitive scene in Brezicata, who might be coming back to his much beloved Dragons archetype as well after the recent buffs. We have Jimmy versus Musolis, both great players, both have been representatives in the seasonal tournaments as well, so just the elite of Europe really once again here in Fight Night. And then Cosimo Leon versus Ultraman, 2 legends of the scene as well. Some more Spanish players there, which I'm definitely, on board with, and Ultraman, someone that, has been pumping out content and has been really stepping up his game throughout this entire year in the competitive circuit.
Yeah, Ultraman as well, I think, has the most wins in Fight Night EU under his belt, not consecutively, but is a player that won a lot of Fight Night EUs a while ago and is kind of taking a break from this particular tournament, but I'm really excited to see their return. He has always very powerful reads on the metagame and is one of those players that analyzes the game from a very, very high-level tournament player sort of mindset, so it's always a pleasure to watch. But we're going to get a closer look at the players for our first match, Badge Attack and Thomas. Now, Badge Attack, very young player, but actually did top the last Fight Night EU we had several weeks ago, and has just been on a tear ever since. Took down the seasonal tournament, and has just been enjoying the ability to experiment with so many decks as the meta has been in flux.
Yeah, I think definitely the player on the hottest form since World, really, or since the World's qualifier. So 2 months now, he's just been completely annihilating everyone else involved in any of the tournaments he's played in the EU Masters. I think Czechia also did very well, and then of course into the seasonal just continue that momentum and was able to get a very clutch win for himself. I think really cementing his place as literally not just one of the elite of Europe, but maybe the top 3 or maybe the best player in Europe, even alongside players like Alan, who's of course a world champion, and a few other names that have been there at the very top consistently. That's the most important thing: consistency.
But when we talk about consistency, you have to talk about Thomas. This player is always in the top cuts of all of the European seasonals and just topping tournaments, and it's just a force to be reckoned with. I love that they are not just the sort of player that's known for playing control or known for playing aggro. Thomas is just so clean at whatever the meta is calling for at the time.
And we're going to see out now the decks as well that these players have brought for this first clash for the Czech Civil War. It's going to be Draven Sion. Some nerfs came across to this deck. Draven, of course, losing a little bit of health, which is going to be a detriment. He is now, once again, a target for Mystic Shot, unfortunately for him. Then we have, of course, some changes to Lost Soul to Twinblade Revenant. A few keyword changes from Challenger to Fearsome, which maybe have made some decks, some matchups worse, but others We were talking with Vandal Tree better, for example. The fearsome keyword is once again becoming, even more pressure alongside Fallen Rider, for example, in the mid game. Some things have changed, but I think we can agree that the power level of this deck has not shifted too much. Scion being the key finisher, completely untouched. It's going to mean that we're going to see, I think, a lot of this deck in this tournament today.
Yeah, a lot of the decks that could really handle Scion with mini morph have kind of fallen out of the metagame. And what Draven Scion's biggest claim to fame was, in the previous meta and now this one, is just that it's had pretty stable matchups across the board. And so even after the nerfs, it's still just a solid deck to bring when you want to kind of facilitate a decent matchup across a wide variety, right? But going into game now, we do have the Sejuani Gangplank actually lining up against, what is the other deck here? We were looking at the Draven Scion, but I
Vandal Pirates will be the deck for Thomas. So it's going to be, you can call it Pink City, you can call it Vandal Pirates. I think everyone knows this deck by now. It was obviously became a really big thing during the Worlds, right after the Worlds qualifiers, moving into Worlds. Got a lot of momentum for those first 2 weeks, then died down a little bit. I think some players started shifting. We see now this is a version with Monster Harpoon, for example, so a bit more late game, not so much aggro, just more mana efficient damage to the Nexus, really. And then, of course, we have Badge Attack on Blunder, an archetype that has been here for a long time, hasn't shifted too much, but we do have one Feel the Rush as a possible aloof protection, but also just a good finisher.
Yeah, the nerf to Aloof Travelers also really helps this deck a lot. This is a list that, after the Make It Rain buff, it really burst back into the scene, and it's just gotten better as the meta has kind of shifted around it. What it does is just generally good, and a lot of lists that maybe have slower early games or can't really keep up with the tempo allow you to turbo level that Sejuani and Gangplank. But Jagged Butcher now coming down in the early game, going to start beating down against just the Crackshot Corsair. Neither of these decks have healing, so it's just going to be a race to that 0 Nexus HP.
Looking at the hand, though, for Badge Attack can be a bit problematic. You're going to have to hope for good top decks that can play on curve, something like a Yordle Grifter to give you some more value into hand, because when you have things like Warning Shot, your hand size is going to obviously diminish very quickly in the early game. You have to feel the rush in hand, but you have to make it to at least turn 9 to be able to play that. So we have to fill in that space with some few other good top decks, maybe some champions on curve as well, would be great for Badge Attack.
Yeah, and if we contrast that with Thomas's hand, this is actually very slow, right? There's always like the Drudway deckhand into the Make It Rain to clear a board and maybe just get more tempo, get more beatdowns. But Badge Attack, both players, I would say, are pretty much in the same boat, right? Where you need more bodies. It's just a lot of piecemeal burn. And Thomas does have the advantage in that regard. But ironically, Badge Attack, now with the Fuel Rush in hand, if Thomas doesn't start cranking up the volume here, right, putting on the pressure, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing to Feel the Rush. And as we know, Pink City can't deal with anything big.
And we were just talking about the top decks having to be, good on curve plays that can kind of soak up that mana that you have kind of left over. Warning Shot was not it, but Zap Sprayfin is, a good play that you can attune with and draw some extra cards as well. That being said, we're seeing Make It Rain, we're seeing Parley against the Stone Stackers. Now does not have Tough, so actually going to be much more relevant. If he still had Tough with a pre-nerf before the patch, it would be a bit more problematic to find value in things like Make It Rain.
And fortunately, we do have the 3-1 to maybe scoop up this 2-3 in exchange for just taking the 1 damage on defense. And I wonder if Thomas is just going to go for a Make It Rain whiff here to try to clear a path. Probably over the last couple rounds, you get a better feel for your opponent's hand being pretty awkward. And just burns the mana. So this also gives Badge Attack now a lot of information about the quality of Thomas's hand. Maybe starting to fear those double ups coming out, which is one of the major sources of damage in this list.
Zap comes down, and now you have the 2 targets for the Make It Rain. So Thomas is, ready to unleash here. You can kill Jagged Butcher. You can even kill the Zap Sprayfin as well with a Parley, for example. So you have ways to definitely clear the board. You have the pathways now to draw into a few more cards to try and get some of the bigger finishers in this list. That being said, we talked about Thomas, having a bit of a slower deck now with Bandle Pirates. It has 1 copy of Monster Harpoon, but it's not as slow as some other versions. There's no Drudway deck. It's more just kind of a little bit of top end, a little bit of very good removal for some key targets in the current meta.
This list, in my experience, it's been very good against the decks that don't have healing. but other decks that can at the very least meet you on board and put up a fight, you're much more reliant on the double ups and the gangplanks to finish the job. And so hopefully the players can get there. And I love that Thomas is going for the line them up and knock them down to create that card and discount the hidden pathways.
And nothing much that Badgetech can do here. He did draw the Sejuani, which is going to be really, really big on the next turn. We talked about him having to draw on curve, ideally champions, because of how strong this archetype is with Sejuani and Gangplank coming down on curve. They create so much pressure on the board that is usually not easily dealt with on that turn, maybe a few turns later. But sometimes that's already too late when, you know, a lot of damage has come through with Sejuani obviously getting vulnerable on the target and being able to wipe the board while also dealing overwhelm damage.
And so here's a little bit of counterplay here. We got the Make It Rain to pop that barrel to save the Zap Spray Fin, and that's just answered by another Make It Rain. So it all gets cleaned up, and now Thomas has an option for an open attack. It's only 3 damage though, and usually when you're playing aggressive decks like this, you have to take the risk to usually develop 1 or 2 more bodies.
And there's the hidden pathways coming down. Now, a lot more options for Thomas. He can get the trio of stone stackers on the board. This is not TFT though, so they won't merge together and become some kind of ultimate stone stacker with 6 arms. That's not the case, but they will be a bit of a menace, of course, with the impact, with the different bodies. When you're going wide on a board like this one, where Badgetech has a single unit to play, things can get a little bit problematic, even if, and you know, you're kind of also forced to use Sejuani on defensive here without being able to make use of the vulnerable.
Right, and because Badgetech's hand and draw was a bit slow compared to Thomas's as well, Sejuani isn't about to level up. Usually at round 6, if everything goes according to plan, she's usually 1 or 2, like usually like 1 more hit off of leveling up, right? 1 more plunder. But Twisted Fate's going to come through. The gold card lines up beautifully against Sejuani to just stop that defense, and now we've got 5 damage in total coming through onto Badgetech's Nexus. And this is now the break point where you're getting into position now where things are looking dicey with Sejuani in play, feel the rush looming overhead, but 9 HP looks a little bit more comfortable for a deck like this to deal with, especially if, again, we get Gangplank or Lecturing Yordle or double up to come off at the top of this deck and finish the job.
And there is the Croaker on the Sejuani, still at 3 health, so still out of range of things like, you know, Make It Rain into the Parley, for example. Has 1 health above that. A few more blockers for Thomas's side. 9 HP for Badgetech, that's the biggest thing. You don't have healing in this deck. The Plunder deck is kind of racing usually in the mid-range tier, usually trying to end games on turn 7 or 8, and doing it usually faster than most other mid-range decks because of how efficient the plays are with the champions coming down and the value you can generate from that. But in this case, Thomas, with his kind of more aggressive game plan, slightly, might be having a bit of a, I think, advantage here. You know, Sejuani, I think, is not going to be enough, and I'm not sure we're going to make it to feel the rush.
Even if you do get that final, like, level up on Sejuani, you start to frostbite the enemy, so they can't really deal damage to you through direct combat anymore. You're turning off that impact keyword from the stone stackers. They are just more than happy at this point in the game to shift to a burn game plan.
And Thomas now deciding on the Make It Rain once again, maybe trying to kill off the Croaker here, trying to get as few blockers as possible for the next big swing. But the Parley comes in, tries to even things out here, kills Twisted Fate, which is not really, obviously, a target for leveling up in this deck. It's not a Twisted Fate deck. He's just there for his versatile options with red card and gold card and being able to stun Scion, for example. And then red card for aggro decks, being able to maybe clear a board is very important as well with Keg synergy.
Because of the prevalence of Scion in the metagame, it's still important to keep Twisted Fate in this deck for that emergency stun, to buy yourself another round or 2 if you need it. And some versions, of course, as time went on, we're starting to experiment with Misfortune, which is where the name Bandle Pirates started to come into the mix. And I'm wondering if, as things settle down, if Scion maybe gets nerfed, then people might start running the Misfortune once again in this deck and going even more aggressive. But comparing the deck as it is now, in this matchup, it looks like Badgetech might actually be able to hold the fort from here. Thomas is going to need some very, very powerful top decks here in the next couple rounds in order to close out. Otherwise, the overwhelm from Sejuani and maybe even the Feel the Rush could easily take the game from 15 Nexus HP.
Yeah, like you said, the biggest thing is the fact that these impact units cannot perform their impact duties if they have 0 attack. And of course, Sejuani is now leveled up. We have the warning shot there in hand, which is sometimes a detriment because you're kind of emptying your hand. But in this case, this is why the card is in the deck. This is the exact moment you want to use it. With the burst on the next attack swing, you can just instantly frostbite everything without any interaction from the opponent.
And I like that Thomas is actually hesitating on this barley, right? You have the target there of the 2/1 Fortune Croaker, but there is a chance that you might need that 1 damage plus another like double up or something to finish off the Sejuani, and maybe you want to leave the Fortune Croaker alive again as a double up target.
And of course, no attack here from Badge Attack because he knows that he wants to get the value out of the blocks when there's 0 attack on his opponent's units, kind of forcing his opponent that to attack, and then you just frostbite everything and get the free value trades. So not wanting to kind of give up the Jagged Butcher in this case. There is the next Sejuani draw, just in case this one dies. There's another one waiting in the wings, or you have of course the Fury of the North possibility as well, and the Gangplank draw here, and the Gangplank play from Thomas.
Yeah, this is your only option. This is a really good draw from this position because even though you basically know your board is going to get frostbitten in the Sejuani deck, you still get that damage from the barrel. And we could see Thomas attack with just Gangplank for the purposes of forcing that, getting the damage and just keeping the rest of the board very healthy.
And forcing off the freezes, If Badge Attack wants to go for the freeze, he might have to use it now if he feels he's under a lot of pressure from the Gangplank, and then on the next stack token swing, if we get there, we're going to have a full board attacking, and Badge Attack will have to find another way to activate Plunder. We don't currently see it in hand. There's just now this warning shot and some kind of payoff for that Plunder with the Monster Harpoon, but no way to actually activate the Plunder.
And if Badge Attack wants to, yeah, the warning shot just cuts off the overwhelm. So again, this is going to be dropping Badge Attack down to 5 Nexus HP. We could even, are we going to see Monster Harpoon on the barrel saving? Look at this, preserving that life total. Doesn't even care. You get to answer the Gangplank anyway because of the defensive here, and you're just saying I'm going to pay a little bit of HP to save the 1 Nexus. Excuse me, I'm going to pay some mana to save 1 Nexus HP. So I really like the way that this is being navigated, and now Sejuani gets to strike through with Fury of the North or Feel the Rush next round, and now at 6 HP, there's very little that Thomas is going to be able to do, on the top deck here. You need like hidden pathways into something, but that is another Gangplank is not what you need at this position.
These are big plays, and sometimes the best plays you can hope for on a top deck in a situation like this one, but in this specific situation it is not enough. It's too linear in what it's doing. You're just playing a champion out, but you can't interact with Sejuani. You can't stop just the massive amount of damage, and now obviously with the Feel the Rush coming out as well, it is so much more to deal with.
Yeah, and again, the Feel the Rush is just such a nice tech that actually arose in the Brazilian metagame and has just been really giving this deck that extra boost it would need, because one of the biggest weaknesses of this deck is that it can run out of fuel in the mid game as it heads into these later turns to try to close out, and you get this nice power swing like this to close out, and Thomas just is not going to be able to stop this much coming through.
Yeah, and I think the Feel the Rush might have been just a tech for Aloof, but I think players started noticing, hey, this actually feels really good on the deck regardless of Aloof being, meta or not now after the nerf, which is why we're still seeing it here for Badge Attack. It just gives you, a big power play to kind of fall back on if you don't have enough with just the champion duo of Sejuani and Gangplank. And Badge Attack takes the first win, continuing his momentum. Will someone ever stop this man? Maybe not. He'll just keep winning tournaments for 2 more years possibly, because he just seems to be that good. He just seems to be on his A game, and now winning against Thomas, definitely a formidable opponent, and someone he knows very, very well. He's been prepping with him for all of these tournaments with the whole Czech Dream Team with Pokerback as well. So a bit bittersweet probably, but I think Badge Attack is honed on that championship, on that big trophy.
And what's interesting again about Fight Night EU's format, because it's 2 decks, no ban, you're able to create space to get some really, really good matchups that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see in a standard tournament where your opponent's just going to ban that deck that's going to be giving them a headache, right? So one of the factors that we've seen really flaunted over the history of Fight Night tournaments in EU and NA has been the fact that if you have a very strong read on that week's metagame, you can clean up. And the Draven Scion is, again, just a solid pick, well-rounded, good matchups, and then it comes down to what the second deck you're bringing is going to be. And the Bandle City deck, this Bandle Pirates, always has a means to just draw the nuts and just burn you down. And going against another deck here that has no healing, we'll see how Draven Scion fares. This matchup has been historically pretty even, slightly favored by Pink City, I would say, because of that lack of healing, but we'll see how it deals with the fearsome Twinblade Revenant.
You can tell how strong some of these cards in this, Noxus PNZ archetype have been, where looking at this opening hand, you have to start thinking, what month am I in? Is it discard aggro? Is this Draven Ezreal? Is this Draven Scion? Because, some of these cards have been there for so long, just some big power players, and we're seeing it here. Urchin, now River Grenadier is a kind of a newer flavor with Draven Scion, but overall, Draven, despite his health nerf, still extremely important in allowing a lot of these discard packages to work properly.
I love this here. You got the barrel into the Make It Rain. This is one of the tempo plays this deck really loves to secure the early game, right? You get the Dreadwave deckhand on 2, and then your opponent is under so much pressure because they're like, okay, well, I know that they're going to have a spell to follow up with whatever I happen to summon, and the Make It Rain just cleans up the Draven beautifully. And so Thomas is going to try to force the issue here now with the Mirai Warden. Even gets a fantastic 1-drop, the Affectionate Poro, and there is still defensive options here from Badge Attack. You've got the Arachnoid Sentry to stop an attacker, get a blocker in play. We've got the Spinning Axe to burst, summon the Reborn Grenadier to defend. So I do like, the response that Badge Attack does have available here.
Some Treasure coming down onto the Axe, a very usual play. There's the Lost Soul coming in a bit too late to get discarded, to get that Twinblade Revenant activated in hand. But, as we've seen with this deck, there are so many ways to do it. We see the Rummage come down, which is a newer addition, was definitely taken out of most of these lists, but now has been added back in as a one of or two of, just to get some extra consistency and some more draw later into the game. Just with so many discards not really being a negative anymore because of how good some of the discards are, it makes a lot more sense to have a Rummage or two to give you that extra card value.
Yeah, and because this deck has kind of shifted, become a little bit more aggressive, you need that fuel a little bit more often than not. And the list just wants to start hitting you really hard, and maybe even start fishing for the Get Exciteds and the Mystic shots to burn you out. So overall, this is a massive improvement from Thomas's draws and hand state from the previous game. And even though there's a big free attack here from the Twinblade Revenant, again, new fearsome keyword, really punishing a lot of these swarmy zoo decks that have risen up from the previous metagame. You're still going to be able to hit back with even more force in response.
Going a bit too wide here, Thomas. You're going to miss out on the keg on both the deckhand and the gangplank because you're already at 5 units on the board. But like you mentioned, I think if you ask someone that likes to play Pink City or Bandle Pirates what the dream start is, it looks a lot like this. It's just playing on curve, playing where you're getting that unit advantage on the board very quickly, and you're able to keep that for the rest of the turn until turn 6 or so, and continue mounting that pressure all throughout the early and mid game.
Yeah, the Make It Rains just lined up perfectly to maintain that tempo. And we saw in the previous match, Thomas got the double crack shot opening, which can be very strong in certain matchups, but was basically forced to sacrifice them both almost immediately. When you have a Crackshot Corsair developed from turn 1, and then you have the rest of the supporting cast to run interference for it, it's just those continuous, 4 or 5 points of damage over the course of the entire game that can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Badge Attack right now has a lot of powerful mid-range tools, a lot of good bodies, but does not have the time or the tempo to get them to play. Also, I do want to point out the Arachnoid Sentry, which seemed like such a good defensive option a couple rounds ago. Badge Attack specifically held it for potential Gangplank. It is rewarded.
Yeah, keeping track of what the big power spikes are in his opponent's deck and making sure he has the answers prepared for those power spikes later on. So great planning from Badge Attack's side, and not so much great planning, but definitely fortunate to have the attack token on turn 7, Scion in hand and ready to try and get obviously a lot of pressure on his opponent's Nexus health, because 14 HP, still very healthy for Thomas, and only 4 HP now for Badge Attack. So he's definitely against the clock here, has to try and end this game as quickly as possible. He has Burn in the deck as well. He has Get Excited and he has Mystic Shots, but he has none in hand and no way to refuel right now.
And now with this massive Overwhelm unit of Scion in play, the Dreadway Deckhand cannot be summoned because it would bring that barrel down as a free target. So we have the Jagged Butcher available to just summon here, and this is where things get pretty dicey, right? You can block Scion with the Gangplank to take as little damage as possible, but now with that 2 mana floated from Badge Attack, Thomas has to take the risk of, do you have Mystic Shot to clear your own Scion or something like that in order to get that rally and try to finish off from here? It's going to come down to definitely Thomas's next draw.
I think you're, in trouble either way. I think you might have get Mystic Shot to kill off your own Scion, or just Mystic Shot and Get Excited to kill off, Thomas's Nexus as well if you don't block with enough. So it's a bit of a predicament here for Thomas. Luckily for him, though, there are actually no burn cards in hand, so Badge Attack has really no way to do anything until he plays some Dredger to try and cycle, but that might be too late depending on the open attack and what the top decks are for both players.
And so here is probably the best line you can hope for. Scion is just going to go unblocked, drop all the way down to 4 HP, and with Twin Blade Revenant can clean up the Gangplank with the Spinning Axe. There is the possibility of, you can use the Spinning Axe on the Scion to deal 1 more point of damage to try to set up for a burn game plan, but both players right now are sweating for pretty much the same reasons. Does my opponent have the burn? Are they going to top deck the burn?
And Badge Attack opting for the more safe line, not trying to push his opponent down to 3 health in case of a Get Excited top deck, but instead trying to control the board and trying to say, hey, if I kill your Gangplank, you might not have enough to end the game here. So I'm going to try and do, my best to mitigate most of your big power plays. With that being said, it's a very wide board still. And
Twisted Fate.
You only have 2 blockers. You have the Crackshot Corsair dealing damage. There's no way to interact with the board here, except for the Reborn Grenadiers.
Yeah, so we can bring out a Grenadier for an extra blocker. We've got 2 Nexus damage coming through from the Barrel and the Crackshot Corsair, and so...
Oh, what's going to happen? The Twisted Fate red card, Stylish Finish, is ready to go. Thomas has planned it since turn 1. He said, all right, Twisted Fate's going to come out, whip out some cards, and just, killed by a paper cut, essentially, is what's going to happen here for Badge Attack. Crackshot Corsair connects. Down to 1 Nexus HP. No way to heal. No way to do anything about this in this
Rummage. Hang on a second. We've got we can get Rummage specifically into Mystic Shot. Get excited here.
This card's like, Caster Blessings are strong, but not that strong, my friend. You can't possibly get those. You can get 1. I'll give you 1, but you can't get both.
If he had used the actually no, if he had used the axe on the Scion to set Thomas down to 3, then Gangplank would still be alive, and I think it still would have been pretty doomed on the open attack, but 1 HP left. Almost got it. Thomas fighting back now, taking, again, a matchup that is still pretty even despite the shift in the metagame. Both of those decks got nerfed, right? And so now we're going to be taking it to the game 3.
And it just shows how strong the power level of these decks were, where after these nerfs, people are like, all right, that's fine. Let's just keep playing them, because they're just that good and that efficient at ending games and applying so much pressure, so much tempo, while still having kind of versatility with different things like Twisted Fate, for example, or in Scion, just all the different difficult ways to stop Scion, for example, and then the burn damage on top of it, plus all of the great unit synergy with the discard package makes it, a very well-rounded deck despite nerfs to Draven and his survivability.
The claim to fame for Noxus was just like aggressively statted units, right? And now, in the modern era, so to speak, Noxus has been blessed with better keywords, right? We're seeing a lot more Overwhelm being sprinkled through. Ancient Warmonger, the 5-mana 5/5, is a card that has been loosely experimented with in this archetype, and now Twin Blade Revenant. When you have like these great stats and then you're also giving Noxus a lot more aggressive keywords to make those stats matter, it's no surprise that this deck has risen to such prominence. And look at this incredibly aggressive opener from Badge Attack.
And biggest difference between both of these lists is going to be the Grave Physician actually in the deck for Thomas, replacing the Sentries, a card that has been seen as irremovable, just extremely good in so many Noxus archetypes, and is not currently being run in Thomas's list. Also has one copy of Noxian Fervor, which is also a card we don't see that often in Draven Scion, only in like these super aggressive burn archetypes that we saw a little bit during Worlds qualifiers and so on, with the Decimates as well. But in this case, yeah, a bit of a different build, but both players still running most of the key cards in the discard package.
Yeah, I think that in the mirror match here,
the
Mystic Shot for the Draven, heavens to Betsy. How the mighty hath fallen. Draven goes down, but still going to squeeze through a couple more damage thanks to the Daring Poros. This deck, now with the loss of Twin Blade Revenant, can't deal with these elusive units as well. So it's going to be very close. I think this matchup has sort of become a little bit more like the old discard aggro mirror, right? Where it's like you want to hit the board early, you want to get that overwhelming advantage in tempo, and then immediately switch to burn. Like as soon as you're about to lose control of the board, you can start using your units to just save your Nexus HP and then shift over to burn. And we'll see how that plays out. If we look over at the right side, we know that Thomas is favored with the odd attack token.
And there's the Reborn Grenadier as well, ready to block perfectly into the Sun Dredger if it does attack. So really going to be used defensively, I think, in this matchup. We talked about kind of when decks are in a mirror or kind of aggro decks that want to end the game quickly are faced up against each other. You have to control the board to some extent. You have to, get some value out of the trades and try and get the advantage in that case because you're playing most of the same cards. And Reborn Grenadier trading with Sun Dredger would be a huge advantage for Badgetech. And the 14 HP is also very important. 14, 13, that's around the HP level where Scion hits, and then you have a little bit of burn, and you can end the game just with that combination.
And so we'll see how Thomas feels about the board state right now. Yeah, just wants to keep developing, keep going wider. Just testing the waters, right? There's a point where you aren't entirely sure how big your advantage is over your opponent, right? We have the caster vision, but these players are excellent at taking like these kind of non-committal plays, just things that are generically good, and seeing how the opponent responds. And you can see here with the Rummage and just one Daring Poro, leaving a lot of mana open, this still doesn't give a lot of info for Thomas, and you can see the hesitation now. Both players playing a beautiful mental game here at round 5 as we get closer and closer towards that explosive Scion turn.
And as it tends to be with mirrors, a lot of the same cards being played on both sides. The Daring Poro, there's the Reborn Grenadier coming down. Going to be very clutch as a surprise blocker. Getting a great trade, being ephemeral, obviously not the attack or the trade that Thomas would have wanted, but that is part of the surprise value in this card being played defensively. Only one Poro going through, but Draven still very much alive. The Mystic Shot in hand for Thomas, though, might say otherwise.
Yeah, now that Thomas has the Scion in hand, has the Twin Blade Revenant ready to go, knows the attack token's coming up around 7, we could see that Mystic Shot be saved just in order to send 2 more damage to the Nexus. You need to make up for that sort of gap here as you're a little bit behind on HP. And look at this. Now the Noxian Fervor actually popping off, trying to preserve the board. If this does connect, it's excellent, right? Because you have the... Oh, wow, what an excellent play. You've got the Get Excited going onto the Nexus instead and using survival skills to protect the Sump Dredger.
Yeah,
rather
absolutely
than killing
no
the target here.
In killing the Sump Dredger, because you're going to have obviously the survival skills for both points of damage from the trade and from the Noxian Fervor, so much better to go face. We just talked about the fact that, dwindling down the Nexus HP for Scion's entrance is going to be very important, and now down to 11, you're +6 on the race, let's say, against your opponent playing the same deck. That's definitely very good, and you have a wider board. So going into turn 6, I think Badgetech can be very happy. I think everything going in his favor, except for not having Scion in hand and not attacking on turn 7, but the rest of it is all definitely, I think, on his side right now.
And we've got a really clean block of the Poro into the 4-1, but you're still taking 6 more damage, and this is putting you into that that pocket, right? That Get Excited Mystic Shot pocket that every deck fears whenever you're going up against almost any Piltover Noxus deck, having that burn. And I remember when this deck first came out, it wasn't really running the Mystic Shots quite yet. It only had like a couple Get Exciteds in there just for the extra discard synergy, and now the deck has just evolved and recognizes that we have so much value and good units leading up to that point. Having the over the top burn, and it is exactly, you know, what this archetype needs to close out against a wider variety of matchups. And, you know, I think a lot of Ezreal Draven decks kind of pave the way for that sort of mentality shift.
And there we see the same happening in return. Mystic Shot once again on the Draven, and the Reverend Grenadier being played at burst speed as a blocker, cleaning up the board, not taking any damage. We saw 5 HP on the hover before, but instead it's going to be 11 HP, so much healthier for Thomas. And now he has a chance to really put the pressure on the next token, on the next attack token turn, with the Scion coming down on turn 7. There's a Scion top deck for Bad Attack as well, though, so his next attack token turn might be the one to end the game if he finds some more burn to go along with it.
Yep, so Thomas can play Scion, and then Badge Attack responds with the Scion, and then it becomes a very dicey situation where Thomas attacks, but then Badge Attack can block somewhat effectively and then rally, and then because you attack into your opponent before they get a chance to make use of their rallied attack token, you maybe force them into a really awkward defensive turn where their board is cleared, and you set yourself up for a nice development and or open attack the next round.
And Thomas taking his time here. This is, of course, probably the most important round and the most important play he's going to make in this game, because it, you know, sometimes it's just very obvious, just play Scion on turn 7. But in the mirror, like you're mentioning, I think it has a bit more intricate, you know, play patterns to look into and to think about. You know, what if I do this? What's the punishment? How can my opponent do the same thing in response with his own Scion, for example? Does burn, you know, come into play, and how can it affect my Scion dying, for example? So I mean, there's a lot to think about in this case if you are Thomas, especially when you're at a lower HP total than your opponent.
Yep. And so Badge Attack recognizes there's really nothing else in the hand that says this is going to be a better play. Just plays the Scion here, and we could see like a strange Scion stalemate.
Yeah.
Where Badge Attack now has the attack token with Scion, but is in a similar boat of I don't want to give Thomas the rally, because then they rally, but then they just develop, right? They develop afterwards to make better advantage of that rally. And now there is an interesting debate around, does Badge Attack just try to force the Scion off of the board? You're giving Thomas a chance to draw another Scion. We have the survival skills in Thomas's hand as well, and a hard cast survival skills could allow for a very strong defensive turn of stopping Badge Attack's Scion attack, or maybe even the rally as well, and maintaining a board to set up that open swing.
And we've seen these stalemates, you know, with Scion. We've seen it with Farron's before in older iterations of this, you know, archetype, let's say. And it's, you know, like, hey, usually you have the advantage attacking with overwhelmed units, but sometimes because of certain punishes, you know, with Farron, for example, with Scorched Earth, it's riskier to attack depending on what card your opponent has. But in this case, the swing comes in from Thomas, and now the swing in return from Badge Attack. 4 HP on the Nexus now, if this swing goes through, and it does, and still very healthy for Badge Attack. So he definitely comes out ahead on what was a defense turn for him. Now it's his chance to go in and to apply some pressure here.
And that, yeah, you can see how having the Scion, right, on round 7 was just completely flipped on its head, and Badge Attack was just able to turn that into a winning position. And now you just need a couple more points of damage and a little bit of burn, and you're good to go. Thomas does have some defense available against this, but look, you can see the Flame Chomper still winning in the hand now. We've got the Spinning Axe in order to bring that into play and just peel a blocker regardless. So it looks like Badge Attack might be able to close this out, and I don't even know if Thomas had a better option. If you wait, right? If you wait and Badge Attack, rather than open attacking with the Scion, just continues to develop on top of that threat and that rally, you could just be in a worse spot. So Thomas basically said, I feel as though I'm going to lose out on the Scion like sort of stalemate at this point, especially being at lower Nexus HP. So it's better to just kind of rip off that band-aid. I'm going to take my lumps now and then see what I can go from there.
And seeing the Fallen Rider come down, not seeing the Poros come down instantly, obviously, is going to be, you know, the green light for Badge Attack to try and get a burst speed Flame Chompers on the board and attack while he still can. I think he's pretty certain that one of these units will connect. It's going to be the Poro, probably. You're going to have the blockers later on with the two elusives in hand for Thomas. You want to stop the axe generation from the Draven in this case. You have to kill him here, and you have his rival skills to obviously just trade with the Flame Towers regardless. So the biggest thing is that there's no activator now for the Lost Soul and for the survival skills. So you're going to have to find some good discard synergy to go forward, or just a burn damage spell with Get Excited or Mystic Shot being able to seal the deal here for Badge Attack.
What ends basically needs to happen is another Scion needs to come out for Thomas, and Badge Attack needs to dead draw. Oh my god.
There's some Poros, and you have the way to activate the Lost Soul, or you can just play the Lost Soul, directly from hand, and save the activation from the Poros for the survival skills.
Yeah, if the Twin Blade Revenant gets traded into, then you just cycle post-combat. So I do like not pulling the trigger so much on that, just developing the good cards you have in your hand. And this mirror match, I think, has shown to be a little bit more intricate than players would think it is at first blush. We know that Draven Scion has been a very popular deck, but there's been a lot more lists sort of vying for attention, like the Nami Zoes and the Poppy Ziggs were lists that just got a lot more attention and scorn from, I think, the player base. And Draven Scion has just been globally recognized as a very potent deck, but we very rarely get a chance to analyze the mirror matches like this.
And heads up play from Badge Attack. Ideally, you would block the 4-3. It has a bigger health stat. Why not do it? But you don't want to give your opponent the chance to have that Lost Soul back in hand. You want to try and delay that as much as possible. And it's as if he had kind of the caster vision, seeing these on an Urchin in hand, seeing a card that wants to discard, and not allowing that combo to happen.
And now Scion does come through. 2 HP still. This is game 3. It would be such a shame if Badge Attack were to lose this first round if you set your opponent up to such a powerful advantage in terms of Nexus HP and it just slips through your fingers.
We're going to see one of these units connecting for Badge Attack. Unfortunately, you have to, I guess, you can't play the axes, you can't discard anything actually after you play a Twin Blade Revenant, so you can deal an extra bit of damage. We're still going to be down to, or actually in this case, because the Thomas did not play out the Urchin, you do have the chance to actually just use the axe to get the last bit of damage. And you could have
it's that unblocked Daring Poro.
Definitely seems like a misplay from Thomas. I mean, I understand trying to get the value from the Urchin by letting the Twin Blade Revenant die first, but you have to see that there is going to be damage here in hand with the axe. And only having 3 blockers, there's nothing you can do here if you're Thomas.
And discarding the Scion, and then, Badge Attack has the extra Draven to get the axe, and it's definitely, again, a really rough choice, but here it comes. Axe is through, and you've got to go all in, right? You maybe have a idea that last card was some sort of burn spell, but it does indeed come through. So Badge Attack was able to kind of get through on the margins. There is a lot of very strong top decks that Badge Attack would be able to potentially win next round against that open attack, even if this weren't the case. But overall, very, very clean play from both players, and it was a very delightful mirror, right? A lot of mirrors sometimes slog, they sometimes grind down. I remember the Lost Soul, infinite chains that we've had to cast, but that one I felt was definitely pretty clean.
And that comes off of the nerf from Challenger to Fearsome. Fearsome, and obviously the 4-3 stat line still requires a blocker, but you don't have, that much ability to just, with Challenger, force a kill that turn on Twin Revenant and continue that cycle in a very repetitive manner. Now it's a bit more slow if your opponent chooses to maybe just not block, like we saw it there, instead trying to kind of take away the value from that Twin Blade Revenant Lost Soul combo. So a few nerfs have happened to the deck, but I think overall we've seen Draven Scion still be, very powerful and very good at finishing games, and Scion still being by far one of the best finishers in the game. And just, it feels like there are very few good answers. There are some answers, but good ones that completely deal with him are very rare in the current meta.
And as we move on through the bracket, this is actually game 3 in Brachkata versus Gonfaz. And Gonfaz is on the Riven Swain, and Brachkata is playing the Demacia Targon build. And why is there a Rasa the Sunderer? How did this happen? Where did this card come from?
That is a good question. I'm going to assume some form of...
Loping Telescope? I have
check,
to double check the build here.
Check the replay. Check the security tape.
I know. Let's check the tapes, Panda. Rasa the Sunderer. One of these cards looks like it doesn't belong here.
This guy snuck into the deck last night. We didn't catch him on the tapes.
Yeah, it's a Loping Telescope. Doing the memes again. We've even got a Grand Plaza. Look at this. This card really fell off the face of the earth after it got nerfed way back in the day, and I actually really liked it as a one of in my mid-range dragon deck way back, in the previous iteration of dragons, metas and metas and metas ago. So I like that tech is kind of coming through here in the late game for Brachkata.
And there is Radiant Guardian, one of the cards that, with the addition of dragons into the meta, with things like Lux getting that bit of a buff, this card is seeing a bit more play, and it's a card that definitely is very impactful in the meta. It really dictates what can and can't be played in terms of aggro, because it's so resilient and so good at getting a lot of lifesteal back up for just in a region that really aids it quite a bit with things like strike effect, etc. Can really get a lot of healing from the Radiant Guardian. And the Sunforger as well.
Yeah, so the healing is taken care of. We know that the Fangs got nerfed and Star Shaping got nerfed, and due to other factors, those were also one of the things that made, Targon kind of fade out of the metagame. But now, with Radiant Guardian being such a premium card in the metagame right now, it allows this Demacia Targon region combination to just come back in full force. We know that dragons fell off very heavily after the patch hit. There was just all the rage for like 2.5 days, and then players started to exploit it. Dragons are the sort of deck that love to dictate the pace. If they're the biggest thing in the meta, then they're just going to rule overall. But again, they're very easy to exploit at either the top end extremes with some grindy control decks, or at the bottom end with very, very aggressive lists that can go underneath them before they can get set up, which is, big shout out to Lurk.
And there is Lecturing Yordle, still with a 3/5 body, still, like our good friend Sion, very much untouched and still very powerful going into this patch with things like we just saw Bandle Pirates, and we're seeing him now here. Pretty much any version of Bandle city that wants to deal damage and just have a good mid-range unit, then Lecturing Yordle is the guy to call.
And so the Poison Dart is actually going to come down onto the Eclipse Dragon here. Sometimes we see the Poison Dart just going onto the Nexus, but with the lifesteal unit in play, you just really don't care, right? You're just trying to chip away at this huge body. The Fury could very easily offset this damage, and you can see the respect here against the Lecturing Yordle. We are at such a comfortable Nexus HP, often you need the single combats and strike spells like this to help you proc your lifesteal a bonus time, but you can see that if we just extrapolate to this position in the game, that Gonfaz has really been struggling to get any sizable threats in play. Riven is not even close to leveling up, and I'm really curious to see if this is going to come down to a Swain Leviathan lock with Rasa the Sunderer and Falling Comet in hand. It seems very, very unlikely though.
And you can tell that Poison Dart onto a 7/7 stat line pretty much indicates that there is some kind of Scorched Earth synergy trying to happen here, which is why Brachkata went ahead and just used single combat to get some extra value before this Eclipse Dragon goes down. That being said, he does also open up for Ravenous Flock to be an alternate and more mana efficient answer for this Eclipse Dragon as well.
There could be a cheeky play of the Dragon's Clutch, maybe boosting it out of Ravenous Flock range. But there is the argument to be made simply that when you are playing a value-based dragon deck like this, look at all the cards in hand, look at all the cards in the board, maybe you stop caring about this 8/4, right? You can just let it go down because it's already kind of done its job, so to speak. The Arachnoid Sentry came down to stop it from attacking. You still managed to kill something thanks to single combat. And if it eats another card, I think that you're very happy with that level of value being taken from the opponent.
and just going through everything that has happened until now, just to make sure we know where, Ross has come from, or we know the origins of all the cards in hand and in play, and trying to plan into the next few turns to see, open deck lists, of course, in this tournament, so you know exactly how many copies of a certain card there are in the deck. If you've seen two already, you don't have to worry about that card anymore. With things like Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth, it could be, of course, very relevant.
And holding back the Sunforge, the Solari Sunforger, to just maintain a little bit more defense, I do like. And you can see the burst damage, right? How much attack points this deck can put out very quickly. And the Ravenous Flock indeed is brought out to take down that Eclipse Dragon.
The trade onto the Riven, but we still have an elusive that goes untouched and a 5/4 with a big stat line. Another lecturing Yordle comes down though. They're just never ending. There's a train. His entire hand is hidden because it's just full of lecturing Yordles. Gonfalz is abusing some kind of Yordle exploit and has created an endless army that he does not want to show to the stream. I'm telling you, Scar, next turn there's gonna be another one being played. You'll see. It's the thing of nightmares. This is what I try not to dream about at night, because then it's just not a good experience.
But when we see the Dragon's Clutch being cashed in finally and the Aurelian Sol in hand, I think that Gonfalz is going to be the one that's not going to have a good experience here. A lot of your removal, again, is very just 1 or 2 damage at a time. This isn't exactly Ping City. A lot of the damage that's coming through thanks to Flock is going to level up Swain, but Swain's nowhere to be seen. Leviathan's nowhere to be seen. And in this matchup, you're always so scared of developing these expensive units because they can get cleaned up by a single combat or a concerted strike very cheaply, and then your opponent just develops maybe one more unit and then sets up a really gorgeous open attack. And so slowly, Gonfalz is trying to find a window of opportunity to mount an offense here.
I think the longer we go into this game, though, the better it will be for Brajikata. His deck is built around the mid to late game, of course. We're seeing it here with so many of the cards, and even cards like Rasa that are not necessarily in the deck, but you can generate. We saw another Telescope was just top deck now, so that could be yet another epic that could be, 9, 10 mana. Really impactful in this stage of the game. I could really swing things even more in Brajikata's favor.
And Gonfalz is probably just still shaking. You see the Telescope come through. You don't know if there was an Equinox or something that was grabbed. Falling Comet is just going to eat up this Leviathan. And this has been, the swing struggle for as long as Targon has existed, right? Hush and Falling Comet and Equinox. It's just, even though the Swain Leviathan engine is so good for locking down dragons, it goes through Spell Shield. You just get punished so heavily by everything that Targon can do to stop you from even contesting them in the late game at all. But this is what the players wanted. They were very hungry for Targon to come back into the metagame, so we're getting a nice reminder of the sorts of things they get to do to you.
Well, this is what some players wanted. I did not sign up. I did not sign up for Targon to come back. I was very much in the opposite camp, but I think good parity is to be expected and is good for the game. Of course, Targon coming back to some extent is always going to be good. Although, of course, Equinox shutting down Leviathan is something that I think no one likes to see. It's a very polarized answer with a 1-mana card shutting down what is kind of the finisher in a deck like this one with Riven Swain. But all in all, we're seeing it here. Radiant Guardian coming down. This is, I think, a very good card to come back into the meta. It's a card that really keeps a lot of things at bay, but also gives Demacia an alternate angle that deals with more control and more, having ways to heal back up and not just the kind of rally decks that we've been seeing the last 2 or 3 months.
So it just takes the Moonclaw off of the Telescope. And look at this, the Grand Plaza still getting so much value here, where now you've got a 3-1 Challenger. You can snipe something with this. It's just, I gotta tell you, Pan, I'm really enjoying this tech. I wonder if it's going to come through, to be a mainstay. But...
And we have Gonfalz's hand. We have some Spanish cards. Scarzig, do you want to give an attempt here?
Espiral de Muerte. I love it.
Not bad. 8 out of 10 pronunciation there. I like it, Scarzig. We'll do some lessons off stream maybe, just in case. I mean, we always have Spanish players, so I mean, this is good value. It's an investment in the future of Fight Night.
But this is something you talked about as well earlier, Panda, where the Conchologist actually gets a lot of strong options that enable the Swain to maybe connect with the Nexus. And the Moonglow is just going to be put on the Radiant Guardian. Even more HP with Tough, and now Spell Shield. This is just the inverse of Ruin Runner here, where instead of trying to kill you, it just keeps you alive, and it's also hard to deal with.
And Conchologist is a card that I think is really great for the game because of the way that it's able to bring a lot of spells into the meta that would never be main deck because they are so situational. But when you're able to pick between 3 and pick the best of those, some regions have a lot of very situational spells that if there were sideboards, they would be, great sideboard options, but you can't really main deck. It's too risky. You'd be able to really, have some great matchups against certain decks, but then it would just do nothing against others. And the chance to pick between 3 gives you, the ability to really decide, hey, this card is really good right now in this current board state. And it works really well, I think, with the Swain package as well.
And it's going to come down now to having enough pings in hand. This is the Lecturing Yordle is still going to get those poison darts that can target the Nexus, and hopefully a wide swing might be able to be assembled from Gonfaz. And Rasa the Sunderer finally showing up now that unit, the Telescope, had died in combat. It activates his ability that destroys the 2 weakest enemies if one of your units have died this round.
Anyone that was playing during the Hecarim meta, turn away now, or you might trigger some memories that you had forgotten, had buried deep down in the graveyard of Runeterra. But seeing Rasa here, he is back. He is, again, we talked about it, cards that are picked situationally because you're going to get to the late game with this deck in this matchup. You're able to pick an epic from Telescope 8 turns ahead or 9 turns ahead and have it be extremely effective at controlling the board and really milking Gonfaz of any resources and winning that late game value game for Bajikata.
Ooh, so hushing the Swain here. And this is going to prevent the next stun from coming through and stopping the Radiant Guardian. I was wondering if there's going to be a cheeky, self-hush on the Rasa to trade into the Swain, so it just removes it from the board entirely, but just wants to get that off of the board by preempting the stuns and whatnot. You get to develop another unit that can just block regardless, get the Eclipse Dragon value, generating 2 cards. Heavens, oh my goodness. Remember when Eclipse Dragon, it used to be a 7/5 and then they buffed it to a 7/7?
And it still wasn't enough for our poor dragons. They had their little moment to shine with Shyvana coming into the meta and doing some nice things with the Fangs and the whole Invoke and healing package, but it did not last very long. And Aesol is also, with the recent buff to Aesol, I think that really helped bring dragons not just back into the meta, but back as more of a late game deck, not just a mid-range deck that's trying to heal and all this, but also have that really good late game staying power and value generation.
So Ravenous Flock being cashed in just to pop the Spell Shield on the Radiant Guardian, I think shows us most likely a Scorched Earth is going to come. With the inability to continuously stun the units like this, you really are just controlling the board. You're just trying to stop the damage. There's not a good way for you to open up an attack. You're going to clear this unit, and you do get to hit with Swain, but it's a real shame that you miss out on that 3 extra damage. And this is a lot of resources coming through. Noxian Guillotine is another card that, in the metas that's right for it, it seems so strong. But just hitting for 6. And now with Radiant Guardian out of the mix, that Golden Sister out of the mix, no more healing in hand. So Gonfaz is slowly climbing the peak of Mount Targon to maybe get this Nexus down to 0.
And Guillotine is only a card that can really, see a lot of play if it's effective at, getting 2 or 3 procs off in a turn. Ideally, with units that are adding up to 6 or 7 mana, that would be because it is so situational. You have to kind of counterplay the instances where it's not very good. Last meta, that wasn't possible. Games were too fast, and there weren't that many late game decks, especially late game decks with big bodies. It wasn't really the case, but now with something like Dragons, it's actually kind of the perfect target for something like the Guillotine, where you're able to hit, you know, 2 big units like Radiant Guardian and Eclipse Dragon for 6 mana. That is pretty good.
And so now Aurelion Sol comes through. Played at full cost, 10 mana down. Gonfaz might be able to ping the Nexus to stop this Aurelion Sol from coming through. Maybe develop something really cheeky like a House Spider. Ross of the Sunderer is fearsome, however, so that does need to be respected.
Looking at the list actually from Gonfaz, he is actually playing 3 sentries, so that might be a way to pop a spell shield or even just mitigate the block or the attack from the Rasa, for example, and just block with the sentry into the Aurelion Sol.
And one of the big things as well that these Swain decks, like even like the Bilgewater variants back in the day, just kind of lacked on card draw. They enjoyed a little bit of a resurgence thanks to Whispered Words helping them out. But now by combining with Bandle City, you get access to hidden pathways. So at this point in the game where Targon starts to outgrind you, Swain maybe does have something to say about it. I love the allocation of the +2 attack to set up the Whirling Death, which we saw grabbed earlier from Conchologist.
Yeah, heads up, planning and kind of, you know, I think planning is a word. Making sure that he knows there's going to be a challenger, he knows he's going to be dragged to the side, but he's setting up that Whirling Death at slow speed when he has the action to do so, and now can just play a second Swain from hand. That being said, down to 1 card is what I was talking about when we were talking about milking the resources of Gonfaz. Brachikata, he has too many cards even. He wants to get rid of, he would give away some of these cards to have more space for Living Legends, whereas Gonfaz is very much the opposite. Can play out with both his champions, but are they enough to really swing the tide of this game this late?
Yeah, Riven as the top deck here. That final card might be a spell to pop the spell shield, but you at the very least want to ping the Nexus, right? You can't really punch through with the Swain. I guess the Hail Mary is that Riven gives you the Overwhelm fragment. You're maybe able to punish a smaller development. At this point in the game, even though there are a lot of options from Brachikata, quite a few of them are very expensive. And so late in the game, if Targon doesn't have a massive advantage, they get sort of afraid, right, to make these bigger commitments where they could be punished. And we'll see now if Gonfaz has the ping to stun the Aurelion Sol.
That's the biggest deal here. I think the only way to really end this game effectively is to have a way to remove some of these blockers on the current board, but still 7 mana to work with for Brachikata. He has another chump blocker now with Baby Sketcher. He has, still ways to stop with Concerted Strike, stop just both of these units or one of these units from doing much of anything.
And very good options when you invoke 3 or less. These are like the top 3 cards that you want, and Brachikata actually opts for the Serpent here. Has the Concerted Strike to deal with Leviathan if that comes down, has Meteor Shower to deal with some other things that could be a bit smaller, and just wants the extra body just in case. If a Swain Leviathan were to hit the board, you potentially are able to develop, just a little bit more defense if possible.
You can just accept this pass here and swing next turn with the Sharp Sight backup, where you have lethal on just the Aurelion Sol with the Spell Shield as well, with the buff as well. But you might just go a bit greedier, thinking you have to think of what the punishments might be from Gonfaz playing this slow, having still 7 mana to work with, and 2 cards in hand. Is there a punishment developing? Does Gonfaz expect the pass here and then just the swing with challenger units? We'll have to see. It's going to be the elusive being played out instead. And now this is the moment that Gonfaz has to respond. Has he been planning anything in his hand, waiting to activate it the moment the board is full?
And if Gonfaz isn't waiting for Brachikata to drop below a certain mana total, you can still see here they're taking a nice little jaunt, a nice little delay to not give away too much information. I was planning something, haha. 5 attack now on the Riven means that Aurelion Sol potentially can't block unless you put down another resource into defending, and everything else doesn't really have a good trade, and at the very least you're maybe sacrificing the elusive unit.
It might just be the block here from the Aurelion Sol with the Sharp Sight backup, so has +2 health is now going to be at 3 HP because of the Fury after the combat. And we'll see what this last card in hand is for Gunfo. It's not going to be something he can apply onto the Riven to try and get an even trade here. So now you have to think that this game has to be over. I mean, whenever Aurelion Sol levels up, it's the case with Misfortune, it's the case with the other champions, but with Aurelion Sol, even more so. When he levels up, it's very rare to see the opponent winning the game against it because it's just such a great value generation and just an enormous unit as well. 2 mushrooms, though, might help.
And that stuns the Aurelion Sol.
2 mushrooms might definitely help.
Oh no! 0 mana Traveler being generated off of Aurelion Sol gets the Falling Comet to move this Swain out of the way and set up for lethal. Already the pre-Shen emote. You can just keep taking advantage of the Aurelion Sol's discount on your Celestial cards and then overwrite him at the last second to just get that lethal through.
There's a Death's Hand as well before the Swain dies to get yet another stun. But, I mean, you have the Destroyer at 0 mana, you have Living Legends, you have Meteor Shower. Again, once Aurelion Sol flips, he just gets you so much free value that it's hard to overcome.
And so here we go. Even if Ratchkata doesn't end the game from this position, you still have like a couple of rounds.
A 16 attack Overwhelm is
Please
usually
stop.
the game ender.
He's already dead. Not like this. But yeah, of course, Ratchkata is just going to go all in. I've been sitting on all of these resources for the entire game, and I just want to use them before the game is over. So game 3 means that Ratchkata is going to close it out with the classic matchup of Targon pooping on Sway Leviathan.
And that was still game 3 of round 1. You know, Targon back in the meta. We're going to expect some midnight endings to Fight Night. So that was, a kind of a lengthy round 1 because of that last matchup we saw. But still, a lot of action ahead of us. We have still semifinals coming up with... We'll see what the matchups are going to be after. Oh, we're going to see them now. Thank you, production. Badge Attack, of course, we saw Advance versus Thomas. We saw Ratchkata winning against Gunfos. And then we have Smooth Soloist with a very interesting deck we'll be exploring after the break. And Ultraman doing Ultraman things, winning games. You know, as to be expected for him. That being said, 2 Spanish players down to the losers bracket already. Maybe setting up the usual, hero antics in Fight Night where you're able to go from the first round of losers all the way into a bracket reset and winning it. Caster Blessing, all my power has been used now to try and bless these 2 Spanish players, but we'll catch the rest of the action and some very interesting decks after this very short 5-minute break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got done with the first round of the bracket, and while we were hoping for a little bit more spice for that first round, as we move into the next one, we do have some new decks hitting the scene. Draven Scion has just been a mainstay, a very safe pick, along with Plunder and some of the Bandle, aggro decks that have been creeping around. But there are still a lot more to be explored in the metagame, and we've got a fantastic little deck to look out here. Our next match is going to be, as we saw from the bracket before we went to break, is going to be Smooth Swallowist and Ultraman. Now, Smooth Swallowist is from Germany. Extremely grindy control is the favorite deck from him. And this is a player that is so happy to have Targon back in the mix, right?
So this would usually be the type of player that is my nemesis, but in the case of Smooth, he's someone that has built a lot of very interesting decks in the past. So definitely looking forward to see what he has brewed and brought for this Fight Night tournament. And Ultraman, I think more of just not really so much an experimenter, not going too risky most of the times, although he has had a few tournaments where he's kind of brought a deck that wasn't necessarily completely new, but it was kind of not very played, kind of underplayed, and he saw, hey, this really fits into the current meta. He has very good reads in terms of what the meta looks like and what could be exploited strategically. And he might have also brought something interesting for this matchup. Like you mentioned, compared to the last round, this one will be a lot spicier.
Yeah, and Ultraman, as we know, sometimes he'll take a tournament to just collect data and say, okay, is my read on the metagame as good as I think it is? And sometimes he has the secret sauce ready to go and he's ready to unleash it on the meta. But the first deck we do want to highlight for you viewers today is going to be Smooth Swallowist's Braum Lux. Lux and Faces of the Old Ones were both buffed in the last balance patch in order to help out Freljord Ramp. And now Lux just being a primo 5-drop to just drop down, stop your opponent from attacking, and then you get so much value out of, look at this, back-to-back and harsh winds at burst speed, catalyst at burst speed, to just start getting those final sparks, which can now target the Nexus directly if your opponent's board is empty. We could see the resurgence of Lux. I thought I was going to be seeing a lot more experimentation with this champion after the buff. It's been a bit slower, but we'll see if this is the catalyst that, makes her catch fire in the rest of the meta.
And some players, usually in the favorite archetypes, a lot of times we see control and then, the decks come up and it's just an extremely aggro list. But in this case, I think extremely grindy control is definitely very accurate. I think you can probably tell a lot about how a player, what a player likes to play by how he deck builds. I think Smooth just opened up these two regions and scrolled all the way down and put in, 3 Fuel Rushes, 2 Buried in Ice, and just started from there because we're seeing so much, heavy top end. Survivability, of course, with things like Avalanche to clear the board, and Freezes, of course, to just stall until you get to that very powerful end game.
Against anything that's too slow, you've still got the classic turn 3 Remembrance play. And look at this crazy fork. Judgment and Buried in Ice. If you open attack to play around Buried in Ice, you play into Judgment. And if you develop to see if your opponent taps under Judgment, you get punished by Buried in Ice. I wonder how many decks are going to fall prey to this one. And Buried in Ice does combo with It That Stares, where you destroy the landmarks as well.
And this is, of course, a semifinal match, which means that Smooth has already won with this deck. So anyone that's seeing this is saying, all right, this is a meme. This is not going to win anything. I'm sorry to say, there has already been one victim that has seen this list, laughed, and then lost to it. There may be more victims. Braum and Lux are on might be on a rampage. We'll see how well this deck plays out. And we've seen it many times before with Fight Night being kind of the origin of a player bringing a very interesting deck, it performing very well, it's spreading to other players, to other tournaments, and then becoming a part of the meta. So we'll see if Smooth is going to be that meta influencer here with a Braum Lux deck like this one.
And Feel the Rush, I mean, even when Shihu brought it to Worlds, it just kind of reminded everybody that this card is, this deck style is still pretty playable. And then now that rallies have been toned down a little bit thanks to the nerf of Relentless Pursuit, it really opens up even more room for a Freljord Ramp deck like this to potentially exist. I'm really curious to see how it is going to, sort itself out. We did one key card that was kind of missing was maybe Blighted Ravine. but to be fair, there isn't a lot of zooey, swarmy decks that can't just be answered by maybe one Avalanche and Braum maybe working in tandem to just wall out your opponent. But the first matchup is going to be this ramp deck versus Ultraman's take on Nox's P&Z, which is Draven, Victor, Burn.
And this is a deck that has Ambush in it. So it's a deck that's playing Ballistic Bot, it's playing Victor in the spot where you could play Vi as well. And it's going to be a deck that tries to really just put in a lot of chip damage early on and have these really explosive, kind of polarizing finishers. If you have a good answer for it, it just falls flat. If you don't, you lose on turn 5. So it can be very scary. We are going to see things like Three Sisters into Flash Freeze being a possible answer for, a very big attack total on something like a Victor or Ballistic Bot with something like an Ambush. Overall, I think you're going to have enough different tools in the deck for Smooth to control the output of damage in these early rounds and also to heal it back up with things like Tavern Keeper.
And a pretty strong open attack once again being presented. We saw how this deck maybe falters against fearsome units because your curve starts out, just to timely Tavern Keeper, and then Braum, which can't block fearsome. So very fortunate to draw the Tavern Keeper to stop that early damage from the Risen Rider. Yeah, a lot of chip, a lot of burn coming through already. When we took a look at the deck, kindly Tavern Keeper and the Catalyst are the only sources of healing in this list. Radiant Guardian has been such a premium card lately, but as we saw, the deck is just trying to run something much more control-y, and it just becomes more difficult to get the Radiant Guardian to even activate in a deck like this, right, where you're running very few units and much more ramp and defense.
There's the Victor coming down on curve. Until now, I think, Ultraman can't complain. All his big power plays have come down when they should have. And we're seeing it now, just a lot of fleeting cards in hand. You have to decide if you're Ultraman, which cards are worth playing. Sometimes Ignition, you just don't play it because it's not really aiding in your game plan depending on what you're seeing on the board. And you want to keep that mana for certain specific plays later on. But right away, Avalanche going to do a lot at controlling the board here.
Yep, get some of these units out of the way. Chip away at this Victor, set it up to be cleaned up later. Gets regeneration off of the augment, so this Victor is just going to heal back up. That's such a heartbreak for Smooth Swallow-us. When you put the Avalanche down, you really hope that it's going to set up like a two-pronged finisher to just keep the board clear, but that is not going to be the case. We have a nice open attack potentially, and now with the Sentry being played, there was potential for a Mystic Shot to come through, but Ultraman respects the Troll Chant.
Definitely, obviously, we saw the hand for Smooth and would have been very good to play that Mystic Shot there. But like you mentioned, I think could have been shut down, obviously, with the Troll Chant. Although, I would be fine with that trade happening on a turn where you're not going to make use of the extra debuff because the combat, has already kind of resolved. But yeah, in the end, a more safe line, I think, from Ultraman. And this Victor doing, monkey see, monkey do. He sees the regeneration on the Braum, and he just copies it. Says, yeah, this is a good idea. I'll keep this as well.
Victor's become Mega Man. But this is also an important thing I do want to point out as well. Ultraman didn't overreact to the Braum, right? Saying, Victor might even get fearsome or something, and then the Braum just becomes a non-issue. If Braum levels up and starts generating Poros, I'm going to be looking for an elusive combo or a burn finisher. So the Braum is actually not even that big of a threat to Ultraman's plan in this matchup.
There is yet another Avalanche to control a board to activate Remembrance as well, and we might see that play coming down here. Lux
will the Radiant Guardian actually pop out after heard me talking mess?
That used to be a thing of nightmares in the past as well. BBG had that pretty good run with this Demacia Badger Bear Remembrance deck that became a very big thing in a meta a long time ago.
There's so many strong things you can get to. The Moose.
The Moose is back.
But now that Smooth has used up all of their mana, this does open up. Look at this. The Victor gets the elusive from the ambush, +2 attack. Smooth's wall just down to 3 HP, and we've got double Mystic Shot in hand.
Another Avalanche, but the Avalanche will not be enough. We've seen 2 already, but, they've made it outside. They got the rescue team on the Victor. He hit for so much damage. Ambush, that's the dream, really. Hitting on, like I mentioned, turn 5, turn 6 for 10 damage, uncontested if you don't have the correct answer for that very specific strategy. And 3 HP on the Nexus for Smooth. We have 2 missile shots in hand, so Ultraman maybe was planning this all along, not killing the Braum, just instead saying, hey, I have this burn, I have the ambush possibly coming in, and I can end the game without any answer from Smooth. And a late game grindy deck that doesn't get to the late game is not really going to show how powerful it is. Game 1 goes to Ultraman.
Yeah, no faces of the old ones, no catalyst, only the kindly Tavern Keeper to try to stabilize against that aggression. And you can see, right, how quickly Victor can snowball now. Some players have speculated as more keywords have been added to the game, it's made Victor worse. But to offset that, there's a lot more cards that generate cards, and now Victor levels up even faster.
Yeah, PNZ before bandlewood came out, we had a lot of the Create package, a lot of the Cataclysm, for example, didn't really have an archetype that said, hey, we just do creation, card creation, and you didn't have that many cards to work with. And I think for that same reason, Victor was kind of in a rough spot. But with Bandle City and with even more PNZ cards that do create coming into the mix, I think Victor is in a much better spot, and you're able to play him in things like Shellfolk. We saw BBG trying out with kind of the Shellfolk who was running with Vi, but playing the Victor instead of the Ezreal. And now in a deck like this one, with Ambush being a card that you can definitely build decks around.
And as we head into the next game, Ultraman's second deck is the Sejuani Gangplank. This list is also packing the one Feel the Rush that we saw, triple Monster Harpoon, and a couple Dreadways in here. I think the major tech for sure is the Mirai Warden to help out the early game defensive options. If you can't beat down your opponent by getting like very strong pings and make it rains and stuff, you can just go wider than them and call it a day. And did Crackshot Corsair just come off that Mirai Warden? Did you just get perfect synergy?
I think that's how it went. It's sometimes your deck, it knows Mirai Wardens have a intuition that they have to bring out this specific follower to make Ultraman happy.
This is actually a pretty rough spot. Again,
Another
when
one?
your opponent has that barrel in play, and you know that a Make It Rain could come down and punish pretty heavily, there was the option to maybe open attack with the Crackshot Corsair and get 1 damage guaranteed. But now, I suppose you're getting 2 damage.
The Make It Rain hitting the 2 health Corsair, and the Mirai Warden and the Eurospar, of course, very, very flimsy with just that 1 HP total, would be dying regardless of the keg or not. And now just trying to control the board. This is really going to be the case here. You're going to have Twisted Fate, which can possibly be very effective later on, depending on how the board kind of advances the next few turns, especially if we see a Corsair into a Croaker.
So
Ultraman has to know.
Trying to build up a board here, right? Now, Smooth Soloists, the other deck that they are running is the Twisted Fate Gangplank. This is like the newer spin on the Swain Bilgewater variant, where you have Gangplank and Dreadway to give you a little bit more powerful immediate punch on the board, but you're still running that classic removal package of Bilgewater and Noxus, where you have tons of pings and chip damage that sets up for the Scorched Earths and the Ravenous Flocks, etc. Whispered Words now in the hand, providing a little bit of card draw as we get later and later into the game. Ultraman is doing a good job of putting up defense, putting up some decent pressure, but needs to start plundering on that Nexus.
Yeah, hit it there with the Crackshot Corsair with the Yordle Squire attack. Didn't play into the Twisted Fate last turn. I think he definitely is an experienced player. He knew the signs of what was happening there once he saw that pass come in with 4 mana up for Smooth Soloist. This is a deck that plays very similarly to TF Swain, so many players have just a lot of experience.
Oh god, plunders a black market merchant, nabs it, and then gets another card, a 0-mana Mirai Warden.
And you're playing against Bilgewater, so you're going to be drawing cards that would be in your deck anyway, so you don't have that kind of downside of not having the synergy because of the plunder effect, or because of the nab effect.
Yeah, the nab cards have also been slotted into these sorts of lists in the, these control Bilgewater Noxus decks, just because they need the extra resources. That flexibility that you get, maybe pulling one of your opponent's big bombs in the late game really helps you get over the finish line if your Dreadway and your Gangplank, etc. isn't going to cut it. And now Smooth is thinking, do I need to open attack? Do I need to force these black market merchants to block?
And there's going to be the activation of Plunder with the Parlay, and then the activation of the Monster Harpoon. 2 of them in hand, but you just need 1 to kill off this Gangplank here. And there's the Make It Rain with the Keg coming down to answer both of these merchants. They've already done their job. It's not really a deck that really tries to build into that nap synergy too much. It's just that initial merchant and maybe Yodel Grifter that comes afterward. But Monster Harpoon really does shut down the Gangplank here before he's able to really level up and create a massive power spike for Smooth.
And then look at this now. The Mirai Warden comes through, and this gives you the ability to play Fortune Croaker. Oh, Pop Quiz Panda. Does the sparring student live in this interaction? No, it doesn't.
Ultraman, a man of science, experimenting live on air. He said, all right, we got 145 students ready to learn, and now we know. Sparring student, maybe some of Zerarelia, degenerates know the answer already, but for the rest of us, we have to find out live, because I haven't played Sparring Student since I played, some kind of...
I've never seen Bilgewater Ionia Sparring Student Fortune Croaker happen before, but this is one of the things that cards like Mirai Warden does give you some of these crazy niche interactions that you've never seen before. Keep things fresh. But now with the Monkey Idol hitting the board, this is just going to be a little bit more slow burn coming through to finish leveling up the Sejuani. Dreadway also going to come down. Looks very strong from this position. We know that unless you have the Ravenous Flock plus Monster Harpoon plus in Scorched Earth and all that jazz, it's very, very difficult to start dealing with the big bodies that Sejuani Gangplank starts to put forth at round 6+.
And it might have been risky to go, so far into the late game, but Ultraman is also running that copy of Feel the Rush, so he has that, the chance to say, hey, I might top deck this card, and that will completely win me the game as we move into rounds 9 or 10 or 11. So, and even with the hand we're seeing here, Monster Harpoon to clear my opponent's biggest threat, Sejuani to do the same and also have that huge, board effect with the Frostbite once she's leveled up. Well, you draw the Gangplank as well, of course, with the Dreadway, so really you have the full cast of characters that really are going to help you win the game.
And what's nice about the Dreadway is you can threaten the Twisted Fate if you want. The 2/1 now becomes a threat to trade up into the 3/3, and by having such a large commitment like this, you force Smooth Soloist to take even bigger risks, right? Now with the double damage on all of your spells, your Make It Rains and etc. are going to be hit even harder.
Now it's a full swing coming in. This is kind of the Hail Mary from Smooth, needing to connect a lot of damage here. Has a Death's Hand, which is kind of a bit of a burn spell. 2 damage onto a unit, but also 1 damage going to the Nexus. You can block with a Monkey Idol, of course.
Ooh, takes 8! Confident at going down to 3 HP. It's very important to know that these Bilgewater Noxus decks very rarely have consistent out of hand damage. You have to look at the deck. Some versions don't even run the Noxian Fervors, etc. anymore. And by having the Dreadway in hand, you have a much higher chance to just deal significant amounts of damage by swinging this round, and then maybe having a little bit of out of hand burn with a final Make It Rain or something, right? So very big risk being taken on by Ultraman here in game 2.
Ultraman has to decide, what does he need? Does he need this Sejuani? Does he need the Gangplank? You can't really play both. He might be playing out the Cracked Corsair first. I think this is the right play. You're going to play it out, I think, anyway this turn. You're going to see what your opponent does in response. He only has 3 cards in hand, so, a single card being played might give you a lot of information as to what could be better with Sejuani or the Gangplank. If Smooth plays out, an important unit, you can just vulnerable with Sejuani and try and deal with it this turn. But if you're going to go for maximum damage, you might go for Gangplank instead.
Yeah, you get to force through an AoE, much overwhelm, and if you hold the Sejuani, you have the means to stop, right? Something that can block the Dreadway, because this is very important to note as well. By not blocking with the Dreadway last round, you take a lot of damage, but you also try to keep it as safe as possible because your opponent doesn't have any fearsome blockers, and you potentially are threatening 8 damage directly.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. The no fearsome blockers for the Dreadway is the biggest thing that Smooth has to be careful with right now. And if there was a fearsome blocker, Sejuani, of course, the vulnerable can drag it out of the way. But in this case, no real answer. Like I mentioned, the Death's Hand is going to activate the Plunder, though, on the Monster Harpoon. And this is going to be a way to deal with that Dreadway before it ends the game here.
And if this is the path that Smooth Swallowist has taken, it means that the Fury of the North will be able to protect the Dreadway from this Monster Harpoon and close it out here.
Or I think you just rather put it on Sejuani, no, with the Overwhelm, and you can. I mean, either one I think works. I guess if you're not blocking, the Fury of the North is probably just better.
So yeah, this is what Gangplank Sejuani wants to do, right? You get your big bodies on curve, and decks like this, the Noxus Bills Water decks, are really great at like doing anti-aggro, anti-swarm type of ideas, thanks to Death's Hand, thanks to Make It Rain with the barrels, and things of that nature. But when it comes to answering bigger bodies, the deck has to tech very specifically for that. The Monster Harpoon just isn't enough for that particular matchup, but maybe in other mid-range ones.
And both decks from Smooth against slightly slower decks or slightly less, tempo-heavy decks, you might have a chance to stabilize the mid game and then get to that late game. With both decks we were seeing, they had a very strong late game, but Ultraman's decks were both fast enough and provided enough pressure to just really end the game in the exact moment they had to before things swung in the favor of the more controlly player in Smooth. So I think Smooth can definitely get a pretty good run in the loser bracket, but this exact matchup against Ultraman with both the ambush in game one, and in this case with what was, I think, a perfect curve for Ultraman with, the merchants into the Mariah Warden into great value, and then the champions and the Dreadway coming in. When Plunder draws and plays like that, there's very little you can do against it. I think the power level of the deck, when everything works out, is extremely strong, and we saw Smooth being the victim of it in this case.
But we're also going to be jumping into now to catch the game 2 here in Brachet Kata versus Badge Attack. Badge Attack advanced out of round 1 very cleanly, and Brachet Kata is a player that we haven't had a chance to talk about a lot in depth, but you'll recognize as a player that's been very, very strong in EU and Fight Night in the past. And so jumping here into this game, we've got now Sejuani Gangplank versus Draven San, it looks like.
Monster Harpoon here dealing a whole lot of damage, so Draven, pre-nerf, post-nerf, does not matter. If the Harpoon hits you, you are down and dead for now. But we'll see what kind of... We're getting to the turn 7 turn, which is where, a deck like the one Brachet Kata is playing really pops off. That being said, a very wide board and still 13 HP for Badge Attack. And the biggest thing is going to be the attack token.
I love the setup here, using the Mariah Warden to fill the board so that you can play Gangplank and not give your opponent a barrel with that Scion Overwhelm. And just a nice open attack here. This is pretty risky now, because Scion can block the 3-3, and then you can kill your own Scion with the Get Excited. If you do want to rally this turn, Brachet Kata might play it a lot safer, however, because looks like it to be a pretty decent swing on the open regardless next round.
And because you can block with the Scion here anyway, anything he does end up blocking means that if the Gangplank blocks Scion next turn, then Scion goes down regardless. So I think it is better to just keep the Get Excited and the Mystic Shot for the extra bit of burn. We're talking about always, the 12 to 14 HP total. What if you get down to that, next HP going to turn 7 or 8, it's already pretty doomed because that the burn will follow. And it's very hard not to, because you're playing against a deck that has things like Fallen Rider, has the Pores, etc. It's very likely always to go down to this HP total by the time we get to this late game.
And I think as well, Brachet Kata is sort of hesitating, because if you block with the Scion and he drops below 6 HP, Badge Attack could prevent the initial Overwhelm swing using like a Monster Harpoon or something. And so says, I'm just going to take, what damage I can get from this Scion, pretty much guaranteed. So here it comes on the open attack. Doesn't want any more units being developed to stop this play.
Gets the axe through as well, knowing that, it's very unlikely for this Scion to go down. Just out of range of Monster Harpoon if there was a combination. And there's only 2 cards left in hand, so kind of those combo plays are much less likely from Badge Attack. Instead, he has 2... enormously big plays here with the Dreadway, the Gangplank being drawn, and the Field of Rush, which cannot be played for the next 2 turns, really, without any spell mana banked for next turn.
You would certainly have to just not play the Dreadway here in order to...
Mystic Shot
get the Field of Rush, but
Scion.
Mystic Shot... Yeah.
Instant surrender from Badge Attack, our seasonal champion, cannot deal with Runeterra's champion, Scion. unstoppable machine. If Bajadak had momentum, Sion is next level. He is actually a champion that thrives off of like inertia, momentum in League of Legends. So as usual, the devs really capturing the flavor of this pain train coming into Runeterra and not stopping since he's come into the game.
Yeah, and so Brachkata was able to take down that second game as well. So that is going to be the end of that best of 3. We're going to get a quick glimpse here. That means that Brachkata is going to be advancing into the winners finals against Ultraman, and Bajatak needs to fight Cosimo Leon.
Cosimo has made it into the next round of the losers bracket, so my blessing has come through at least a little bit. We haven't seen how the other game in the first round of loser bracket has ended up, because we had such a very quick semifinals right now with Ultraman and Brachkata both putting in the work and getting 2 O's respectively. But we will catch hopefully that updated result after this break, and of course a lot more Runeterra action coming up.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. The bracket today has had a really interesting mixture of, I think, old decks, but also a few spicy new ones. But we are going to be jumping into the winners finals here pretty soon between Brachkata and Ultraman. We did get a glimpse at Ultraman's gameplay and lineup a little bit earlier, but now we do have the opportunity to catch up with Brachkata and take a closer look at the decks that he decided to bring today.
Some decks haven't really evolved or moved on, but some players also the same. This finals could be from a year ago. Both of these players were very much around and very much consistent in their results. And once again, still very much at the top of Europe here as well at Fight Night. So let's check out one of the decks that we saw having a great performance in the last semifinal round. And we'll be seeing I think more of it in this finals and possibly in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, so this is Branch Canada's Zoe, Aurelian, Saul list. We knew that after the last balance patch went through, that dragons were going to come back in a big way, and this is just a classic recipe, right? It's got some new bases here with the Loping Telescope. There was a small buff to Solari Priestess, but you had already mentioned it, Panda. Radiant Guardian is just an excellent card right now. Dragon's Clutch, which used to be used to tutor specifically for Eclipse Dragon and Aurelian Sol, can now be used to grant Overwhelm to your dragons to maybe get a little bit more of a finisher in the mid game. And I had already pointed it out. I love the inclusion of the triple Grand Plaza here.
Yeah, Grand Plaza is a card that, kind of like Temple in the past, is a card that in slower matchups, if you're able to get this down early, it's something that can't usually be interacted with, and its value is going to stay on the board and give you that challenge and that value for the rest of the game, and it gives you that leg up against a controlling matchup, against a matchup that is going to be slow regardless. The first few plays aren't going to matter that much. It gives you that advantage going into it. The downside is that against faster matchups, if you play this card, you might fall too far behind in tempo. So it's a double-edged blade. You have to know exactly when you can and when you can't lose that tempo and play out the Grand Plaza. But like we saw in I think it was the very end of that round one game, when it works, it really does work and gives you so much great value throughout the entire game.
Yeah, because Targon has the ability to generate so many extra units and resources, when you turn that extra body that you've generated into a challenger unit, your resources are also great for defense and offense. Spacey Sketcher, allowing you to discard your extra copies of Grand Plaza if you draw multiples in the later game, is also nice. Another thing to point out is the Pale Cascade inclusion as well in the spell list. Typically, players would often reach for Guiding Touch, where you still get the 2 mana burst speed draw, but Pale Cascade, with its stat gains, also allows you to make even better use of Grand Plaza, or get a little bit more healing off of your Sunforger and Radiant Guardian.
Yeah, the biggest thing is kind of doubling up on that lifesteal. That extra bit of attack is going to be even more important in this case, so the extra synergy does go a long way. But let's check out also, kind of the opposite spectrum of the speed at which some of these games play out. That was a very grindy late game value list, and this one we saw in the last round is as explosive as it gets. We saw this kind of shell with ambush, with ballistic bot, with urchin, poro cannon. I played it with Vi in the last expansion once Bandle City came out, but this is a similar version, opting instead to go for Victor. But both Vi and Victor have that same kind of pattern of just getting a lot of attack very quickly, and capitalizing on that with ambush means that you can potentially end the game on turn 5 or 6 if your opponent has no clear answer for it.
Right. This deck, takes the idea of like discard aggro and pirate aggro, just being aggressive early, and then kind of shifting to a burn plan, but by adding in the ambush strategy to get some really bursty, elusive plays, you're able to overcome a lot of decks that would normally wall this out with a lifesteal unit or a Radiant Guardian, right? And with Zoe Nami getting out of the meta game, there's a lot less elusive blockers in the game outside of, I think, specifically Poro Cannon, basically, at this point. It means that your ambush combo can go through quite consistently. And now with Boom Baboon getting the Flame Chompers, you can just maybe pull your opponent's only elusive blocker to the side and then get that explosive attack. I like the also inclusion of Station Archivist in this deck. I know that Ultraman is a big fan of this card, the same way Alan is, right? Where it's very skill testing in that you have to pick the right spell that's offered, but also the spells that it shows you remain in that same order in your deck. So it also gives you a very strong glimpse into your next handful of top decks, so you can plan your turns accordingly there.
And both the Archivist and the Lost Soul give you a bit of extra fuel going into late game once you've kind of gotten past a stage where you should be finishing the game. If you haven't, some of these decks end up just, falling flat because they don't really have a way to come back into the game. But both the Archivist gives you a way to kind of have a 3/3 body plus a spell you would have played anyway, and the Lost Soul, of course, if you play it correctly, if you force enough pressure on the Fearsome with a Fearsome tag, for example, you're able to continuously cycle it and have a way to dump some of your mana in the late game while trying to find your last little bit of burn, possibly, from a top deck.
And so overall, the list is pretty. It's a new deck, so to speak, but it exists within an underexplored archetype. So we'll see if Ultraman has enough practice on it where you can find these really janky lines that a deck of that nature needs. But getting into game one, we've got Sejuani Gangplank versus the Zoe, Aurelion Sol, and of course the Parley lining up beautifully against the turn 1 Zoe, the classic Bilgewater tech coming through.
And that's, one of the key points in games against things like Zoe, things like Teemo, where if you have that answer on turn 1, immediately you've got like 3 or 4 extra, win percentage every time, because it's just a big power play to shut down one of your opponent's champions, and a card that can really snowball while also getting your plunder on turn 1 in this case with Parley is massive.
And normally, I think that would be a really strong way to secure the early game, and Loping Telescope provides this archetype a much-needed 2-drop. So a 2-1 stat line is just great for defense against pretty much everything else in the early game, but also just generates you another card, right? And we can see that Brad Chikata is already shifting the game itself around having a more early game thanks to picking up the Messenger. Having another 2-2 that can block, you're going to take a little bit of damage here as Ultraman gets a window of opportunity for a nice open attack, but now you're just going to really easily reel this game back in thanks to the Grand Plaza being set up and Radiant Guardian and Solari Sunforger, right? You just offset the tempo loss of Grand Plaza so much with this lifesteal that comes through.
And the Monster Harpoon is going to be answering this first lifesteal unit. This is the case where obviously Brad Chikata was able to play out Grand Plaza knowing that he's going to have the lifesteal to gain that health back later on, because against a deck like Plunder, you don't really have a chance to play low tempo because the pressure is going to be mounting every single turn. But the Monster Harpoon here will help in shutting down the lifesteal here and trying to continue pushing damage on the next few turns.
Yeah, you've got, even if the Plunder isn't dealing massive amounts of damage to you in the early game, the fact that they can still get those pings, those individual Plunders, and then you get the Sejuani, that's really all you need, right? Even though Brad Chikata maybe has lots of big bodies coming down late in the game, if you can frostbite all of those dragons, it forces Brad Chikata to take things deeper and deeper and deeper into the late game to look for outs and look for falling comets or supernova or something, right? And the longer it goes, Ultraman maybe gets to feel the rush.
And there's a single combat. This is why Demacia is so good, because it has so many ways to interact with lifesteal units on its own side and to make sure they get that lifesteal through. Against many other decks, you just don't have, you play the card, if it doesn't block, then you're doomed, but you can kind of force the combat with the strike effects in Demacia. And now, once again, Rajikata back up to 18. He has his Grand Plaza that will always be on the board, like we talked about. It's kind of this never-ending value once you stabilize in the mid game. And we'll see if the combination of Gangplank and Sejuani with Plunder being activated pretty much every turn will be enough to really end the game before, the same thing we saw last time around happens, where Aesol takes over instead in, turn 10 or turn 11.
I was focusing on the keep of the Spacey Sketcher, right? There's not really a lot of good discard targets in hand. And again, this is sort of your fail-safe against top decking another Grand Plaza. And you're going to get some really strong cards like Equinox to shut down the Dreadway, Crescent Strike to maybe counter-feel the Rush if that comes through. So you do sort of want to start thinking about Spacey Sketcher getting put down here in the next couple rounds. It's just that right now, there's just not many great targets for it. And if you play the Solari Sunforger, maybe Ultraman just doesn't attack at all. Maybe warning shots your Nexus for 2 just to keep the plunder train going, and then just leaves you to your own devices.
That's a key thing with, the lifesteal units. It really just, even if the Sunforger you can't attack obviously and make use of the lifesteal for this turn because of the Daybreak effect, as long as it stops the attack from your opponent, it's done its job. It's enough to really stabilize even further, and then you have the Radiant Guardian if you really do need the lifesteal. But you're at 18 HP, so you're really healthy and you're quite fine right now.
Yeah, the Solari Sunforger just healed for like 8 or 9 damage right there by preventing that attack. So Spacey Sketch, the Solari Priestess comes through instead and picks up a Meteor Shower. Excellent here by the Make It Rain. Ultraman has been hitting these fantastic Make It Rains where you hit 2 targets, but also very important to hit the Nexus.
And I assume the Plunder activations are going to level up the Gangplank. I believe it is this turn with this Make It Rain connecting now.
And so now, even if you aren't getting the attack from last round, by leveling up the Gangplank, you set up a much stronger open attack potentially at the start of the next round. And so Ultraman basically says, if this Make It Rain doesn't go onto the Nexus, I'm happy, because I'm just answering my opponent's board, whittling it down. And if it does, then it just accelerates my game plan by half a round, right?
The keg blowing up, killing off the poor doggo. And the priestess still does survive to continue peddling her faith to those who want to listen, those that are in the Targon camp. I'm not going to mix Targon with religion, because that might be going too far, even for me and my hatred of Targon.
It's okay. She's praising the sun, and she's dealing some damage to Gangplank. That's all we need to see. Brachkata is setting up, using again the Challenger and the attack buff from Grand Plaza, sets up some of these other removal cards that Targon does have access to, like Meteor Shower, right? Which normally doesn't line up very well against your opponent's cards sometimes. You can do a lot of work to kind of fix that math. And now that there is no more mana to respond, Sejuani gets to come down, and she's leveled up. It's also important to note, too, that now that the Meteor Shower has been played, Ultraman isn't fearing like a falling comet or anything right now.
And the biggest thing here is the fact that you have only a single unit in the board right now for Brachkata, so a lot of these spells, like the Concerted Strike, aren't quite enough to kill off either the Gangplank or the Sejuani. We're going to have to see on their play made. But the awkward thing here is that you can only really play a Spacey Sketcher or just Suicide Bomb the Sunforge to get the Radiant Guardian activated for this turn. So it's a bit of an awkward spot now for Brachkata.
And now that leveled up Sejuani is in play, the Radiant Guardian isn't really going to be doing much. You have to do like preemptive hushes and stuff just to try to get that healing. And as we get into the later stages of the game, this is where Aurelion Sol becomes very awkward, right? Where you need like Eclipse Dragon to try to play the Aurelion Sol for 8, so you have a little bit of flexibility on that same round or the turn after. Whereas Ultraman has both champions in play now and has the omnipresent threat of Feel the Rush to just double down and just one-shot Brachkata potentially.
And the Sketcher comes down. The Serpent, possibly another blocker here, is going to be somewhat effective, but you're not going to have possibly an action to even play it out. We have the Warning Shot can activate the Sejuani, but even just the Gangplank can, with the the barrel effect, can also do it, and you can maybe keep the Warning Shot to discard it with a Sketcher and find that last little bit of value you might need to end the game here. But already an extremely threatening board with the the usual duo of Sejuani and Gangplank both leveled up is very hard to deal with, even for a deck that is really built for the late game.
And now we can see the Gangplank, when he's leveled up and you attack, you get that AoE damage. It hits all the enemy units and the Nexus. This damage is, of course, increased by the barrel that Gangplank generates at the start of every round. So what is the only option here? You have to Hush to stop the Overwhelm on the Sejuani, and you stop the Frostbite. And now you have single combat as well.
And this is the way to deal with the Sejuani before the Warning Shot can come down at burst speed, because you hush the Sejuani. Now there's no way to just take away the attack from both the Sunforger and the Sketcher and prevent the trade onto the Sejuani. So Sejuani down, great, but you're at 3 HP and your opponent still has a 5-unit board in front of you, so you might still be in trouble.
And Ultraman was maybe hoping for a Messenger to come off this nabbed Spacey Sketcher, but gets an elusive unit, and that's just as good, right? We've got 2 damage coming off of the Warning Shot now thanks to the barrel. You can just wait for another barrel to be stacked at the start of the next round, and then you're good to go.
I think even an Equinox would have been ideal to stop a possible Radiant Guardian or Sunforger for the lifesteal, because really the only thing that really is going to help Brachkata now is going to be health gain, because he's at 3 HP right now, which is a very scary place to be against a Gangplank and against a deck that does have some pseudo burn with Parley, with Warning Shots, for example, as well.
And now look at this. The Serpent's cashed in, activates the Radiant Guardian, and this opens up the Concerted Strike to kill the Gangplank. This is going to lifesteal for 5. And this also keeps that barrel from being generated at the start of the next round.
And this is the one woman army with the Radiant Guardian trying her best. We've seen it before with one Radiant Guardian with Tough and with Demacia strike effects. You're sometimes able to just heal 3 different or 4 different times off of a single unit, go back up to 20 and stabilize. So Eclipse Dragon is definitely a great card to continue generating value going to the late game. Merchant, might be able to do something here if it steals the right card, but Sejuani going down was one of the biggest turning points in this game.
Oh, Nabs Grand Plaza. That's not really a great card from this position. Your board's all full. Really unfortunate as well for Brachkata because you really want to get the Nightfall effect of the Eclipse Dragon to generate a couple more resources, but there's not enough mana to cash in the Concerted Strike and also play the Eclipse Dragon.
And we thought the game was over, but, you know, dragons doing dragons things, and coming back into it, the Fangs is no longer around to get that super efficient, life gain at just the 4 mana, but we still have Radiant Guardian, we still have some Forger to stabilize, and then the usual suspects in the late game with Eclipse Dragon possibly being one of the best value generators going into the late game. A great body for 7 mana, just a good 7/7 stat line, but then also generating 2 cards is massive, or even just discounting the Aesol can be huge as well, especially with the recent buff.
And so Brachkata knows I just have to go for a block and then a Concerted Strike, heal for 8, and just offset all of this this damage coming through.
Especially once he sees his attack lock in without there being a Sejuani or a Gangplank, he knows there's no longer, a massive target he has to keep the Concerted Strike for. I think he'd be happy to mitigate most of the damage here and kill off the Elusive, because it's something that can come back next turn, or the next attack token turn as well, and deal some more damage.
And what's also really good about the Radiant Guardian too is it's 5 HP plus tough, so it's being able to survive monster harpoons and the like, so there's no, like the way the first Solari Sunforger was denied, this Radiant Guardian is coming through, and so this is going to be 12 damage in total. The Radiant Guardian has been able to heal on the Nexus, and just a couple more top decks could bring Brachkata back into this.
He was at 3 HP. He is now back up to, well, I thought it would be more than 6, but still 6 is more than 3. He's doubled his HP. If we keep this up, he might reach a breaking point 10 turns from now.
Oh no, Reliant Sol comes through, but now Sejuani is about to hit the board. Another massive open attack with Overwhelm. It's going to be hard to stop here.
That being said, you are currently on defense. I mean, it feels bad
very
to play
interesting.
Sejuani now.
So now you stop the Aurelion Sol, but Frostbite the Aurelion Sol, and the question becomes, do you attack with the Radiant Guardian this round? You're dealing damage to the Sejuani, but you know that last card was nabbed, right? Brachkata is going to be tracking the hand, I think, pretty efficiently. You know that last card is the one that was nabbed from you, so it's not going to be a warning shot or a Three Sisters or anything like that.
The Grand Plaza coming down. I believe it doesn't give the generated monkey challenger. Or it does.
Yeah, it does. It does. Big shout out to Lucian Hecarim with the ephemeral units. But now we've got Gangplank hitting the board as well. And now Brachkata needs to get something dank off of this Living Legends here.
I mean, it's kind of over, no? You drag the Aurelion Soul with the monkey dies, it plunders, it freezes the...
Yeah, you don't even need to summon the Gangplank.
And just full attack with the rest, and that's it. I mean, there's no life still happening.
Brachkata is not running Judgment or anything cheeky like that. We've already seen both Concerted Strikes. You know that there's a single combat maybe waiting.
And all the Living Legend plays are usually slow speed. That's the one downside to Invoke, is the fact that all the big, powerful spells cannot be played at fast speed on the stack unless, Senna is in the mix. In this case, we're seeing it here. A whole lot of answers, but none that can be played to answer what we're seeing right here. And the challenger on the monkey and Grand Plaza, I was laughing at the nab, but, Ultraman is the one laughing now because he takes game one in a way that I did not expect. But we thought it was over. The lifesteal wall came up with Radiant Guardian, but still, he found a way to end the game.
The Targon Demacia decks, they have that great late game value, and we see the build from Brachkata is very centered around the late game. And this is what I talked about post-patch, is dragons are a great square one to start the meta off from. And it's very easy to exploit them at the top end or the low end. Dragons will start to lean greedy depending on the meta, and then if you play something with a lot more aggro, a lot more tempo, you can outdo their slower, more methodical plays by just being wider than them all the time and getting these really strong open attacks to just take away their Targon power cards and plays. And if they cut their late game to get more healing, get more early game to stop from, losing to these aggressive decks, then it opens up room for grindy decks to outdo them at the top end. And ironically, Sejuani Gangplank kind of hits them at both ends, because you have the early aggression and then feel the rush at the top. But we'll have to see now if Brachkata can get that much healing down versus this extremely aggressive burn deck from Ultraman.
And Kata has to find some interaction here to be able to have an answer to the ambush combo if it does pop off, as early as turn 5 or 6. Because it could be game ending if it's not answered immediately. He has a Grand Plaza once again in hand, but doesn't have the lifesteal units to really back it up and to kind of, play back that tempo loss if you were to play it out now against a deck that is very explosive. We talked about it, that was a key word we used to describe it as explosive. If you're playing just a landmark on turn 3, that might be too slow against a deck that's going to be playing out a curve with Fallen Rider and Draven and the Poros. Like, that's a lot of damage coming in very early.
Targon is another region, another deck that really struggles against these early fearsome units. And Targon for a while enjoyed the ability to take a beating early and just have massive amounts of healing to just make it so that all was forgiven. But now Brachkata is going to be feeling a lot more pressure now that the more cards being added to the game has increased the potency of what these early decks can output. And mind you, is only running one copy of Hush, only has one chance of maybe stopping that Victor ambush combo.
Grand Plaza does come down, so Brachkata, thinking that he has what it takes to survive the mid game and make it to that late game and get that full value from the landmark. He has interaction now. He did find 2 single combats, but he doesn't really have the units to really back or really to make use of those single combats. Doesn't have lifesteal, doesn't have high attack total. It's just a lot of very small kind of chump blockers and value generators instead.
And we could see, you can see the trouble that Brachkata is in, right? You want to save the single combats so that you can double dip and triple dip on your lifesteal units when the time comes. You maybe want to play a unit so that you have Pale Cascade in order to block this Risen Rider. But again, no good discard targets for the Spacey Sketcher. Maybe get rid of one of the Pale Cascades is maybe your best bet if you're very afraid of the swing here from Ultraman, because you're just at this point crossing your fingers for lifesteal.
It is the Poros coming down. Very effective, elusive, 1 extra bit of damage, but also buffing the Ballistic Bot as well, so the extra synergy. And you have a second Ballistic Bot in hand, so it depends how much you want to wait. The 2 Ballistic Bot and 2 ambushes seem to be, perfectly drawn to play out both of those cards. And with the Ignitions, get a very high attack total very quickly, like I mentioned before, on these Ballistic Bots.
And Brachkata has to react. Like, you can play the Solari Priestess at the very least. Maybe try to get a Golden Sister. If you feel you can survive for a couple more rounds, that could be very effective. But when you stare across the board at Draven, Risen Rider, Daring Poro, and even this Ballistic Bot, like, there's so much damage coming through. You're so wide so quickly, and Brachkata is just going to go for a chump block into a single combat here. And if you do that, you are now giving up the option again for that lifesteal later on in the game.
Yeah, chump block onto the Draven and single combat onto the Fearsome with the 4-2, but survival skills comes in as usual to completely swing these combat tricks back in favor of Ultraman. 5 damage now going through, no lifesteal in hand for Brachkata, and 10 HP on the Nexus, with ambushes and ignitions waiting in the, well, not in the hand yet, but
devastating. I love that Ultraman tapped down underneath the Mystic Shot in order to make Brachkata feel a little bit more confident that single combat would be the answer, and then has the survival skills waiting in his back pocket. We've seen that card when used in that, really tricky ways like that, can just completely blow out your opponent. We have Solari Priestess now with Challenger, thanks to the Grand Plaza, able to maybe even this board out, but it's already looking pretty doomed from this perspective. Again, you really want Solari Sunforger on curve perfectly at this point, but at this point, Panda, you know, Brachycata is just trying to even out the board, right? There's no good stat lines for pure defense or value blocking. It's just going to be a lot of 1-for-1 to try to cut down the next open attack.
I mean, that might be enough. With Grand Plaza essentially doubling the attack of all the units coming down, you're getting a lot of value here with Brachycata. You're going to get 4 different attackers with Challenger. You're able to clear out most of the board for Ultraman. That being said, if one of these Ballistic Bots survive with the ambush, with the ignitions, with the Get Excited in hand, you know, ambush is also a +2 attack. It's not just the elusive, it's also just the plus attack as well. So if no units survive on Brachycata's side, he doesn't have a target for single combat, and he can't even answer to just a full-on, you know. And this is Demacia in a nutshell. Demacia is always going to have to, all of its removal usually goes through strike effects and through a unit on the board. If there is no unit, Ultraman might have the green light to say, hey, I can just buff this to Oblivion and just win the game off of this one unit that survives.
So leaves Draven up, recognizing, of course, that the Ballistic Bot is just generating pure burn damage to the hand. And this is what Ultraman wants, right? You've got your opponent in this position where they have to remove the Ballistic Bots because this is guaranteed direct burn to the Nexus. But the Daring Poros are now kept alive. And so you have even more elusive units coming through, along with Ambush to maybe punch through in response to this.
And the ambush used here to trade with the Sketcher, I like it. I think, you know, there is Hush, which is a card that can obviously, you can't just double ambush and hope for it to go through, even if there's no unit on the board. So I do like kind of, you know, using it in a different way here. The ambush card to not go all in on the attack and get punished by a possible Hush. Draven comes to hand. You have the axes already. You have the Get Excited as well. And you have a chance to just swing in. You can deal 2 damage for sure. Yeah, or you can play out the ambush and deal 4.
I do like playing the Draven out, because you get that axe here, and your opponent most likely can only play one thing to block. So if they do something you don't like, you just attack with the Daring Poros only anyway, and just a little bit more chip damage coming through, right?
You do have now the Messenger for Kata though. He's gonna win that resource game even more so now, and you have a chance now because you have a unit on the board to you know, block the Draven with the Traveler if you want to, and then single combat if there is a buff that goes into the Poros as well.
I like this. Going for the single combat, just on the bench, saying, okay, here you go. Takes down the Draven, but again, the axe comes through on the Poro, just a little bit more damage coming through. And this is actually looking a bit closer than it was a few rounds ago, right? The board was finally evened out thanks to Grand Plaza. The ambushes were cashed in just for like pure threat, not really going for an elusive combo anymore. And Brachycata maybe has a couple rounds, one more round to
one damage away right now, but you have the Poro that can connect. The 2 Poros that can still connect here. You're going to be able to challenge one of them with the Messenger.
Yeah, you're just hoping now that Brachycata doesn't get the Solari Sunforger or something. And these options from the telescope are all hilarious. Like Furious Feyfolk is just a big, really expensive body. Moon Silver, maybe discounting the Aurelian Sol. You have the Dragon's Clutch as well to maybe get Eclipse Dragon for more resources. Do you Dragon's Clutch now to thin the deck a little bit?
Draven comes down instead. You're still missing 1 point of burn here if you're Ultraman. And this is a point in the game now where you're not going to get through damage onto the Nexus through combat. It's going to be very, very difficult with only this Draven being drawn here.
And Ultraman says, I'm still at 19 HP. If I don't summon any units, then it makes Brachycata harder to lifesteal in response to burn, right? Like if Solari Sunforger comes down, it's not going to give the lifesteal here. If you don't summon something to kill that messenger, then Radiant Guardian is turned off. So I like the fact that he's saying, okay, well, I know you have to develop, you have to keep pressuring me, you have to play something, but I have enough HP that I can kick back and maybe take some lumps for a couple rounds.
The Eclipse Dragon comes in slowly, building up that attack total on the board for Brachycata for when
there it is.
Soul does come down. He does come down, and now with the recent buffs, Aurelion Sol leveling up at 20. EU math means that I think we've reached that total of 20 on the board right now for Brachketta. Decimate has been drawn in top deck though, so that's going to be it. There's no lifesteal on the board right now.
No, I don't think any lifesteal. There was only the Solari Sunforger, right, that was played. Or was that last round?
This is the downside. You have to draw these lifesteal cards with Grand Plaza to try and get that sustain back, and you don't find them. And the burn game plan goes through without you being able to do anything about it. So even though this deck is built with not just lifesteal on the board, that can possibly be, you played around with killing off your own units, but you have that extra layer with the strike effects, forcing that lifesteal to go off. But if you don't draw your cards, then you can't possibly gain that health back. And Ultraman takes the very clean, very explosive 2-0 win in this winner's final.
Yeah, so securing his spot in the grand finals. We'll see if Brachketta will be able to get that run back, because that's a matchup that if you played it out 10 times, you know, your opponent isn't going to be whiffing on the lifesteal like that for that round. So the Draven, Victor, definitely their days are numbered. But because that match did go so quickly, we do have a chance to jump into another set. This is the loser bracket, round 2. It's Smooth Swolologist versus Badge Attack, actually. So Smooth has already taken the first game, and so now trying to close things out versus Badge Attack, who is, again, one of the heaviest hitters right now in the bracket.
And Smooth is playing a deck that, you know, a lot of viewers, I think, were very happy to see. A very fresh take on, well, not a fresh take, just a take altogether, because no one else, I think, has made a take on Braum Lux until now. So it's a fresh take, but also the only take on Braum Lux in the current meta. It is going to be, instead, the TF Gangplank we'll be seeing here.
Oh, but look at that. It means that the Braum Lux did get the win, right?
A second victim, Scar. They're piling up.
It always happens when you aren't looking. But down to 5 HP now. Of course, the ultimate downfall of Bilgewater Noxus is no healing ever to be had. And the Lecturing Yordle, very hard to take down. Wait a minute.
And it is...
Wait,
we are playing against Thomas.
They're going into round 6 and Smooth is already at 5 Nexus HP. What the heck?
Scar, Ping City, it has the name for a reason. The pings come and they don't stop coming. Since turn 1, you're going to get impact, you're going to get, you know, all kinds of things hitting your Nexus. Next thing you know, 5 HP on turn 5. It's a rough life out there, even for, you know, the decks that are trying to go into the late game like Smooth likes it. Some decks are not going to allow it to happen. You know, Ultraman is doing his best with his Victor deck to end games very quickly, and Thomas is doing much of the same with this Pink City or Bandle Pirates deck, however you like to call it.
And so Lecturing Yordle getting a very chunky value trade here, generating another just Poison Dart to go on the Nexus and put even more mushrooms in the deck.
And this is one of the biggest downsides of Noxus generally. No lifesteal. No way to get that health total back up. And when it's down to 4 HP and you have mushrooms in the deck, you know, disaster is incoming. Possibly, especially with 7 mana still available for Thomas, and a hand that usually at this point in the game might be depleted when you've dealt so much damage because you've gone on such a low curve to add so much pressure. In this case, still a 5 or 6 card hand means that I think it's pretty doomed here for Smooth.
Yeah, because as you start playing these units out, and the black market merchants are just primo targets for like double up to just finish things off here. And I did say that this match was going to be Smooth versus Badge Attack, but it's actually Thomas. But everything I said also about Badge Attack also applies to Thomas. So not much has changed, but we do have that aggression still coming through.
We have the hand available, as you mentioned, and we're seeing it there. Double up is in hand, the mana is available, and the targets are as well. The keg is not usually the best target because, of course, it can be just popped and then you don't really have a target. But instead, it will possibly be... Ooh, all of a sudden the Scorched Earth is now available to stop a double up because of this red card play.
Oh, yeah, you can just clear your own unit out of the way. That's pretty heads up.
And I think Thomas was not really obviously playing into this or planning into it. It's going to be a big punishment if he does end up going for it.
At the very least, Thomas has like such a huge cushion of HP to work with that even if double up isn't the true finisher, there's still like mushrooms to be drawn. There's still a pokey stick here to hit the Nexus. So overall, I'm really liking this. I would even maybe even keep the Lecturing Yordle alive.
I
and
agree.
just open attack to get that Poison Dart once again.
It would force an answer in this turn before, because you can obviously just open attack next turn, just immediately generate the Poison Dart. You know you're not going to connect on the Nexus, but the important thing is generating that one extra bit of ping with a Pokestick as well, and with, like I mentioned, no healing whatsoever in this deck for Smooth means that you're getting closer and closer to death, and those mushrooms are still in your deck.
Yep, it just keeps going, where you know your opponent is just on top decks to try to finish you off. But yeah, we're trying to really solve the mystery of how Revitalizing Roar got here. Nabbed a... Oh, God. This deck, looking at the list, it doesn't have a telescope in it or anything.
Again, Scarzig, the security tapes. We gotta sort out our security guard because all kinds of units are sneaking
Was
into
it?
these
It was
games.
probably Mirai warded into Conservator.
That's a we're going deep into that line to
Yeah,
try and find the culprit.
Mirai warded into Mage Seeker Conservator, and then he dies and generates a 6+ mana spell.
Ever since Bandle City came out, I just gave up trying to find out where the cards come from. I just accept it. I say, all right, Rasa, you want to be in this deck? You can be in this deck. Just go against the rules of deck building. Come into any region you want. Fine. Do what you want.
The best example for me, I think, was during Worlds, where it was Conchologist into Unspeakable Horror into Eclipse Drag. No, it was Unspeakable Horror into Lunari Priestess into Eclipse Dragon into Destroyer.
I think it was the Heavens Aligned as well, no?
Oh my God, yeah. It was
the
like
beginning of
Heavens
the
Aligned into... God. It was utterly ridiculous, but... to get back into this game at hand...
There's a Ravenous Flock in response to the development of the Twisted Fate, trying to go for just a big swing by killing off both merchants first. Now you mitigate the just open attack creation of the Poison Dart here, but down to 6 mana for Smooth. You still have the mana for Scorched Earth, so you still have...
Boom!
Yeah,
there it is. The red card from Twisted Fate combined with the Pokestick. It was just a matter of draws at that point. The early work had been done, is what you like to call it, right, Panda? Is you have to do your homework with these aggro decks. Once you get a critical mass of damage dealt that early in the game, you just get to lay back and just wait for your top decks to finish the game for you. Your opponent is spending so much time and resources just trying to keep the board even. They have to be a lot more reckless with their plays. They have to take bigger risks to try to take back the board and just keep crossing their fingers against your top decks. And it's very stressful, right? And we know these aggressive decks have that extra way of dealing psychological damage to the opponent.
And I did say that Twisted Fate was no longer really the star of this deck. He wasn't really there to level up or do much of anything. But it seems to me that Twisted Fate took that very personally. As you guys have seen The Last Dance. I think the same can be applied here because we have seen 2 very stylish red card finishes today. That is not coincidence. That is someone that is on a mission to prove that he is still an important part of the meta, even though he just never levels up anymore.
I mean, that's how we started, right? Red card and gold card, and that's really all you need. Just a little bit of damage, a little bit of utility for these aggressive lists, and I think that Twisted Fate is happy to reprise his role as just 4 mana, do a good thing I need at the moment. So getting into this game now, game 3 versus Thomas and Smooth Swallowist. We've got the Draven Scion versus the Twisted Fate Gangplank. This deck has the ability to deal very easily with a lot of the early game units, like the Boom Baboons and stuff that maybe get thrown your way. But in terms of resource generation and the ability to just not run out of fuel, Draven Scion very clearly has the advantage. So Smooth needs to be very specific about getting maximum value from every card.
And there's going to be the trap play now for Thomas. If he plays out the Boom Baboon, Parley comes in, and there's going to be a big open attack and the Plunder activated this turn. If he doesn't, then he's kind of falling behind on development, and that Parley's still going to be there to activate Plunder on the next turn, and he gets a free Plunder activation now with the Jagged Butchers. So kind of a tough spot for Thomas, for a deck that wants to play so quickly. It's already
nabs the Mystic Shot.
That's pretty massive.
You take your opponent's answer to use it against their Draven, and you only need to pay 1 mana to do it. There is a world where, that Mystic Shot maybe gets held, used for burn, used for leveling up Gangplank. Smooth right now has some early game, but with double Captain Farron to the top end, I think you have to play the rest of your entire game around the double Farron finisher, right?
And look at the hand we're seeing Scion, we're seeing Get Excited, we're seeing the burn game plan, but 20 HP still for Smooth. It's just not the usual HP total on turn 4 when you're playing against Raven Scion. So Thomas has to put in the work to try and find ways to sneak in damage for when Scion does come in on turn 7. That being said, you're also not going to have the attack token on turn 7 of your Thomas. It'll be turn 8 instead.
Yeah, and so that gives Smooth a chance to maybe play the Captain Farron down, to have a pretty big HP blocker versus the Scion. But the Mystic Shot is being cashed in after all. Smooth is just looking to get some tempo from here. You can clear the Draven. You've got a nice chump block into the Sump Dredger, maybe finish it off with Parley. You've got Zap Sprayfin coming through as well. Beautiful way to attune here to just get that mana refund.
And now 6 mana still to work with. You can play out the Zap as well, just to get that extra bit of card draw, get the attune, play on curve. I think it all makes sense, especially with the hand you have. It's very reactive and then very top heavy, so you didn't really have much of an option other than playing out that Zap there.
And Thomas right now is trying to play this very slow. Not trying to commit too much, trying to keep the cards close to the chest right now, and just build slowly up towards Scion. It's very awkward, you can see in Thomas's hand. We were really hoping the Draven would do a little bit more work, but the rest is just reactive, spells, things that aren't very strong. There is a chance that Scion might not even be leveled up by the time he hits the board, just because there's not a lot of good discard targets here. You might just have to go for the Get Excited to clear the Zap Sprayfin, and Grenadier maybe blocks the 2/2.
I think you have to go for that. I mean, your hand is so awkward. This is really the only route you can go for. You have to take advantage of the situation where you can be reactive and dump your mana into these plays, because otherwise you're playing, Boom Baboon into a Make It Rain that kills both the Boom Baboon and the Sump Treasure here. So just a really awkward hand from Thomas for the mid game. And like you mentioned, you might get to the Scion, but you haven't done your homework, by the time you get there. So you might just be too far behind.
And opts for the using the Poro Cannon there to activate the Grenadier rather than using the Get Excited. So Thomas is still trying to get the Scion game plan up and running with this burn. I think that there is the chance that Scion maybe gets to hit something really small, like a mistimed barrel or just another 2/2, push through a lot of damage, and we probably are going to see the Get Excited to kill your own Scion and get the rally. Right, if we look at closer look at Smooth's list, I don't think there is Sentry, or maybe only a couple of them. You have to worry about Twisted Fate at all times as well. So it's like Thomas is just going all in into whether or not Smooth has drawn the answer at that point.
And I think Smooth waiting with the Make It Rain here, I think hoping to hit 3 units once that 3rd unit is played, to just clear the board entirely and continue trying to get in a bit more chip damage, but Thomas not going to play into that, going to just stop it there and happily pass while burning 2 mana for both of these players. And now a bit awkward. I mean, you have to open with Make It Rain or just not do anything at all. If you're not doing anything at all, Scion comes down next turn on turn 7. You can attack, but you don't have the mana for Farron either, so it's another kind of dead turn for Smooth. Both players had a bit of an awkward hand that wasn't very proactive going into the mid game.
I think the line possibly could be Make It Rain. To clear the board, ping the Nexus, activate your Monster Harpoon, and then maybe try to use Monster Harpoon to hit whatever Thomas does develop post-combat, and then just try to maintain your tempo from here. But triple Farron now in the hand is incredibly awkward for Smooth Soloist.
Unless the game goes slow enough that you can really, use those decimates in your favor. But Scion might have something to say about that. And we see 9 points of burn damage in the hand with a Fervor. and both get excited as well.
And with Make It Rain being put down, there's really nothing to... Oh man, the survival skill is actually being cashed in just to get 3 damage. You can tell that Thomas is very desperate from this position, right? To start finally dealing some damage to the Nexus.
I mean, I think it was definitely worth it, especially when you're looking at the hand where you have a Scion, you have these burn spells. This is the way to go. You can just, chip in that extra bit of damage, do your homework I mentioned before, and once you have that done, when Scion comes down, it'll be very hard to stop, all of that burn damage coming from hand. And both decks don't have any healing. This is the thing where this burn damage is especially important because you can't heal it back up.
So just a little bit more to go. And the Noxian Fervor is a nice touch. Oh my god, this is such a cool combo with survival skills. You can just use it as a free target, and Smooth cannot interact to stop the Noxian Fervor coming through. So suddenly, the Nexus is looking a bit more tenderized for Scion to come through and maybe end things. But Thomas needs to buy one more round for the Scion to hit. I'm getting a quick glimpse that looks like 18 out of 35, so a little bit more work yet needs to be done for the Scion to flip.
We can play out more Poros here. We have the Flame Chompers as well to get excited, can activate, the Grenadier or the Flame Chompers at burst speed as well. I do think you still do want to play a Scion this turn, just for the, using your 7 mana effectively here, but like you mentioned, not really the power play that we would expect at this point in the game.
And it's so unfortunate that Smooth Swallowist isn't able to take advantage of Thomas's incredibly awkward hand over the course of this entire game. Smooth has just been trying to play reactively and maintain the chip damage of 2 or 4 damage coming through every other round, but essentially you're floating 7 mana, right? The last couple turns have been very bare, very blank. And now with Captain Farron hitting the board, double Captain Farron potentially hitting the board, it's just so awkward with the threat of Scion and all this burn, maybe hoping to take away your advantage that you've enjoyed over the course of pretty much the entire game.
And this is, of course, a loser's bracket. This is a do or die moment for either of these players. They are not currently in the top 4 or in the money, but winning it here would put them in that spot. So a lot of pressure for both players to really try and find the correct line to end this game with, like we mentioned, so many different parameters with the Scion, with the burn damage coming in, and no healing means that any mistake can be fatal, essentially.
And there's still developments to be had. The Daring Poro, maybe play the Flame Chompers. We have the double Get Excited this round as well. Or maybe just one Get Excited this round and save the other for the next.
Yeah, I guess you see what your opponent does. If there's no response here, then you're happy burning the mana because your opponent ends up burning more, and you just had so many awkward plays that you couldn't really do anything effective anyway.
Yeah, and it's just, you've drawn just so many, the smallest units in your deck, triple Poro Cannon, a couple Get Exciteds. The Draven was answered pretty early on before it could really do a lot of work. Boom, Baboon, and the like. And so Scion seems to be the play here, but maybe not. Thomas doesn't want to play it because there's just no way to level him up.
And this is something that I've seen very, very rarely. There's times that you go all in on a strategy, it doesn't work out, but with Scion, it's so rare with how the discard package works for him not to be leveled up, immediately. But like you mentioned, the hand has been awkward from start to finish. The top decks haven't helped in fixing it too much. And I guess the same can be said about Smooth because he did have the triple Farron, but because the hand was so awkward for Thomas, he wasn't punished for his own kind of detrimental hand, and now is able to put in the Farron that doesn't need to have any extra synergies, comes down as an 8/8 and has those decimates also coming in. With 10 HP on the next for Thomas, that means that it might be game off of just the burn damage from decimates.
And Smooth, I think, has to recognize, right, that the Scion probably can't level up here. It's only Scion coming down. He adds his own attack power to his total, and then your opponent needs like discard enablers in order to get over the finish line. The big issue is with the Flame Chompers in play, even if you play the Captain Farron, right? He just gets pulled to the side by the Flame Chompers, and then the Scion still kind of gets to hit you anyway. So we'll see if Thomas does still want to play unleveled Scion and get through a little bit more damage here.
I mean, you have Scion still that can pack a punch. You have Get Excited discarding the Grenadier to go extra wide, but I think there are here enough blockers anyway, despite the Chompers, dragging one of the units out of the way. Probably the Farron. Do you have enough burn damage? Is the thing as well.
Awkward. Like, both players are trying to pretend like their hands are good and that they're setting up some sort of like mastermind play. So they're waiting before passing to pretend like they're actually thinking about a bunch of different lines and spicy things, but it's just like, my hand is bad, but I don't want you to know.
And I think usually when your hand is so bad, you think, oh, well, my opponent probably has a perfect hand, because that's how the game goes always, If my hand sucks, my opponent's hand's even better. But you don't really say, oh, well, it's fine. My opponent's hand is probably just as bad as mine. But in this case, this is the game where, whatever caster buzzing we tried to put forward, they did not work out. We got to work on our spells because they fell flat here. And both players are trying to do their best with what they've been given.
Yep. And down to 1 HP. Board Guardian, putting a little bit of extra suspense there, blocking the Nexus HP.
The top deck now is going to be massive. It's going to be,
okay,
keeping the suspense. There's going to be a second artificial top deck instead to try and find that last little bit of burn for Thomas.
So we have Decimate and an attack with Farron, right, to just close out with the amount of damage that's coming through.
And this is, you have to really think here if you're smooth with the best plays. I think just that, if he has burn, he has burn. There's not much you can do about it. I would assume the Decimate can be the best play.
Okay, interesting. So goes for the Ravenous Flock on the Scion because he's not leveled yet. So Thomas does not get Scion returned.
I'm so not used to Scion not being leveled that I completely forgot that there isn't a rally and a second Scion coming at you swinging. This is new. Oh, the suspense is still there. The third artificial top deck might do it, but Draven, or rather the Farron attacking instead, going to be dealing 7 damage to the Nexus here, and the Decimate can then finish it.
Yeah, so very, very awkward, and it's crazy to see that Draven Scion, a deck that's been touted for its very stable matchups and its consistency and its power level, is still a deck in a card game, and as such has the ability to just draw the absolute worst hand that anybody's ever seen and play an unleveled Scion on round 8.
And we thought with Draven Scion the synergy could not get better. Every card works with every other card. It's we used to see discard package back in the day where you had some awkward parts because certain cards worked together but others didn't, but in this case just everything discards everything and you're good to go. But still, like you mentioned, it is possible to just draw really bad hands. It's not likely, of course, but when it happens, there's not much you can do about it. Thomas is a great player, but he did what he could with the hand he was dealt, but overall I think it was the hand and just the top decks that lost in that game. Smooth, I think, also had a pretty bad hand, and he did it also what he could, and he managed to win it out there with the Farron coming back and showing why he has been a star of many metas. Not so much this one, but still is able to pack a punch and be a finisher. In one way or another, his goal is to finish games, either through his overwhelm or through the Decimates. In this case, through both.
And as such, that means that Thomas will be knocked out, unfortunately. Smooth Swallowist is moving along in the bracket, and we are still going to see if he'll keep up this luck versus Cosmo Leon, and Brad Kata is going to take on the winner of that next set to find out which one of these three will take on Ultraman in the grand finals. But we're going to get to that after this quick break, so please stay tuned for more Fight Night EU, The Return. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. It has been a very long time since the last one, and we have been enjoying some excellent games all day on our return broadcast. We're moving through the lower bracket now to see who's going to meet Ultraman in the grand finals, but our next match is Cosimo versus Smooth Swallowus. Now, Cosleon from Spain, with the ever-present blessing from Panda, has managed to still stay in it as we get into the later stages of the lower bracket, but is a very, very good player and has a spicy take on the meta to show us today.
Yeah, for me, one of the most talented players that we've seen really grow throughout the last year, and obviously now has become a staple name in the European scene, but also in the Spanish scene. Is one of just the strongest players in Spain, proving it by qualifying to Worlds, qualifying to EU Masters, and doing a really good job with the Spanish team, making it all the way to the finals. So overall, just a player that's been, like Badgeattack, I think, at the forefront of the competition in Europe, has been proving tournament in, tournament out that he is one of the strongest players in Europe. He's made it, all the way to this point through the losers bracket. We'll see if he can do kind of that hero run and make it all the way back up to the grand finals.
And we're going to look now at the deck that he has brought. This is Poppy, Teemo, Yordles in Arms. Now, Yordles in Arms is a card that had kind of been lurking on the fringes of the metagame. Players kind of knew it was very, very strong, but didn't feel like going out of their way to build a deck around it until now, right? It was like a card that you would see like a one of maybe in Bandletree, maybe a one of in Poppy Ziggs. There were some very cheeky Fizz decks that were running Yordles in Arms, but finally Cosimo is saying, I'm going to go all in on this new concept, also combining it with the buffed Vanguard Sergeant, which is now a 3-mana 3/4 that gives you 4 Demacia, a very similar spell to Yordles and Arms, so you get that AoE buff. If you cannot keep up with this deck, if Poppy can attack and stabilize you, or you just get that big swing, you're going to be in very hot water. It's still running the Golden Aegis and the Relentless Pursuits to rally.
And as far as I know, it is, I think, a new pairing for Poppy on a Fight Night. I'm waiting. At some point 2 years from now, we'll have featured Poppy with every single champion pairing possible, essentially, because these Poppy piles are so strong. But Teemo is, like you mentioned, the new edition. This is a fresh take with a lot of the returning kind of power plays like the Golden Aegis and Pursuit and Yordle and Arms. It's still a rally deck, but it has some interesting tech cards or new cards being added in.
Yeah, the Teemo gives you just that nice turn 1 elusive, a little bit of extra burn with the mushrooms, but the key is for Yordles and Arms. It normally just gives +2/+2, but if you've cast or played cards from 4 or more regions, it gives +4/+4, which is just so massive. A lot of these small stat lines we've been kind of ragging on all broadcast for Bandle City being weak to fearsome. You just turn these into really big threats, and their ability to generate cards and go wide just turns into a massive win condition. And Poppy and Teemo already cover 3 of the 4 regions. Then you only need to maybe play Loping Telescope, play a unit off of Bandle City Mare, or get an Hungry Owlcat off of Bandle Commando, and then your requirements are met and you're ready to go in with the Yordles and Arms.
Yeah, very scary deck to face, and like you mentioned, Yordle and Arms plus doubling up on it, that is the scariest thing. If it's just one turn, you can't really attack it because they've stabilized, or you're gonna have to chump block all these units. That's fine, but once that attack comes in again, then you're in big trouble.
And so we'll see if Poppy Teemo can hold the fort versus Smooth Swallowus, because we know that his spicy list that he's brought for today's broadcast is a ramp Freljord deck. So there's going to be a lot of avalanches trying to hold the fort there and try to keep that nightmare scenario from happening. We know that Lux with Barrier can also do a good job of just blocking for a turn, and perhaps with the final sparks, those lasers can start sniping the units and keeping that board under control. The linchpin is definitely Poppy. One of the reasons that she was so strong in the previous meta, and now this one, is simply because she's just incredibly punishing. They play Poppy, you have to spend your resources on a removal spell or something to get her off of the board, and so it's just 1-for-1 against a tempo deck, which they're fine with, and if you don't have the answer, that AoE buff is just too much for a lot of lists to handle.
I still think the Avalanche will be the most important part by far. I mean, the entirety of this, Poppy deck revolves around building a board, like, a lot of Demacia decks do, and then capitalizing on that board. And Avalanche directly counters that, especially because all the units are usually going to be pretty low health until the Yordle and Arm buff comes in, or until Poppy buff comes in. They're going to be pretty squishy. So the Avalanche will completely shut that down. And we've seen it many times before where once that board is shut down, Demacia has usually a very hard time coming back into the game.
Mm-hmm. The ramp decks, their natural predator has always been rally lists, but I feel like this could be a bit more even, right? The lack of Blighted Ravine is a bit concerning, but there's also Buried in Ice in that Lux Braum list, where if it's in the late stages of the game, Cosimo might want to go for Yordles and Arms or for Demacia to get that big swing turn, or even a Golden Aegis, right? And you take that slow play to set up your big attack, and it gets countered by Buried in Ice, and then you just get blown up by that stairs, your whole board is wiped. So I think that Poppy Teemo is definitely going to be favored mathematically, because a lot more things need to line up for Braum Lux, but the deck does definitely have means to put up a fight. So I'm really excited to see if that particular matchup does happen right out of the gates, and we'll get a chance to see it, because sometimes players will play one deck and just get 2-0'd on it, and we don't get to see the other potential matchup.
This is going to be the Braum Lux list that we did see briefly before, but it did end up, like you mentioned, it ended up getting that loss, and then we haven't seen it again on stream, at least. Off stream, it's been
picking up wins
everyone,
on stream, yeah.
we'll see if things can change, and on stream it can do it as well in this matchup against Cosimo. But right away, like you mentioned, a lot of buffed cards coming into it, like Lux in face of the old ones, and then a lot of these staple, maybe not staple, but the late game very impactful cards like Judgment, like Very Nice, like Feel the Rush coming in. So it's all about surviving to that late game. If you make it there are very few decks that are going to be going toe to toe with what you can put forward. But the hard part is making it there, especially against a rally deck. And the Avalanches will be the key here, I think. But
there's an Avalanche.
Avalanche, but not going to be the rally deck here for Cosimo. It will instead be the Draven Sign, I believe it is.
So Draven Sign is actually going to be the deck. That's fine. I was actually just going to comment that the Frostbite can also shut down Poppy from buffing the board, which is nice. So a little bit, as we looked a bit deeper into the deck list, there is a lot of counterplay there. But now with Catalyst in the opening hand to offset some of this early aggression, we've got Avalanche, which lines up beautifully against the Risen Riders. The early mid-game defense seems to be locked in for Smooth Swallowist, and with no Lost Soul to get the Twin Blade Revenants to punish Braum being played on curve, I'm really liking the potential for this Braum Lux deck to really show what it can do versus the king of the meta right now.
It lines up perfectly into the Fallen Rider, but unfortunately also into Draven. You want to forget, but he has 2 health now. He dies to Avalanche. It's doomed. I mean, all of these games where you usually play Draven and he survives to Avalanche, it's fine. In this case, Draven is yet, once again, a victim to yet another controlling card. Look at this board.
The Catalyst was looking to stabilize, but Cosimo can just set up an even more devastating open attack. We've got Rummage into Reborn Grenadier if you want.
Oh no.
Please just attack him. Do not troll by developing into the Avalanche. Don't take that risk. If you don't do anything, at least get your freebie damage here, right? You're only praying do they have harsh winds or not.
Oh no, the Mystic Shot is drawn as well. The full attack comes in, 2 HP, and you have the Mystic. If the Avalanche comes through now and you don't Catalyst, you actually just lose to Mystic. And Cosimo is not in any rush to play with Mystic. He has the 2 mana, he can just bank it. He's fine passing here. Catalyst has to be played. And the Mystic is there to...
Absolutely ridiculous opener for Draven Scion. There are no champions. There are only beatdowns. This is going to be old discard aggro vibes.
And you're fine to just pass here to play the Mystic Shot right now to face, knowing that Avalanche has to be played. You can't not play the Avalanche here, and then you're able to redevelop with possibly just the Boom Baboon into the Flame Chombers, into the Draven. Then you can drag the Braum out of the way and still connect with one of the 2-3 attack units despite the Flash Freeze, 3 Scissors Flash Freeze in hand. Or go for the Sun Dredger.
Playing it a little slower now. Says, okay, the early work has been done. I don't have to worry about anything cheeky like a Radiant Guardian. With Scion maybe coming down eventually, I should be good to go. And there's the 5. We've got the Mystic Shot and the Get Excited now. You would need specifically Triple Catalyst or a Kindly Tavern Keeper here. But do you go for it right now to say there's no way you drew Triple Catalyst, right?
Yeah, it looks like that's the play. Cosimo says, this is it. I'm just going to put the burn on the stack and say, good luck next time. Don't bring Lux to a tournament because despite the buff, when she's on stream, it might be she's shy. There's pressure. I'm not sure what it is, but this deck starts failing. It just can't keep up with the pressure from things like Draven Scion that are a very big part of the meta. 5 out of the 8 players brought this deck in. And if you want to have a late game deck that has all these very heavy mana cost cards, you have to be able to stabilize in the mid game, and against that onslaught with Avalanche being slow speed, it just wasn't enough.
I think we just really need Blighted Ravines in this deck, because it not only deals that AoE, it's also a little bit of extra healing. But ramp in this economy, it's really hard to pull off, and it's been getting wins when we aren't looking, which is the troublesome thing, because I really want to see this deck pop off for the people. But that was only game 1. We're going into game 2 now. Poppy Teemo needs to be the deck here to try to close things out. And Smooth Swallowist is doing what he did in the previous set we saw, where instead of sticking to that Lux Braum deck, does switch decks along with the opponent just to kind of shift gears and get what is perceived to be a better matchup, perhaps.
Double Sentry coming in with the Flock synergy as well in the hand, and a good early curve to try and, control the board for Demacia. As long as you're trading 1-for-1 with things like the tracker, I think you're happy. You just want to keep the board nice and thin so that you don't have that extra value from things like Poppy and Yordle and Arms later on.
And so Fleet Feather Tracker comes down turn 1. Smooth can say, you can try to threaten with the Jagged Butcher here. Yeah, just take the trade. I do really like this. Cosimo doesn't have a 2-drop to activate the Fleet Feather Tracker anyway, so you're just getting value out of it. And it's all about defense. Rye Warden getting a 0-3, not what you want to see here.
Star Shepherd, not ideal, but overall I think the hand is very good for Smooth. He has a very good early curve. Unlike the last game, he has a way to really answer, punch for punch the entirety of Cosimo's strategy. And most importantly, he has that sentry into Flock for a possible Poppy even.
Yeah, so I like floating the mana here because you have now the threat of a buff to protect your units. You're making it a lot easier to fit in this Yordles and Arms. And Bandle City Mare is very strong to play from this position when, there's just a Mirai Warden on the opponent's side of the board. There's no threat of Arachnoid Sentry and Flock just yet. And you get to squeeze in the 0-mana Teemo. Very important to note because of the Bandle City Mare.
Yeah, a free Teemo is something that I would take every single time. Who doesn't want a free Teemo on their board? Gets some mushrooms into the deck. Is an elusive blocker potentially for later on, but also just continues to try and build the board up a little bit.
And here we go. Just a nice attack. Teemo's getting cashed in. He's not designed to stay alive and deal a bunch of damage. He's just to meet the requirement for Yordles and Arms. And now Porosled, a 4-mana 5/5 that's going to summon a wider attack and has that impact. This is looking pretty rough for Smooth Swallowist. You've got just the Ravenous Flock to try to clear out the Porosled. If this Star Shepherd was a 1/1, you'd feel a lot better about the Porosled because you could at least deal 1 damage and clean it up pretty easily with the Flock, hopefully.
And the Teemo block there, I think, shows that this deck is completely Poppy-centric and not at all Teemo-centric. With some Teemo decks, you're going through all these different loops and using all this mana to keep Teemo alive. In this case, Cosimo saw a Mirai Warden attacking. He's like, good enough. And just throws the Teemo into the fire to chump block it instead. So it shows that it really doesn't matter that much. The elusive game plan is not really there. It's just the kind of the synergy that Teemo has with the rest of the deck.
And Smooth Swallowist, we're seeing it again. Very, very heavy. Double Farron and Dreadway. 3 rounds off of being able to play either of them. And now we've got Yordles and Arms ready to go here in a second. And now with Poppy. It doesn't buff the Porosled because it has higher attack power, but she will buff the Yordle if I'm not mistaken.
And can also stay out of range of any of the blockers here as well. So, make it range changes things a little bit.
Maybe the timing is wrong for the Poro to be summoned. Nope, my mistake. Poppy does indeed buff that Poro. So,
and now make it rain. You're gonna have to use it. If you're not killing the 2/2, ideally you're gonna have to use it. It doesn't really matter. You're gonna have to hope it hits the Poppy. 4 possible targets, 3 possible hits. That's better. I think this is worth the zap going down just to pretty much hope to guarantee that the Poppy doesn't end up dying. Looks like it won't be the case here.
Yeah, you're trying to chip away, it looks like, at the Porosled as well to maybe have like a Ravenous Flock top deck save you. It is still pretty risky to go for the Make It Rain here because of the Demacia package, right? We've got Sharp Sight and Ranger's Resolve to worry about from this position. Floating that 2 mana early really lets Cosimo be very threatening and very flexible with this deck. And here we go. Poppy attacks, buffs the board. Everything has survived, and she lives to fight another day. And Smooth Swallowist has the again, the triple 8-drop super heavy hand and
Poppy
misses
is
the Poppy
dodging
here.
bullets. The new Matrix movie came out. Poppy went, first day premiere, went to see it, and has absorbed those abilities to dodge bullets like it's no one's business to make it rains. None of them hit the Poppy, and a punishment for not blocking with that zap into the 2-2 to guarantee it is coming to bite Smooth.
Yeah, when you have a hand that's this bad, you maybe need to pray a little bit for the good RNG to swing your way and take that big gamble. You're also, again, setting up for hopefully it's another Ravenous Flock to help you, but there's nothing to combo here in this hand. And now Lecturing Yordle is also going to get buffed by Poppy, because you can just open attack.
Well, you might also just want to Yordle in arms as well to get an even bigger attack swing. That being said, it would be a pretty big punish to the Twisted Fate if it is top decked.
Mm-hmm. And so we got Scorched Earth, which is nice. But Cosimo going to get that guaranteed value of just open attacking with the Poppy. That way you get that big AoE buff. Scorched Earth can only kill one thing.
That is a lot of damage, but no rally effect currently in the hand for Cosimo. He can draw into it, though. He has a chance to play out the Pokestick. He can also, just deal two damage to the Nexus and hope for a mushroom as well. That's one line that I tend to go to a lot. Hoping for the mushrooms. That's a good one.
Yep,
high skilled player goes for that.
In the deck, and now you're just praying for good top decks for your opponent. And now with Smooth draws card draw, it's like even riskier. So even holds the Pokestick.
Twisted Fate, you want to level up? All right, hit that blue card. See what happens.
All right. You can't stop this. Any unit that's in play right now will end the game. Goes for the red card. And it came to pass, Panda. Poppy hit the board and survived and just completely snowballed this game.
And this is a risk that Smooth took by not killing that Poppy. Look where we've ended up at. Poppy has leveled up. Everything has gone downhill because the Make It Rain couldn't hit. Some players don't miss the Make It Rain. Cosimo's one of those players, and it seems he's also good at dodging it. So he is the Make It Rain king. He hits all of his and he dodges his opponents.
The Senna emotes.
The damage comes through, and Cosimo takes the 2-0 win. Braum Lux is out of this tournament, unfortunately, as is Smooth. I commend his deck building skills and the risk he took to bring a deck that, obviously is not considered a staple in the current meta. He did make it, this far. I think he had a good performance nonetheless, but Cosimo remains in the fight for that grand final spot, as I predicted.
Yeah, and honestly, I think what it was is if you think players are going to be bringing dragons and you think they're going to be bringing Draven Scion, you expect players to try to counter that by maybe going a bit greedier, which plays into like the Lux Braum a bit more perhaps, where you can kick back and just ramp and get to your Buried in Ice shenanigans and your Feel the Rush. But players went the other way this week. They said, no, we're just going to go aggressive. We're going to go under the dragons. We're going to go under the Draven Scion. And as we've seen over and over today, even old Bandle Pirates still holding its own as a stable spot in the metagame.
I think in Smooth's case, it wasn't so much, trying to predict and counter the meta and going into it thinking, my lineup is insane. I have great mechanics and everything. It's more just, I know him as, he's a very creative deck builder, and this is a chance for him to bring out his creations into the spotlight. If I was him, I would do exactly the same. You're on fight night. All right, bring out the good ones, bring out what's, you've been storing in your locker for the past week or two, and try and show up and do well. Of course, they're strong decks, but you have to have, like you mentioned, those good matchups and a good tournament meta as well. And this one might not have been ideal for the lineup he has brought. But I still think those are decks that if you're slotting him into a strategy that favors this very late game centric kind of game plan, those two decks can definitely put in the work, and we saw even TFGP in the World's qualifiers. I believe the Asian players came in with that deck as well with a similar version, so it can fit in certain metas and it can do very well.
So overall, I do like the way the meta is shaping up. As we know, when Fight Night comes back around after a new meta is sort of being established, the first one is pretty safe, and then the next one, after you get a taste of what players want to bring to tournaments and what's still performing post nerf, not just based on ladder data, but true tournament metadata, we're going to see players like really start to pull the rug from underneath each other and exploit those weaknesses. But we've still got some very cool decks in the running, and a lot of cool decks that still need to hash it out to see who's going to take the lower bracket finals between Cosimo and Bratched Kata now.
And we'll be seeing that, I believe, after a very short break. Used to be 5 minutes, but it's now down to 3. So if you have to go get a snack, go to the bathroom, do it quickly, because we'll be back with some more Runeterra action very soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. Things are really about to move towards their dramatic conclusion here in just a moment. We've got Cosimo and Bratched Kata now fighting both of their ways through the lower bracket, and the winner of this next set will be taking on Ultraman in the grand finals. Ultraman came out of his Fight Night EU retirement and looks to be, ready to pull down another W.
And 3 great players from 3, very different countries. 2 of them, I guess, pillars of Europe with Belgium and Spain, but also Bulgaria has been a part of many EU Master Tournaments, and Bratched Kata has been always at the forefront representing his country and really has been like kind of a captain role in that country always. Obviously the strongest Bulgarian player by far and one of the strongest Dragons players back in the day, but also in this current meta, players like him and Broken Ball can come back into it and really shine, I think, with these like mid-range Demacia target archetypes that they really excel at.
And we'll have to see if that's how the meta will shake out in the future. But for now, the reigning champion of Draven, Scion, is still an ever-present threat. Both players have brought it today, but very different takes on the idea. The version we're seeing here is Cosimo's build of Draven Scion. This one is, I think, a little bit more what you'd expect. Captain Farron has found his way back into the list to exist alongside Lost Soul and Scion at the top end to give you more finishing potential. But you can see that the early game is much more aggressive with the Grenadiers, great position for a bit of reload, and we've seen how ridiculous this deck can get if you high roll your Fallen Rider, Risen Rider combos with the right enablers, and you can just go all in against your opponent.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's a deck that doesn't really have that many flex slots, but Cosimo has found a way, taking down some consistency with the Sentry, for example, the Grenadier, and found a way to slot in things like Time Winder, have still 2 copies of Survival Skills, which we've seen perform just today. Has been really, really a great card at turning games on their head and just being a turning point for the player that's playing it out. So overall, I like this deck a lot. I think it looks a bit weird maybe in terms of consistency, but I think it's been quite refined by Cosimo, and it's a deck that I think players have been playing for 2-3 months now, so they've been slowly building it forward into that kind of shell, whereas there's this version that's more burn centric with very different cards, but still seems very strong.
Yeah, so Brachkata's version is, I think, compared to the new school of aggression, it appears more classical, right? We've got the Scorched Earth and Ravenous Flocks in for a little bit of control, ways that allow you to kill your own Scion to get that rally, and still 1 copy of Aloof Travelers. Despite the nerf, it still has certain matchups where it can do a lot of work, especially again against like Sejuani Gangplank, for example. And so this one is looking to stay basically attached to the previous win cons of the old, and as long as the meta doesn't get incredibly aggressive, it still could work. But with that all being said, I think that in the mirror match, the more aggressive one definitely would reign supreme.
Yeah, interesting cards. Whirling Death, I think, is the card that I'm most happy to see actually main decked, because I think it's an extremely strong card. I've main decked it a few times in a few different Noxus lists, and I was always surprised how it always performed so well. But was never really, it was just there as a champion spell for Draven. In this case, finally someone puts it in, and I think we're going to see it pop off. I think it's a card that has always been, it gives that extra bit of interaction, which I think is extremely important, especially with cards like Survival Skills. It really just goes to the next level in terms of how much value you can get out of it.
You have the ability as well to just get an early, strong draw, and then use Whirling Death to just completely chop off your opponent's ability to try to contest you on the board and then snowball from there. And because it's just a 1-of in the deck, you still get the mileage of your opponent needing to play around it. The mind game of keeping that 3 mana open is just going to pay dividends over the course of the match. It's like having a baby judgment, that if you misstep and you give your opponent that really sick trade, you're just going to get blown out of the water and you can't come back, right? Once you've fallen behind and then Scion is looming at the top end.
Scar, I'm going to do you dirty. I'm going to clip this and cut you off when you say it's like having a baby, and just post that. Social media, on Twitter, on Reddit, and I'll be like, my co-caster is losing his mind. His takes
Espiral de Muerte is like having a baby.
But and that now I've completely lost track of what we were discussing because of this. But quick reminder to the viewers at home, for the 2 decks that we're having on over, Brachkata is running a Dragons deck, and Cosimo is running a Teemo Poppy, a Rally deck with the Orlan Arms, of course, and just a Demacia board-centric game plan.
Ooh, so right away we get to see the mirror match, and Draven Scion, despite its popularity, is one of those decks that has a pretty interesting mirror match attached to it, because there are so many different flavors of this archetype, and I think that your mulligans are affected quite heavily based on whether or not you have the attack token on odds and evens, things of that nature. And Cosimo right now does have the odd attack token, which is beautiful, because as we saw, he's only running 1 copy of Arachnoid Sentry, doesn't have as much of an ability to counter a Scion, just wants to end the game before it becomes a factor.
And right away, Boom Baboon for both players. I was waiting for the mirror today where we would see the typical, I play this card, you play the same exact card for 3 turns in a row. This might be it. We're seeing a lot of the same cards in the hands, as is usual.
And we'll see, and again, because Cosimo is the beatdown, in this mirror match. There is a world where maybe the Boom Baboon gets let through, and you try to set up just having a wider board and offsetting the early damage, right? But Draven now on turn 3, no Mystic Shot. I don't think we've seen Draven survive more than 2 rounds throughout the entire tournament.
And there's the Quick Attack, of course, making it so that you can't really block this. So 3 damage already going through. And we talked about it before. The sweet spot is 12 to 14 HP going to turn 7. And that really is a point where it might be the point of no return. Because like we mentioned, in this region combination, there is no healing. There is no way to get that Nexus HP back up after you've taken a lot of damage. And this is what this game plan is all about. Draven, you can block it and mitigate that 3 damage, yes, but you usually don't want to because that is obviously losing out on the tempo on the board and giving up your unit for free. But that means the 3 damage connects, and that's 3 damage you can't get back.
And now, GiantSlayerTV is actually in a pretty awkward spot in that you kind of want to be reactive, you want to play a bit slower, but the hand that's being dealt here is incredibly aggressive. And so GiantSlayerTV having, Cosimo drew first blood, and GiantSlayerTV must respond in kind in order to keep up on this HP race, because with Cosimo having the attack token for round 7 means that the HP disparity matters a lot more. If both players have silent in play at the same time, then the rally is draws to a stalemate, like we saw a little bit earlier in the game. But Twin Blade Revenant now also being active for Cosimo.
Getting set right away. Cosimo has a Time Winder in his deck. Can it come out right now? 2 mana is up. He has discard outlets, and there are 2 very, very juicy 1 HP targets on the board.
It looks like that's not the case, and Cosimo probably has to sacrifice this Draven here, right? Taking 6. And now with the 3/1s are able to chump block.
Oh! Is my Caster Blessing so powerful? No.
Oh, just a Mystic Shot. Okay.
So
just killing 1 unit and getting the even HP now, but Cosimo still at an advantage because of the quick attack. You can just keep attacking GiantSlayerTV, who can't trade away that unit 1 for 1. Needs to find an additional card in order to make this work. There is survival skills in hand, maybe with the Rummage if you want to go that hard, but it seems such a shame to use a card like that just to offset this Draven here.
And very little interaction in hand. Obviously now Draven at 2 HP, he's that much easier to deal with without having to go into combat. But in this case, no Mystic Shots were drawn by GiantSlayerTV, has no way to really deal with this. And the quick attack, like you mentioned, is going to be a nuisance continuously. Every single attack token turn for Cosimo until it is dealt with.
Yeah, so I do like the Draven here. This probably means that Cosimo doesn't really want to trade away the Twin Blade Revenant into the 3/1, but might attack with it anyway just to force.
And I do like this attacking first. If you're going to plan on killing the Draven with a Mystic Shot, you want to do it after combat, because if survival skills come into play, then you don't kill it, and then also you can't attack because there is an unkillable blocker as well. So this makes more sense. There's no punishment here, really, for playing out this. Unless, your survival skills now on the stack. That's the only thing, really.
Yeah, so you have the Rummage as well. You can discard the survival skills, maybe get a Risen Rider set up and ready to go.
And a Flame Chomper. I mean, you have 3 in hand. You might as well get a Chump Blocker and mitigate that damage.
Yeah, if you don't want to go for survival skills here to try to kill that Draven, you can just cash in a Flame Chomper, which I do kind of like. But this allows you to maybe get a little bit of progress on the Draven, which is something that you see pretty commonly now, I think, in this list specifically, where Draven is leveling up thanks to the axe generation, thanks to the survival skills now.
And this is what we talked about, survival skills being one of the cards that are a turning point in games. And again, this is showing it. You're killing off your opponent's Draven, you're getting an axe and kind of a closer to the level up on your own side of the board. And you're without paying any mana. You're literally just discarding a card that gives you this effect. So I think it's a card that was slept on initially when Draven Scion was first being built. But players slowly picked up on how important this card is at swinging games back in your favor and creating these huge value disparities.
And now with you have Rummage with the Flame Chompers potentially hitting the board. You can just pull these blockers to the side and get a really massive HP advantage this round. The Mystic Shot maybe clears the Draven, but you're still getting a lot of damage on top of everything. Because there's so many Flame Chompers available, you can just keep developing. Because whatever Cosimo develops is just going to get pulled to the side, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have to have the board space to do it. You're going to have now 2 slots open.
It looks like Cosimo wants to test for the second survival skills right now. I have to double check. Bratchcat, I think, is only running 1? No, is running 2 survival skills. Only 1 survival skills, actually, in Kata's version. So now we don't need to worry about any more units miraculously surviving. And so the Draven will go down.
That's a bit of a silver lining to the play we saw the last turn, because, playing around survival skills and what can happen if you don't play around it is huge, obviously, the punishment. So knowing now that there is no chance for it anymore opens up, I think, a lot of strategic plays for Cosimo to know he can do this without any punishment. And that is a pretty big thing going now into the late game.
And now that Draven is down, the board is still incredibly wide. From this position where you've kind of got the tempo advantage from Cosimo, he's still reeling from that survival skills, answering the Draven and having that unit survive, and you have to spend your mana clearing that rather than developing more defense. Means that another huge swing coming through. 11 damage now.
Yeah, the Accent to the Grenadier will be providing 1 extra blocker onto one of the Fallen Riders, so going to be 10 HP now for Cosimo after this entire... Actually, yeah, the Flame Chompers instead, rather. And the Grenadier, so yeah, 2 blockers actually.
Beautiful. So we do have some defense coming through, and what looked like it was going to be very devastating to take all of this damage at once, set up for Mystic Shot, get excited to be lethal, now evens the board. Cosimo defending his HP and getting ready to cruise into the Scion at the start of the next round.
The thing is now that with 13 HP and just 2 Scions, it's the powerful plays, of course, but it kind of limits, how you're going to have a very linear game plan. Play Scion, attack with Scion. That's really it. Mm-hmm. And this might give Bratchcat a bit of a chance to really outplay his opponent. Has a lot more cards to work with. He can play out his own Scion, attack on the next swing, and even if that kills his opponent's Scion, then he just gets the burn kill, possibly with both Mystic Shot and the Get Excited in hand.
And Bratchcat is already thinking about this interaction, right? Taking the extra time on this round to think about what's going to be happening with this Scion interaction. Oh, ropes out the spinning axe. Was trying to do a last minute assignment there to get 1 damage onto the Twin Blade Revenant to finish it with the Mystic Shot, it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got Scion v Scion. And like the rally game plan, as we were discussing earlier, kind of coming through, where you attack in, but then you give your opponent the rally in response, so then they offset your rally by forcing you to defend instead.
And the thing here with the Flame Chomper is it can't really chump block anything. I mean, I guess the Scion is one thing it can do. You can block Fallen Rider into the Twin Blade Revenant and play out your own Scion to block, your opponent's other Twin Blade Revenant. Your Scion survives. Their Scion survives, does some damage, but still doesn't mitigate most of it. And you have a chance to swing it next turn. Although I don't know you'll have enough damage because Scion will still be at 6 HP on Cosimo's side.
And so... here we go. The attack is put through now. And look at this, just offering up the Scion. You don't want to give some kind of cheeky value trade of Scion maybe blocking the Twin Blade Revenant and then going from there. You're saying if you're going to block the Scion with your Scion, then it's going to go down in 1 shot, and we're going to hash this out right now. Because this is what we talked about when we compared the lists before the set began, is that Bratchcata's deck is more built around being able to break open the Scion at will to get the rally when it's most beneficial.
Yeah, I think
you.
I think you take this. You just take the 7. You have so much more to work. Ooh, that Farron top tick though might change things. You're just trying to get maximum damage here. You drag the Scion out of the way, pushing through a whole lot of damage, and you still have the mana for all the burn game plan.
So as long as you have that cushion to take the 10 HP from Scion, he becomes pretty easy to handle on the next round, and this game is still incredibly close. But now
That's it. I mean, you have the burn. Yeah, you just have to get excited in the Mystic Shot in hand. You have the mana to play him out. There's no healing, like we mentioned so many times before in this region combination, and there's nothing Cosimo can do.
And this is once again a game where having Scion on round 7 just isn't good enough. Having Scion on defense actually ends up being a little bit better in some scenarios.
You know, I want to pretend that Scion has a lot of different ways to finish the game, but every time I've seen it, it's Axe on the Scion, 5 HP left, Mystic Shot, get excited, let's go next. It's, you know, we talked about the entire day for a reason. 12 to 14 HP, that's a sweet spot. And then you just hit, usually mitigate some of the damage, but, you know, 7 to 8 or 9 goes through with Scion, and then you have always the burn to follow it up. So this is the bread and butter of Draven Scion. This is how they finish the games. Very quick, very heavy early game tempo until turn 4. Waiting game until turn 7, and then you put you know, the foot back on the pedal, and you end the game with the burn.
Yeah, so I think definitely the big play was the survival skills. It broke Cosimo's tempo and aggression for a couple rounds, and it allowed Brachkata to just scramble and find that enough room, right, to have that HP buffer to take that Scion hit and then swing those last couple rounds back into his favor. Cosimo's going to stay on the Draven Scion list here while he's already in the groove, already in the mindset, and he's just going to try to beat down the Demacia Targon. We saw this earlier where sometimes this deck just draws very awkwardly, draws very slowly, can't deal with fearsome units, and if they don't get the lifesteal plus the combat tricks in time to double dip on that lifesteal, they just fall behind. So here it is, Risen Rider on turn 2, attacking beautifully versus this Zoe.
And for anyone that, you know, is thinking, is Dragons good in this current meta? This is a testing ground. This is the time where you have to play against Draven Scion and see what you can do. You're going to have things like Hush that can obviously shut down Scion on his attack token turn, and kind of like with Tryndamere, you just hush it and then kill it, and then that's it. You don't have to deal with any other, you know, death rattle effects, last breath effects. In this case, we saw it there. You mentioned no fearsome blockers, but Zoe able to block there with the buff onto the Fallen Rider and try and control the game a little bit. Playing out this Grand Plaza with the lack of tempo, we'll see if there's a punish for it, because this is where Draven Scion really, you know, starts accelerating.
This turn is key to be able to punish, right, that Grand Plaza. And Draven is a nice development here, because you played the Boom Baboon last round, so now you have the Spinning Axe to maybe just pull the Priestess to the side. Very interesting choice here. Golden Sister to just heal and survive, or Fallen Comet to obliterate that Scion when it comes to it. So here we go, setting up the wide swing thanks to Rummage.
And this is what we were talking about, the tempo that comes in because of the Grand Plaza tempo loss, because of the Zoe the Priestess coming in without being able to do much of anything because of the Flame Chomper dragging this out of the way. It's a lot of damage coming through. And you have already, looking at the hand, we're counting the burn. You know, we're counting the Farron coming in. And
Cosimo saves the Flame Chomper, says, I'm going to give you this trade right now. And I think this Flame Chomper is going to give me stronger benefit down the road to pull a lifesteal unit down to the bottom of the chain.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as I saw it develop, and that's the biggest thing. Although, obviously, on the attack here, you can't do much of anything to stop this unless you're going to be killing off your own unit or using both Get Excited and Mystic Shot to take down the Sunforger.
Ooh. So there's definitely a very interesting idea where you just Mystic Shot your own Flame Chomper. If it's pulled, trying to get as much value out of this lifesteal unit as possible.
I think if you're going to use Mystic Shot, I think it's best to just kill the Sunforger in that case. Unless it's like a do or die moment where you're going to win if you take down your own unit. I think it's not worth it because you have to deal with a Sunforger anyway. It's still a 6/4 body, even if it doesn't lifesteal. next
it's
turn.
just that, yeah, if you Mystic Shot, then you have the single combat to respond. If you try to go for the Get Excited and Mystic Shot to clear the Solari Sunforger, then single combat still allows it to get value before it goes down. So there's no clean way to prevent this lifesteal. It's just more of, do you want to force your opponent to use another card?
As someone that likes playing aggro decks, I am not happy to see dragons back in the meta, because there is nothing that I hate more than having to think around lifesteal units with strike effects. When I used to play against the Zoe dragons deck with the fangs, I would just want to quit immediately.
I've had that card, hard carry with sharp sight, and you get like 4 reps off of it. So holds the burn, says, okay, fine, you heal for 6, but I'm just going to try to hit you even harder to offset that.
And this is, of course, a lifesteal unit that has lifesteal only for this Daybreak turn. You don't have it later on with Radiant Guardian, so you don't have to really have that much of a head scratcher where you're thinking, how do I deal with this? I have to eventually kill it, because if not, I'm just going to keep healing. In this case, not really going to be the case here. It's just that one turn. You're back up to 19 HP, though, if you are Brejikata.
Yeah, so you're feeling like you've got a strong buffer. Captain Farron is going to be a nice way to get over the finish line if it does come to that. But the wide board is still here, still very aggressive. And Solari Sunforger does get to block. Zoe also gets a chance to block here against the Daring Poro, potentially. And, of course, we've got Concerted Strike now.
And the Sunforger can try and block the Draven. You would be playing around the quick attack, but, of course, I think Cosimo, or Brejikata rather, has to know that there is going to be some kind of play around to make sure that quick attack connects, if that were to be the blocker. And it can be, of course, Mystic Shot.
So a nice 2-for-1 here with the single combat. You get to block the Twin Blade Revenant, and then just Franken block it, and then clear the Sump Dredger. And this is important. You talked about this earlier, Panda, where you're keeping that Twin Blade Revenant alive so that you take away a free discard target from Cosimo's hand.
The moment you get that cycle going, every turn you're not recycling the Lost Soul into Twin Blade Revenant, you're kind of losing value, especially if you're thinking about a very long, term game plan.
And so Concerted Strike getting the kick out of the hand here to exchange it for something a little bit better. Equinox can stop Lost Soul. If the game is going to go to a grind like Brejikata wants it to, having the Equinox on the Lost Soul when it's played directly from the hand means you stop that chain of value entirely. And without Concerted Strike, this is Brejikata saying, I don't need this reactivity. I don't need this combat trick. I don't have any lifesteal units in hand. And I'm wondering if Cosimo's going to pick up on that too, kicking the other combat trick as well.
Oof. The Messenger is massive. This is a deck that usually just doesn't run out of value, seeing when we were seeing it before. It just had 10 cards in hand in the late game. It just has so many cards that generate more cards later on, like Eclipse Dragon. But in this case, he was running out of cards. He was kind of relying on top decks, really, to have proactive plays outside of the Comet. And he finds a Messenger, which is massive at having a chump blocker, developing, while also trying to draw you more cards that can, again, start up that chain of value. Like Eclipse Dragon, as I mentioned. Caster Blessing comes in.
Oh my god, it's coming together. And this is what the Targon players really like about Targon. Is all of these small decisions that you have to make, like with Spacey Sketcher, and which card you pick off your Invoke. Like, for example, this Falling Comet could have been a Golden Sister in an alternate reality, right? And so by kicking away the combat tricks that aren't going to give you any sort of value regardless, because you don't have anything threatening in play, you aren't trying to hold a bad hand on the off chance you draw a lifesteal unit that fixes it for you. Brejikata is being proactive in getting rid of those dead cards and just trying to fish for better answers here as we move into the late game. 16 HP is just outside of the Scion Draven danger zone that you talked about, so we'll have to see if the Eclipse Dragon is going to be enough to stabilize.
I think it will be the Scion, or the Farron rather, won't be enough if Scion is top deck. Usually that is the kind of the saving grace, but in this case, we have the comet as well to just obliterate it. So any big mana play, you're going to have the tempo advantage by playing the comet to obliterate it instead.
Ooh, so goes for the Equinox right now on the Tomb Blade Revenant. I talked earlier about it might be saved for like the late slog of trying to clear a Lost Soul, and not even saving it for Captain Farron, right? Just getting this down and knowing this value isn't going to come through. But next round, what's Cosmo going to do? Maybe try to go for an open attack that seems decent, or do you just go for the Captain Farron? Now with Equinox not a threat, you could play it out. Even if the Obliterate is used, the Falling Comet, you still get the Decimates as a souvenir.
Yeah, but I mean, the Obliterate is used no matter what, because if comes next turn and Farron is played, I mean, there's no sign on hand, and you can't really, especially with a hand that we're seeing here from Kata, you can't really wait to find a better target. And yeah, right away, Farron is played out. I think you have to answer with the Comet. But this is the thing that's also happened a lot with Invoke decks or target decks in general. You have this big play, but you have only that one big play in the late game. And this can make things a little bit awkward, as we're seeing here. A lot of damage coming through.
So you do get to answer the Farron regardless. You take one extra damage, but by playing the Eclipse Dragon, you discount this second Eclipse Dragon, so it's a bit less awkward to cast in the next round. But also, if you top deck Aurelion Sol, you get to slam him down as well. But looks like Survival Skills is being cashed in order to keep the Captain Farron alive for this trade. This could be another rep of Overwhelm to try to close out here in the game 2.
And looking at the hand, I mean, you could be at 20 HP, that you'd be doomed. 2 Decimates, 2 Get Excited, a Noxian Fervor. I mean, the entire artillery in the Noxian army is aiming at you, and you are not making it out. You know, you can ride on your dragon, but it will be shot out of the sky.
And Aurelion Sol is here, but it's not going to be enough. You can go for Falling Comet into Eclipse Dragon, but yeah,
I think
the writing
surrender
is on the wall.
Surrender is the better option, Scarzig. Personally, that would be the line I would go for. And Ratchet agrees. 1-1. Cosimo ties it up in that game 2, and we're going to a final game 3. Draven Zion is out of the way. It has won now on both sides of the board, and now we're gonna have the Teemo Poppy Rally deck versus Dragons. Demacia on both sides, but very different. Rarely enough, you know, it's a matchup where there's Demacia, but very little overlap in the cards that are being run on either of the 2 decks.
And as we see the opening hands, Grand Plaza and Radiant Guardian present now for Brachkata. And Radiant Guardian, this is the type of card that is supposed to bully lists like this, that want to go wide and want to rally. You're just blocking and blocking and blocking and just offsetting all of their damage. But with Yordles and Arms and for Demacia, these small units maybe get big enough to just swing through a Radiant Guardian or deal so much damage in one blow that the lifesteal doesn't matter. And getting off to the races here turn 1, that means that in this matchup, I think the tempo loss of trying to play Grand Plaza on 3 is going to be even more pronounced.
Tracker into Bandle Commando coming in right away. A very good start for Cosimo. We'll see if that continues. We can't see his hand, but we can expect it. A Mayor might come down. Maybe a free Teemo once again. It can be sometimes the case where, you know, if you have a Tracker and Teemo in hand on turn 1, you play a Tracker out first, because if you have Mayor in hand, you might get the discount on the Teemo anyway and play it for free on turn 3. We don't know exactly what's in the hand right now for Cosimo, but that might be a line he had considered, especially if we see the Mayor come down.
I'm wondering if an open attack is the right line as well, because you get the Hungry Owlcat, which is an Ionian unit, and it's going to help you meet your Yordles and Arms requirement pretty easily too. Loping Telescope.
Yee Telescope coming down instead. Who will we see sneak by the security tapes in this edition of Telescope TV?
The Telescope has just been, it's like just this X-Files cryptid that leaves these ridiculous like dimensional warps behind itself.
I think it's like a Scooby-Doo villain. You take off the mask on the telescope, and there's Ross like, oh no, they found me. I've been hiding as a Yee Telescope all along.
All right,
you take the glass off the telescope, and Ross like comes out of the barrel.
And we didn't get a glimpse of what was taken.
Well, Protoporo is not Teemo, but he is an impactful unit.
There we go, an extra point of damage. And look at this assembly, Panda. That means that the requirement for Yordles and Arms has been met. We've got Bandle City, Freljord, Targon, and Demacia now.
Meteor Shower actually quite good here. Hits the Poppy pretty perfectly and can clean up one of the multiple 1 health units on the board here for Cosimo. So a good 2-for-1 cleanup for 5 mana. Conchologist comes down instead for 2 mana.
So Conchologist going to get another card draw. Demacia and Bandle City both have excellent cards in the pool for Conchologist. You can get some really zany stuff like even Radiant Striker, Chain Vest. And you said it before, Panda, the cards that are so good to have, but just aren't worth the slot in the deck because they're a bit too situational.
And Crescent Strike could have been picked there, but instead is going to be the Messenger. Crescent Strike, of course, would have been fantastic, I think, against Yordle and Arm turn, against, Poppy coming down, for example. But in the end, going to be, I think, as a Targon player, you sometimes can't avoid just hitting that value button, hitting that Messenger, getting that extra card draw. There's going to be Kata's decision in the end, and gets the value trade here with the Grand Plaza Challenger from the Priestess onto the Bandle Commando.
Because it is just stats and not like overwhelm and stuff, if you have the body, maybe it's not so bad if you're just going to try to chump block the Yordles and Arms and whatnot, rather than taking the Crescent Strike.
And this is a massive Sharp Sight, leaving Kata without any units on the board. Can't make use of his single combats on the next turn, which is huge. Can't make use of them this turn, really. He left him in a very weird spot where if he tries to single combat with the Sketcher, he can't kill off the Protoporo instead. There can be an open swing for quite a bit of damage. It's really an awkward position to be in, especially when you don't have a way to activate the Radiant Guardian if both his units die.
Yeah, I think that even if you have Yordles and Arms in the hand, then you still go for the open attack because it's just so much free damage, and then you've got just any threats of rallies or stuff, and that's pretty much it.
And this is the case where, not getting Crescent Strike might be a punishment. You can't really punish development too much if there's a strong development, especially like a Poppy, for example.
Yeah, and
or it could just be an open attack.
Yeah, and Brachkata probably anticipating that Cosimo is just going to be open attacking a lot regardless to offset the Crescent Strike, and so thinks, if my opponent's good enough, this is going to be a dead card, but at least the Messengers might get me something like a Solari Sunforger to maybe survive, right?
7 damage being threatened right now on the open, with, of course, when there's no unit on the board for a Demacia based deck like this one, you can expect there to be very little interaction. Meteor Shower is there, but as usual, slow speed for these very strong invoke spells, which means that you can't really interact with the current board.
And you have seven damage being threatened here. If you summon Poppy, she gets blocked, or 2-for-1 with chump development and then a single combat. So I think that it's like, based on everything this deck has access to, it's probably correct just to open attack here. It seems so free. Loping Telescope looking for a Crescent Strike maybe to make this a very, very risky and juicy attack. I think that the numbers crunch out somewhere to be 30-something% to get Crescent Strike.
Bryce Super Protector comes in. You can get a 2-for-1 with the Meteor Shower. I think you might have to go for it, or just go for the Messenger. I think is also a fine play with your unit mana and still have a single combat available to get an extra trade. Yeah,
the presence of the Fleet Feather Tracker kind of gives us a glimpse into why Cosimo wanted to develop, saying that if I play one thing and they play one thing, I can still just pull it to the side with the Fleet Feather Tracker. But going for another very wide swing here, and the Messenger being played, saying the threat of, say, Ranger's Resolve to cut off the value of the Meteor Shower just isn't worth it.
And the biggest thing is when you're blocking here, you're just continuously not having a unit to activate Radiant Guardian on the turn you can play it as well. So it's this constant game of just, you have to block, you have to try and mitigate as much damage as possible, and you can't play Radiant Guardian or even have it activated with a unit death on that same turn. Down to 6 HP, activating Radiant Guardian will be a way to get that life total back up.
And now the play seems to be Zoe. Attack in, pray your opponent blocks it.
Ghosting was a smart guy, though. He knows what's happening. He knows what the game plan here is for Brajikata. He has to get a way to get lifesteal on board to try and make the next attack awkward. And he has to kill the tracker as well, because the tracker can just drag a lifesteal unit out of the way regardless.
So it's going to be maybe Meteor Shower to clear the Commando and the Fleet Feather tracker. Zoe goes in, gets the super cool star chart. Decides to pull the Fleet Feather tracker. Again, that's going to disrupt the lifesteal, right? Thanks to Grand Plaza, you get to get that. Oh no.
There's a second tracker.
And the Equinox off of the Loping Telescope answers
and
the
no
Radiant
single
Guardian.
combat to end. The only one mana couldn't play single combat on the same turn. A big swing come in. The sharp side would have helped give even more lifesteal, but because of the Equinox, it's been silenced. You can single combat, you can stop some damage, but the math does not add up. The Shenimo comes in. Gosimo takes the game 3 and advances to the grand finals. Not to my surprise, because my blessings are very strong. And I did say he would do the hero play, come in from the very first round of losers, and fight his way up to face now Ultraman in the grand finals.
As was foretold, Brajikata did put up a good fight there, despite the awkward draws. Very beautiful ways of offsetting the tempo loss of the Grand Plaza, but you can see how dependent that archetype is on its lifesteal units to even put up a chance. The tiny buffs to Solari Priestess, it's still too slow. The resource generation, Bandle City is quick Targon. They still generate a lot of extra cards and bodies to attack you with, but they just do it with much better early mana efficiency to just snowball the game and get that damage in wide. That final swing, maybe there would have been a judgment in certain builds to wipe and try to come back, but everything came up roses for Cosimo there, even having the Equinox for the Radiant Guardian, which was Brajikata's last hope.
Yeah, the pressure is just too high, and things like the tempo loss on the Grand Plaza, maybe just being great in that game 3 in round 1, where it was a very late game deck with two kind of late game oriented decks. It provided a lot of value, but against these faster decks that are just flooding the board with cheap units, it's sometimes too much of a tempo loss to commit to. But Cosimo, in the end, takes the win there, advances to the grand finals, which we will be checking out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Belgium versus Spain, Ultraman versus Cosimo, two titans of the European scene. Once again, trying to get a win. Ultraman might continue with his record of being the winningest player to participate in Fight Night in the European version. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the grand finals, so you're just in time. We've had a very awesome bracket throughout the entire day. Some players bringing some old standbys from the previous meta, some of the titans of the new meta, and some spicy experimental builds just to test the waters of the tournament scene.
The biggest thing, I think the spiciest thing in this grand finals at least, is going to be this Victor Draven burn deck from Ultraman. Cosimo's lineup, a bit more standard. We just saw it in the losers final, and it has Draven Scion, and I guess Teemo Poppy isn't the most usual rally deck, but it is still a rally deck.
It gets filed under Poppy Pile. But we'll take a closer look at that in just a moment. But I want to take a look now at the bracket for today's event. Cosimo and Ultraman actually faced each other in round one, which took place off stream, and it was a close 2-1. Now, this is very important to know. Ultraman just clean swept everybody on his way to grand finals, and Cosimo was the only player to take a game off of him so far in the tournament. So, with the Spanish caster blessing hero run from the lower bracket, he's now here in the grand finals looking for his grudge match against Ultraman. Again, one of the most decorated Fight Night EU players we have so far, returning from his long hiatus to maybe pull down another win. We'll have to see.
And the most important thing about this grand finals will be we'll finally get an answer to the question of what is more powerful. Is it the caster blessing from a Spanish caster to a Spanish player, or is it the bracket reset tradition? This is a question that we've asked ourselves many times at night. When I was going to sleep, I was thinking, what is more powerful in this world? We'll find out very soon, because if Ultraman takes the win here, then we know that my powers are not strong enough. But I think the bracket reset might come down as expected. Cosimo being a very strong player, and my blessing as well, helping him out.
Both players brought lineups that are very aggressive, and so being able to see another best of three played between these players and these decks means that it could really go either way. We've seen some really explosive turns from Ultraman's deck, and he did bring Sejuani Gangplank as his other with the one of Feel the Rush. This is a deck that is infamous for running out of gas in the mid game, or Gangplank and Sejuani's at the bottom of the deck and you just aren't drawing the tools you need to close it out. But every showing of this list we've seen on the broadcast today, it's just been an engine.
Yeah, really just performing at the level that I would expect. I mean, Plunder has been around for a long time, and not any nerfs have come through, and it's just a very stable, consistent mid-range deck that, especially when it draws perfectly, is almost unstoppable. If it draws a bit awkwardly, it can have some moments where it does seem a bit weak in some specific matchups or some spots. But overall, I don't know if there's some kind of, magic juju going on, but you always tend to see the Gangplank on curve, Sejuani on curve, and just everything always working out with the plunders coming in when they should, and the level ups always being quite consistent on turn 6 or 7 for both champions.
So overall, very, very strong showing from a deck that has massive staying power in the metagame. And this is combined with Ultraman's take on P and Z and Noxus. If you bring this region combination, you think it's going to be Draven Scion, but no, this is Draven Victor. While Cosimo's been trying to beat Scion Draven by building an aggressive variant of that, Ultraman is doing him one better by bringing this incredibly aggressive combo burn deck. It's got 3 decimates at the top, Get Excited and Mystic Shots, but because of Ambush, you're able to sneak through so much damage in the mid game that your opponent might just not be able to keep up with. And as soon as you get that killer blow to put your opponent on the back foot and send them reeling, the burn just comes through to finish the job. And we've seen it so far. It's incredibly explosive.
And the one card that we see that still remains in these lists is Survival Skill. That's been really, I think, the highlight of today. I think it's been the card that has turned so many games on its head and has really been extremely impactful. And even in this case, it is being run in this Draven Victor list as well because of how good it is at swinging the tempo of the game back in your favor and putting you in the driver's seat to end the game in what could be a race. Draven Scion against his deck, it's all about who can deal the most damage the fastest. No one's blocking. Everyone's just going all in on the attack. With
the nerf now to Twin Blade Revenant, in that it, a side grade, a rework. Instead of having Challenger, it now has Fearsome. It means that you're able to set up Victor a lot safer and start getting those keywords stacked up. Maybe we saw in one game where Ultraman got Regeneration and Victor was able to survive AoE because of it and just keep on trucking. You could get Lifesteal or just an early elusive and punch through with a lot of damage. So I really like the concept here with Victor, and it's been just a fantastic list so far for today's broadcast, and I'm really excited to see more in the grand finals here.
And we're going to get the grand finals starting right off. But before that, a quick reminder to the viewers who might not have experienced a Fight Night tournament before. We do have the chance at a bracket reset. Players essentially have 2 lives going into the tournament. If you get knocked out into the loser's bracket, you failed, you've lost one of your lives, you've come back into, you still have 1 life left to go. Cosimo has been in that state for a few hours now on the clinging. But Ultraman is someone that has not lost yet. He still has his 2 lives intact. So he has 1 to give away, to throw away, however you like to call it, in this series. Cosimo, if he wins the first best of 3, he has to win still a second. If Ultraman were to win the first one, then he's a god. He hasn't lost a single life, and he's also won the tournament and won the big prize pool as well.
So overall, I think that this grand finals is really going to be, as you talked about, Caster Blessing versus the bracket reset, which is happens almost all the time in Fight Night EU. And it's, Superstition versus Tradition, getting into the grand finals here. Now, Ultraman has won before several Fight Nights in the past, and we've had a chance to interview him in that winner's interview, and he's talked a lot about in high-level competition like this, you have to find your edges based on good meta reads, and sometimes that comes down to going even a step further and just saying, I need to play something really aggressive that can sometimes get free wins by high-rolling my opponent. One of Ultraman's most bombastic victories was when he brought OG Draven Jinx discard aggro and just had some crazy turn 3 and turn 4 lethals.
Yeah, he's been a powerhouse on many different decks. I think he's really adaptable to many different metas. I know him all the way back from the Gwent days when he was also a pro in that game as well. So he's been, I've known him for a while. A great guy, but also just a great player who always puts up great results on ladder, in tournaments. Maybe hasn't really, leveled up to the point where he's won a seasonal or he's had that success, in official Riot tournaments. But at least in Fight Nights, I mean, the stats don't lie. He's been all over that first place position and looking to try and, I think like Ice-T mentioned, become the winningest player in Fight Night history. A bit unfair, though, I have to say, because, his name, Ultraman. I mean, what are you going to do against someone that is an Ultraman? I mean, it's undefeatable almost. But we'll see if Cosimo has what it takes in this, back-to-back best of 3 you'll have to go for.
Yeah, I mean, and it's going to be tough because Again, he already won a game. He took a game off of Ultraman earlier in the bracket, so it's very easy to fathom that the best of 3 could go his way. But when both players have such aggressive lineups like this, and the bracket reset happens, and you have to win another best of 3, especially against Victor Draven, which, as we saw when it draws well, just obliterates you. It looks at your Nexus and then it explodes immediately. It's going to be a very tall order, and we'll see if the blessing is strong enough. As we head into game 1, it is going to be Ultraman on Sejuani Gangplank Plunder, and Cosimo is opening up with the Teemo Poppy.
Oh no, poor Teemo. Another elusive 1-1 going down to the parley shot on turn 1. Ultraman, good player with good cards, always draws the one he needs when he needs them, and parley, it's like when you're playing Mono Shurima, you just always have it on turn 1 against these pesky elusives.
So Teemo goes down, doesn't get the mushrooms in the deck, but his job is just to be 2 regions for Yorls and Arms. We've got now the Vandal Commandos coming through, which generate the Owl Cats, and we have the makings of a pretty wide board on Cosimo's side. I guess the big issue now is when you're playing a deck like this that needs to build up a wide board, you don't really want to block in the early game, and this is exactly where Gangplank Sejuani wants to exist against a deck that doesn't put up as much of a fight in the early game. You get so many free plunder procs, and if Sejuani comes down leveled up, it doesn't matter, if you're rallying, if you've got the Yordles and Arms, because everything is just going to get frostbitten.
So call me crazy. These little speech bubbles that come up on top of it, is that something new? Or something you can enable?
That is not new.
Have I been playing Runeterra for 2 years and I've never noticed that before? No, surely there's an option to enable that or disable.
The thing is that they only pop up for a split second and then disappear, and there's a couple bugs from time to time where they pop up and then stay there.
My brain has just never remembered seeing them in my entire history of playing Runeterra, but maybe my brain has some problems because apparently you're telling me that's been there all along.
The only reason I remember it is because Avarosan Hearthguard has a line when you play it while Ash is in play, and I played a ton of Frostbite back in the day, and Avarosan Hearthguard had that speech bubble bug where he would come into play and the speech bubble pops up, but no voice line plays, and then Hearthguard just has this little like muted Final Fantasy silence bubble coming off of him.
For my sanity, I'm gonna go with there's an option in the options menu that says disable speech bubbles, and I'm gonna pretend that I am not clinically insane because that is something that I have never noticed in my 2 years of playing Runeterra.
I mean, the only you don't care about the interactions between your units on the board or your characters and the enemy's cards that they're playing. You care about your burn interacting with the opponent's nexus, right?
That is true. That is the interaction that I am looking for. And that is the interaction that Ultraman is looking for too, because these Crackshot Corsairs are putting in the work. 13 HP now for Cosimo. A lot of plunder has been activated on the turn that it should have been activated. We have the warning shots as well. Well, I'm not even going to try and pronounce it in French. Never mind. I'm going to backtrack right away and say that's not what I was going for at all.
But now it just means that we've got the Gangplank into the Sejuani, then take a turn off to rest, and then you've got Dreadway coming through as well. Thank goodness for Poppy. There is no Monster Harpoon to stop the Poppy, so you can get a wide swing here. But it's just now Cosimo's like, do I go for Poppy or do I go for Yordles and Arms? If I go for Yordles and Arms, a Make It Rain maybe kills my 2-1 and maybe takes a lot of value off of the board. If you go for Poppy, you have Ranger's Resolve to maybe preserve your board a little bit more as you buff it up here.
And there is the warning shot being hovered. The Gangplank coming down 4 out of 5, guaranteeing the plunder this turn, and you have the plunder for the next turn. That being said, a very scary board is building up here. The Poppy can attack and activate its ability without putting itself in danger of trading into the Gangplank by dragging the Keg out instead. Now there's speech bubbles everywhere. Now, what I never noticed before is seemingly just the Ultraman's gonna have a speech bubble over his head. The Guardian gonna have speech bubbles. I'm losing my mind, Scarzig.
But the Election Yordle is just gonna be cashed in here because Gangplank would have to block it in order to remove it from the board. But you just want that, you just want that dart to swing through, and by attacking wide, you're also trying to force Ultraman to trade away some of these Crackshot Corsairs.
A few pretty easy, I think, value trades here. You're going to be taking some damage, and Poppy, of course, survives, but you can still get, a good block from the Gangplank into the Lecturing Yordle, and it looks like it's just going to be just the Yordle Grifter into the Lecturing Yordle instead, putting its health down to 1, so allowing for more overall damage to come through. You have a chance to get the Sejuani to drag the Poppy as well, get the vulnerable, and take care of both the Poppy and probably the Lecturing Yordle as well on the next attack token swing.
So I'm thinking what might happen is Sejuani comes down, Frostbites the Poppy, and then Cosimo goes for the Yordles and Arms, just to buff everything back up and make it a very spooky.
It won't matter. You have the level up on the Sejuani with both Crackshot Corsairs. That's 2 instances of damage. It levels up this turn, and then you have the Corsair getting the second hit on the same turn, giving you the Frostbite on everything. So this is the thing why Crackshot Corsairs are so good. They give you this kind of premeditated plunder effects that you can't really stop or interact with.
And so and even if you go for like Golden Aegis here, right? Maybe that's what you do. Just put a barrier on Poppy and keep her alive. and then you just chump block a little bit, get the Owl Cat. You're going to take a lot of damage this turn, don't get me wrong. But at the very least, Gangplank isn't leveled, because then you have that AoE damage, making it even harder to block your opponent's stuff. So no Golden Aegis. Poppy's going to go down here.
And I think you swing with everything unless you expect this drawing to go down somehow.
Yeah, because now even if you are able to keep a sizable board alive, now that Ultraman has rigged it where Warning Shot is a factor, you just nullify your opponent's ability.
Yeah, I mean, you swing with everything. There's no point not to. You're just trying to slowly chip away the health on these units by getting forcing the trades, essentially. And I don't think there's any punishment for it, but regardless, Ultraman going to take a kind of safe attack just with his 2 champions, the 2 Overwhelm units coming in, and the double ping means that there's a double freeze as well, or just a single freeze on everything, but the Sejuani level up and the Gangplank level up as well.
So, one edge case I'm trying to turn over in my mind is that because Sejuani can only frostbite the enemy board once, you have to be able to Yordles and Arms and rally in the same turn, right? So that after the frostbite is baited out to deal with the first onslaught, then you just rebuff and attack again, like you just open attack here, maybe with just your elusives.
But you don't. I think you don't use a frostbite here. You know, I think Ultraman's a good enough player to know that the real threat is a Yordle and Arms, and you're still at 11 HP. I mean, maybe you have to.
Yeah, because you attack with the elusives, and then you Golden Aegis, and then you attack again, and then you Warning Shot against that Golden Aegis rally. So then they've already committed the attack.
You're fine here. You're fine here. You allow this. There's not enough mana to do more. This damage goes through, and then you just still have.
Yeah, you can Sharp Sight here, and you threaten 8 damage, and then you get the Poison Dart, which is 9. You only need 2 more damage somehow. But with Cosimo at 4 HP, you know, there's no way you're going to survive the next swing. Especially with Gangplank being leveled up and generating another barrel. Because he's thinking he wants to go for Make It Rain to clear out some of this damage, but if it hits the Nexus, you waste your Frostbite. Oh my god, Ultraman's been hitting so many good Make It Rains today. So then you Sharp Sight.
I mean, it's a very tough position because there's 3 layers of attacks here. You can rally, I guess.
Yeah, because your Yordles and Arms and Golden Aegis is 9, you can't Sharp Sight to protect your board here.
Well, no, there's only really one. No, I think it's fine not to do anything here, to be honest, because if they rally, you accept it, and then once they attack with rally, then you use the Warning Shot, because they can't. If they get Yordle and Arms, the attack's already gone. The attack token, the second one,
and that's what I mean. If this Make It Rain had hit the Nexus, you actually want that to happen, because then the Sejuani thing procs right now. And so he's using this to see if Cosimo's going to react, and then you just Warning Shot to pop your barrel anyway. And who knows, maybe you just Croaker into like a Yordle Grifter, right? And then just get the other Warning Shot. And Cosimo recognizes that I kind of need to go for a rally here, but because Ultraman has that burst reaction, there's really nothing I can do to push through enough damage here.
This is fine. You just accept this and just continue accepting until your Yordle Arm is committed or the attack is committed, one of the two. If you're Ultraman, you definitely don't do anything yet. That would be a huge punish, obviously, would be gain losing. And once Cosimo commits this last bit of mana, he's going to go under the threshold where it's very clear what his game plan is, and then you can decide accordingly what to do if you are Ultraman. And then next turn, obviously, well, it's going to be game over with both Sejuani and Gangplank on Overwhelm. Gangplank's ability as well, and even the Warning Shot, dealing some extra damage to the Nexus.
Mm-hmm. And Cosimo is probably just going to go for the Yordles and Arms just to on the outside chance that there is no warning shot. Because this is a main deck warning shot. This wasn't gotten off of like a grifter or anything. So when you know that Ultraman's just going to open attack you for lethal, you've got to go for the play here.
Yolden Arms accepted, and then the big punishment comes through with the warning shot. Burst speed, no chance for interaction. Sejuani will freeze everything, and you're not able to trade effectively into most because they are elusive, of course. You can't put anything to block and to try and get some damage on them at least.
And so now we've got a nice open attack coming in from Ultraman to take game 1.
More than a nice open attack, Scar. This is a scary open attack. Nothing you can do about it. No amount of math or cards in hand can interact with, I mean, it's already almost lethal with just the ping ability damage with the Corsairs and the Gangplank. And that's game 1 to Ultraman. Cosimo is in a bit of a pickle, has to get the reverse sweep and then win the next best of 3 as well to try and win this Fight Night tournament and stop Ultraman from being the most dominant Fight Night competitor that Europe has ever seen.
The early game just really played out perfectly for Ultraman, right? The Poppy, Yordle, and Arms had some early units, had that early curve, but it just, because you have to take time off to set up your wide board and try to get the advantage there, it just gave Ultraman so much time to get those free plunder procs and have the Sejuani leveled up right when the Yordles and Arms and Golden Aegis was going to become a major factor in the matchup. And now, with Victor Draven stepping into the spotlight for Ultraman trying to close out game number 2 for a sweep, means that you're just going to try to end the game right before expensive cards like Golden Aegis and Yordle Arms can be cashed in.
Full mulligan from Ultraman. Finds a Ballistic Bot, which is a good turn 2 play, of course, but other than that, maybe not entirely awkward, but you could obviously have possibly a better answer for Teemo than the Mystic Shot. I think you don't really want to down trade into the Teemo in that case. Maybe the Bandle Commando would be the better target, and the Fallen Rider is going to be a good pickup as long as you can find the discard synergy to activate it, especially.
Yeah, because the Bandle Commando is an elusive threat that's also generating extra units, and if Cosimo is able to get like a Bandle City Mare in play, the Owlcats are free and the Teemos are free, and you're able to go wide very, very quickly. And so Ultraman might even, we can see here, might even save the Mystic Shot for Bandle Mare, depending.
I think this might be the double Ballistic Bot play instead with the possible ignition. The one downside to these two elusives on the board right now for Cosimo is that Ambush tries to push through damage with elusive, and when you have these blockers there, essentially chump blockers, it makes that part of the game plan quite difficult to pull through.
So it's going to come down to perhaps a lot of burn, but already Cosimo's got a pretty wide board. A Poppy on top of this would be absolutely devastating, where you're buffing these elusive units and then even turning up the clock on that game plan. Ultraman right now has double ignition in hand, so can't really squeeze in the victor here without giving up some of that burn. Maybe just has to play a rider.
I think it's fine to give up ignition sometimes. Like, you can't really fall into the bait of trying to get the maximum value from fleeting cards because sometimes it's just not correct. I think playing the victor out here on curve, getting the value from the generated ignition at least that's being played is fine.
If so, what's the play here? You're going to try to start getting keywords on Victor, maybe try to get Challenger, Lifesteal Tough, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, or just go for the Fallen Rider here. The thing is, you just can't really block into the Yordle. I guess it's just going to be... Yeah, I mean, you're just giving a poison dart target, really.
So this is like the early development is there, but the contrast between Victor Draven's early game and Sejuani Gangplank's early game is that these units don't have like the aggressive stats necessarily, where Ultraman is the one that needs to develop and then keep his board alive because the ballistic bots are so important for enabling the ambushes, for example, when they come through.
This Teemo might level up. We're seeing a lot of poison darts and mushrooms going into the deck. Ultraman down to 11. This is kind of a risky position to be in if you're Ultraman. I don't think you have what it takes to race it here with this elusive start from Cosimo that you can't really interact with.
Yeah, very, very awkward. And now you're under threat of a rally. Yordles and Arms is active. with one more unit development, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let me see. Vandal City, P&Z, Ionia. Yeah, just one more unit from somewhere. Loping Telescope or Poppy would do it, or just Bright Steel Protector, Fleet Feather Tracker. And so Cosimo thinking, okay, do I need to damage one of these ballistic bots to try to clean it up, or am I going to just send it directly to the Nexus?
So this could be, showing what cards there might be in hand for Cosimo as well to clean this ballistic bot up. There is the Teemo level up. We were disrespecting his name, saying he wasn't there to level up. He wasn't really, a big part of the deck, but Teemo heard us. And he called up his boy, Lecturing Yordle, to come in and provide some artillery fire on turn 4. And he's made it. He's leveled up.
So now we need Victor to get elusive off of this augment here. Because now, while Mystic Shot does threaten the Teemo to keep it from doubling those mushrooms, you have to worry about Ranger's Resolve. You have to worry about Sharp Sight. Victor gets Fury. And there's Poppy all in now. There doesn't need to be any reactivity from Cosimo, right? Because every bit of Ultraman's mana has come through just to develop another unit. And I'm wondering if you just attack in. Because look, now you can just attack with Poppy and your elusives if you want to. Teemo's going to double the Nexus, but of course you just wide swing your +3. The elusives can't be blocked. And now you've got doubled mushrooms plus Lecturing Yordle, giving another point of damage to the Nexus. And what a godlike curve from this Poppy pile to stop this burn deck in its tracks.
Capitular okay is what Ultraman says to that game 2 ending. Cosimo is on his way, gets the tying the series there 1-1, moves into that game 3, part of the reverse sweep. He has to win this next game, and then he will be forcing the bracket reset and a final best of 3 to decide the winner of this Fight Night tournament. Or it could just be Ultraman beating Draven Scion with a more explosive, more kind of alternate win condition deck in this Victor Draven burn. We will find out very soon.
Yeah, the both of these decks are going to be very aggressive takes on Piltover Noxus, and I guess the big caveat is that with Risen Rider and Boom Baboon, Cosimo does have the tools to stop that early aggressive engine, and also with Daring Poros to maybe have answers against that elusive win condition as well. So Cosimo theoretically does have the good defense that he will need. Also has a Mystic Shot to stop Ultraman's Draven, but it's still a card game. We have to see what's going to be drawn here.
And for this matchup, it looks like burn is the word. Mystic Shot, get excited in hand for both players. Going to be the Draven once again falling in battle to the Mystic Shot. Very sad to see. What was a resilient quick attack hero has now become a target for Mystic Shot. Yet another target for Mystic Shot, unfortunately. And a very good start for Cosimo. With, once again, the elusive blockers is one of the big things against this ambush deck. It's not purposely countering the ambush game plan, but it's kind of this little side win you get when you're playing some elusives.
And so here we go. Augment on the Victor gives him Overwhelm, but it's not going to line up against the Twin Blade Revenant here. A nice wide swing coming through. I think, honestly, I would attack with the Zonai Urchin as well. If Victor wants to value trade, you're getting a lot more damage on the top end. And you know that Victor kind of needs to deal with the Twin Blade Revenant. And this is very risky, right? Because there is the threat of survival skills to keep this unit alive. It looks like that is indeed going to be the play from Cosimo. Survival skills goes on to the Twin Blade Revenant, and 3 more damage going on to Ultraman's Nexus.
Every single series today that we have casted, survival skills has popped off. If you are playing a region that has this card in it, put it in your deck. Doesn't matter what deck you're playing, just put in some survival skills, because that has been the jam for all these players today. It is just helping you survive in the mid game, as the card states. You're skilled and you're surviving. What more do you want from a card?
And Mystic Shot needs to come through, clears the Zonai Urchin, keeps Ultraman at 5 HP so that the Get Excited isn't going to be lethal. Augment number 2 coming through on the Victor, and he pulls Regeneration.
Not lifesteal. That's the only thing that really could have maybe even tried to save the victor in this case. Attempt number 2. We roll the dice. What do we get? Well, that's also not lifesteal. These icons are starting to get a bit wonky here in how they're ordered.
That's actually kind of cool the way they're offset a little bit, so you can see more of the keywords on the card itself without having to hover it.
It's the Rocky Mountains on Victor's card, and a rocky start for Ultraman in this game as well. You know, we were talking about players having to do their homework and get the opponent down to like 12, 14 HP. Cosimo has done his homework for like 3 days in a row. He is set. He is a studious guy.
He's
down to 5
other people
HP
in the
now.
Class's homework.
He's the guy that you get there in the morning, you don't have your homework done. The guy, sneaks it to you, you copy it really quick. When you're 10 years old, that's Cosimo. He's the guy that has it all done, very responsible with the burn damage, and he's already at 5 HP on Ultraman's side. So if Scion comes down, what are you going to do against it?
Yep. And so we've got just the elusive and the overwhelm being cashed in here to push through some damage against this 1 HP target, but it's just not enough. The tempo was just too low for Ultraman. Playing Victor on curve when you're already staring down an aggressive board is just a recipe for disaster. And even though he's gotten 3-4 keywords on Victor, none of them are lifesteal.
There's one more chance.
Scion on curve.
It has to be lifesteal now to survive this attack. I believe there's no other way to do it. There's no way to stun the Scion here. Yeah, I'm not going to say that name either in French because that first word was looking really long. But it has to be lifesteal here. It's the only chance, and maybe even, I guess, yeah, would get excited and Mystic Shell to try and clean up. It might be enough. Tough is not it. It's a tough time here for Victor because despite the key word, mitigates some damage against Scion, but because he's down to 3, even if he kills off the 2 other units attacking, it's going to be a surrender. It's going to be a bracket reset as expected. Tradition pulls through. Cosimo pulls through, and we will be seeing yet another best of 3 to decide the winner of today's Fight Night tournament.
The bracket reset comes through. These matches, you can see how swingy they can be. When you're playing this Poppy deck, if you get a really strong curve, you can pull out those wins. We can see how that deck can really falter against decks that prey on rallies, right? We know that like Poppy Ziggs and just like rally decks in general, like Sivir Demacia and other like Poppy rally decks with Lulu, etc., were just so prominent in the previous meta, and it's allowed Plunder to have this continuous foothold of having good matchups for it. And now that the meta is even more board focused, even more combat based, it just means that Sejuani is, reclaiming her throne of the Freljord and keeping that region relevant.
I think just an unfortunate start for Ultraman with the Victor deck on both times because we've seen his deck be extremely fast as well and usually can fight punch for punch to at least keep things stable going to the mid game. But both times he didn't have the earliest of curves, and Victor by himself wasn't enough to stop the onslaught from Cosimo. And I think Cosimo did get quite fortunate with both the starts on that game 2 and game 3 to really speed things up to the point that Ultraman couldn't do anything about it. I think there was one minor misplay on that game 2 with the Fallen Rider playing right into the Poison Dart. I think that wasn't intended or ideal. But other than that, I think it was a case of just Cosimo having a pretty damn good draw for the first 2 games, and Ultraman just couldn't do anything about it.
And now with the bracket reset, Ultraman gets to get another sampling of Cosimo's lists, their play style, because they played in round 1. So it's been several hours. He's reacquainting himself with these matchups and with these decks. And now, after taking that, unfortunate loss in that first best of 3, has his second life, is the way you like to call it, Panda, to, shake it off, reset the mental state. Ultraman is a very seasoned tournament player, knows he's not going to tilt here. He's going to come back into this next best of 3 for the... Is there even a term for bracket reset grand finals? The ultra finals? The giga finals?
Giga finals, I like it. That being said, Ultraman did win the same exact matchup against Cosimo in round 1, so it's not like he's just, it's like an impossible matchup. he's won one and he's lost one. I think in this last case, it was, we didn't see the first round one match, so we don't know exactly what happened there and what matchups occurred for that 2-1 win for Ultraman. But I think this last one was a bit in favor of Cosimo when it comes to the card draw and it comes to having the right hand to add that much pressure in both games. And we'll see if things are going to be a bit more equal going into this final best of three. So I believe we'll be starting very, very soon. No breaks. I believe it is a tradition. We just go all in on the entire, back-to-back best of threes. Maybe players will take a little bit of a break to decide, especially Ultraman, I think, has to regain his mental and make sure he's in the right mindset going into this one because this is it. There's no more lives. You're not a cat with 9 lives. It's just 2. So you've lost 1, and now this is the moment where you're once again vulnerable to death. Sounds a bit extreme, but that's how it is.
I'm honestly looking forward to to see more of this Victor Draven deck in a more balanced playing field, right? Where it's not just try to draw as aggressive as possible. Like, it's very obvious that the Draven Victor is meant to be a beatdown deck in a lot of matchups, but in aggressive like mirrors, so to speak, when you don't get that Victor set up and like you're only playing with half of your deck, it does feel really bad. And I do want to see the Victor pull some keywords because he got 4 shots and like getting lifesteal and tough and regeneration rather than challenger. That would have been the key, I think, to just heal for an extra like 3 or 4 or 5 HP over the course of the game.
It's a gamble. And gambles, you might think they're going to work out, but most of the time they don't. That's a life lesson from me. It's a risky, you got to know what you're going to lose. And in that case, Ultraman lost his chance at the championship on that last best of 3. I think you have to have, again, I think going into that Victor gamble stems from the fact that he just didn't have an early game in both of those games. He didn't have, Ballistic Bot is not really what you want to see. Didn't have a clear answer for Teemo in that game too, for example, where that would immediately shut down a lot of pressure. Could have Mystic shotted the Bandle Commando, but didn't. Decided to play out the Ballistic Bot instead, maybe assuming that he had a faster game plan when in the end he lost that race. So it maybe also just shows that Ultraman might adapt his game plan, at least in this specific matchup, because if you have a very polarized, very fast deck, sometimes you can't race. Sometimes there's a deck that you're facing that if you leave it to do what it wants, it's going to beat you in that race regardless, especially with the elusive blockers to stop the surprise ambush game plan.
The Sejuani Gangplank has also been performing quite well, and if we count that as sort of like a free win, and the Victor Draven being the weak link, I wonder if there's going to be even a shift in the play style of the deck, right? Where there is the game plan that you want to do, the game plan that it's built for, but sometimes you just have to play the matchup in a completely unintuitive way in order to find those wins. Like we saw a lot of that with Nami Zoe, right? It was forcing these decks that normally do well into elusive-based decks and like these combo decks. They want to play a certain way. They want to adopt a certain stance, mulligan for certain cards, but sometimes the deck comes along that just throws a matchup on its head. And I'm wondering if, for example, the Poppy Teemo deck wants to really not block a lot in the early game because it wants to build up a board. Maybe you just start defending. You start trading your early units to slow down the plunders. And then eventually, if Gangplank and Sejuani hit the board, if they only have a couple plunder procs under their belt, maybe that gives you the time to maybe, with the more mana you have at that point, to play 3 or 4 units in a turn rather than 1 unit every round and slowly building it up. You know what I mean? And so I think that Victor Draven has the opportunity to adopt a defensive mindset where you play it more like a mid-range. And I think that level of adaptation is not outside of Ultraman's wheelhouse.
Yeah, you have the burn spells to control the board if you have to. You have to get excited for Poppy, for example. I mean, there are definitely avenues to control against both decks, both the Draven Scion and the Poppy deck to control, and then maybe with Victor with a lot of keywords or Ballistic Ball, and then having an ambush finisher later on in the game, and not necessarily on turn 5, but more on turn 7 and turn 8. I think it's also possible. Again, could be mental fatigue. Ultraman maybe was a bit cold going into that one. Had been waiting for a few hours, whereas Cosimo has been playing it out. It could be more tired, but could also just be warmed up in terms of matchups and being on his A game all throughout the entire tournament. We'll see how it ends up resolving, but I think either way, both players definitely deserve to be in the final. Both players are, it's not a surprise to see them here because they've been performing well all year long. Ultraman is trying to, make it so that he is the winningest player in Fight Night history, but I think Cosimo has also won at least one, I believe. Surely. I mean, he's been in a lot of them.
That sounds about right.
And he's always performed at a high level. Either one or two. We haven't had an interview with him because I think he is not maybe as comfortable with English, I would remember. But I think he's definitely won at least one Fight Night tournament. Someone will correct me. I think, Ice-T probably knows.
Yeah, we'll have to. We've been checking the tapes all day, but now we have to check the archives. But getting into the game now, the players, again, they took the time to grab a snack, grab some water, refresh, make sure they're going completely ready to go into this Giga Finals here, the final bracket reset of Fight Night EU tradition. And we've got Poppy Teemo, turn 1, versus the Victor Draven.
And right away, a difference in queuing order. Ultraman, instead of bringing the Plunder for game 1, he instead brings the Victor burn deck, and Cosimo is falling asleep on the wheel. Or he's just not liking the matchup, not liking the hand. It could be as well. I think it's definitely the hand here he does not like. He's disgusted to not see Teemo on turn 1.
No Fleet Weather Tracker, no Bandle Commando for turn 2.
He thought Teemo had his back, but apparently once he leveled up, Teemo got, delusions of grandeur and decided, no, I'm not coming on turn 1. I'm a finisher now.
So at the very least, the Bright Steel Protector does get to push through a little bit of damage, but this does feel pretty awkward. We do have the Mare, however, coming through and maybe fixing this curve. For everything that Cosimo missed out on the early game, so did Ultraman. There wasn't like a very aggressive punishment, just Ballistic Bot, and again, this slower idea of burn.
And the Poro can connect. No elusive blockers this time around. There is a sharp sight though, so there is a chance that if you want, you can get that value trade onto the Daring Poro if you wish to, or you can prepare that ambush counter. When I was playing ambush deck with Vi, sharp sight was a card that I did not like to see very often because it shuts down your kind of all-in win condition.
Yeah, so just takes that chip damage here along with the ignition, and now gets to curve out with Poppy. If you play Poppy, you don't have Sharp Sight to back her up. There's no Ranger's Resolve in the hand. You could go for the Mare to maybe pull something playable and just go a little bit wider. But even if you attack with the Poppy, the Ballistic Bot can trade into her, and it's maybe not that great.
And there is going to be possibly, if there's a Draven development, if there's any kind of development from Cosimo's side and Draven's developed from Ultraman, then all of a sudden, our favorite card of today, Survival Skills, can be activated, and we can see a huge value trade with the Ballistic Bot onto one of the 2 units here from Cosimo's side. Maybe an open attack instead, so no discard outlets, or no discard, no way to discard the Survival Skills to activate it.
Ooh, so Ultraman lets that damage through as well. Says the hesitation sniffs out some combat tricks, doesn't want to give up this Ballistic Bot just yet. The ignition is great burn damage. It's also generated cards to level up your Victor. And when you see the board from Cosimo, you know that, a rally isn't that big of a threat, so you can safely develop the Victor here. But what's the pick here? Panda, Bomber Twins, Yordle Ranger, Aloof Travelers.
2-3 Aloof? No thanks. That is a huge nerf to the stat line, not as powerful and no longer an auto pick as it used to be before. Instead, it will be Bomber Twins coming down, a 3-2 stat line. The 1 mana discount, of course, means you can play it out this turn and continue developing this board for the eventual Poppy into Rally combination. Rally, of course, now at 4 mana. About time. But still can be very strong with what could be a very, very big board here with Poppy as well.
And now we've got Victor pulling Overwhelm with the attack token here. Draven gets to show up, and this gives you the Spinning Axe to activate your survival skills, and we'll see what augment number 2 pulls for Victor. Challenger, very good.
Quite good in this case. They're going to force it so that the Poppy, if she blocks into any... Yeah, there's going to be no real good value trade into anything here because of the survival skill on the Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, and now we've got the Ignition boosting Victor's attack power further. This allows him to take down the Poppy and cover the Sharp Sight, but takes down the mare. Says, if I attack with this board, you're going to have to trade your board away anyway, and you won't have any good targets for Poppy to buff. Seems to be Ultraman's take on this board state. This also, of course, keeps Victor alive.
Unless the Sharp Sight is played onto the mayor. I think
because the ballistic bot with augment, is always going to be higher attack power than Victor. Holds the Sharp Sight. Is valuing these again as the ambush counters. Doesn't mind that the Victor is going to live and just take down the Bandle Mare. If you've got a wide board plus Poppy, you're probably fine.
The Victor level up from the Axe, which is of course a created card, which means that Sharp Sight is irrelevant in this case because it would not be enough. Cosimo is of course a big brain player who knows how everything will go and knew that Victor would level up there. We did not. We are not as big brain as Cosimo. But that is to be expected.
Not keeping track of Victor's level up.
Despite that, the
Are you sure it's not random, Panda? Whenever you play a card, it just flips a coin whether or not he'll level?
For the gamblers out there who play Victor, that might be, flavorfully in line. Will he get lifesteal? Will he level up? I'll find out after I play this random card. But I think that would not be, very competitive. I think Ultraman is not that big of a gambler. But what he did not gamble on is the survival rate of this ballistic bot in that trade, because survival skills comes in, keeps him once again alive, 8-1 stat line. Doesn't matter too much unless you're able to get a keyword on him like the elusive with the ambush. But still, a threatening board, and like you mentioned, the board state on Cosimo's side has dwindled down quite a bit after that trade and is not really as menacing anymore.
Yeah, and now with these high attack units, you can't really deal with the Poppy. You could go for Golden Aegis here just to give her a barrier, but that doesn't make sense. It all comes down to that awkward opening. The Bright Steel Protector was played earlier to try to threaten the ballistic bot and just get some damage through. But if you had a better early 1-2, then maybe Bright Steel Protector is still in the hand this round to save your Poppy, or at least make you a little bit more confident in that attack. Another very interesting idea with On Guard, perhaps, to set up a better trade for Poppy.
Ranger Resolve coming in instead. We have 6 mana right now available for Ultraman. He has 7 points of damage in the hand. He has the Might, which is what the card we were talking about, to give the ballistic bot some kind of keyword like Overwhelm or Elusive. Might is also going to do the trick here. So this is going to be the turn where Cosimo has to win. If not, he is doomed. There's Burn in hand, and there's also a whole lot of damage coming in. And Cosimo has to think of how he can do the most amount of damage with a rally effect this turn. Whirling Death is going to make things very complicated, though.
Yeah, Whirling Death sets up a beautiful 2-for-1. And now when you see Ultraman cashing in this ballistic bot, I think it kind of gives you the signal that, the burn must be already assembled in hand. The ignitions are no longer required.
Ballistic Bot goes down, which you might be wanting to count on for that last bit of damage next turn for the lethal with just burn damage, but I think you're feeling pretty safe with the Might, and the Overwhelm already being on the Victor as well means that you have that extra bit of burn damage. You have to wait and see what ends up happening with Cosimo's hand and what kind of combat tricks he has to stop the Victor next turn.
Yeah, Poppy goes down. You're forcing some trades here. You've got the Sharp Sight and Rally access. But it's pushing through all this damage just is not realistic, especially when Ultraman has 6 mana available. And you can see because of Victor leveling up, the Twin Blade Revenant is also discounted because it's a created card. So there's still more defense to be had to stop this extra swing if there is a rally on top of this.
And we could be seeing the Whirling Death here onto the Ballistic Bot. 9 attack, just being thrown at anything on the board or anything in combat right now. It's going to be very hard to deal with. No amount of Sharp Sights will help save this Protector. Can protect others, but couldn't protect herself. And that is sometimes how things go. Draven will survive because of this as well, so kind of baiting out a layer of combat trick with the Ranger's Resolve and now punishing Cosimo for it.
And the Ranger's Resolve was just kind of put in to see, I think, what Ultraman would do. Cosimo might have something else up his sleeve, but this is just a very devastating outcome, right? Where you mentioned the power of Whirling Death earlier in the broadcast, this ability to like 2-for-1 like this and just get board advantage, especially against a deck like a Poppy that wants to have board advantage at all times. This is how Demacia lives and dies.
There's the Ignition, extra bit of burn damage coming through. We see in hand there Decimate, Mystic Shot. You might have to play him out. You might not have to play him out this turn anyway. I mean, you're just gonna, I think, see the open attack next turn, see what happens, and then, use the damage you need. It might be a bit awkward to Decimate being slow speed in reaction to a rally effect possibly, but you're still at 8 health and the board isn't really there for Cosimo, so I don't think you have much to be scared of if you're Ultraman.
So we could see Relentless Pursuit or Golden Aegis here, but you're just trying to force Ultraman to just trade a bit, but everything else blocks, and then you still have Victor alive with his massive attack total now.
And this is the case where we're seeing, the moment Cosimo doesn't draw that insane pressure hand from turn 1, things look very, very different. Whereas now Ultraman being the aggressor, Ultraman being the one dictating the terms of the game and putting in the pressure with the Victor, with the Ballistic Bot all throughout, and with the burn damage to end things. The pursuit comes through here, but it's not the pursuit of happiness, that's for sure. Because this rally is not going to do much of anything for Cosimo here. Can force trades. You're going to force some damage by letting this damage go through the 4 damage on the Nexus, but Victor continues to have Overwhelm. And this is a deck that's not really built for interaction, not built with single combats in mind. It's more just an aggressive deck, and this lack of interaction is not going to really, do much of anything to help you here.
Yeah, and so you have the Sharp Sight to put some extra HP on this big guy to take less damage. But then that's your whole board. And there's still the Decimate and the Mystic Shot and the Get Excited.
And the Axe. Ranger Resolve, it's a battle. You're trying to make this tough wall in front of Victor, but Victor is just too strong, and the burn damage is also going to be too strong. Going to be the finisher here. 4 damage on the Nexus. Decimate, as we love to see it for the aggro players out there, ending the game. The Axe onto the Nexus. Kablam, and that is GG. Game 1 goes to Ultraman. This is how things went in the last series as well, with a different matchup, but still a game 1 win for Ultraman. And now Cosimo has to once again do his best at getting the reverse sweep, getting 2 wins in a row, this time against Plunder though. And I think that is a more difficult thing to do, because Plunder, we've been talking about it being consistent, and today at least it's been performing at an excellent level for Ultraman. So a daunting task ahead of Cosimo.
Yeah, the Plunder deck, I think, because it was so popular, especially when you saw it in tournaments a lot, you get more showcases of when it draws poorly. And I'm wondering if the luck is about to run out. We're going to see one of those infamous brick hands from Plunder. And I'm just getting word as well that this is actually Cosimo's second time resetting the bracket in finals of Fight Night. He hasn't been able to pull that final win just yet. But already we've got Crackshot Corsair on turn 1, Mirai Warden coming through to smooth out Ultraman's curve. But Cosimo looking pretty awkward here with double Yorls and Arms.
Saboteur, though, is a card that you like to see. A good 2-for-1, a good ping onto the Nexus, which Plunder decks live for. That's all you want in a card. Ping the opponent's Nexus, and you've done your job.
It's Aloof Traveler so good in this matchup, but it's just such a bad card. And Cosimo wants to play it. He wants to take this card and play it. If you had a Mare in hand, maybe you could get away, but man, the Charger's also pretty bad too.
Yeah, and to make it rain is not ideal. Aloof Travelers, despite being obviously
is
not
Star
as good as it
Spring
used to be.
actually the win just because it heals your board and you get more value trades and it offsets Make It Rain? That would be insane, right?
I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with Aloof Travelers. I think it's still worth running. That being said, you have the Meat Shield already there with the Dreadway, which I think is okay to be discarded in this matchup because it is so fast anyway. You might not be able to even reach 8 mana before things get out of control with the rallies. So yeah, I think it's going to be okay here for Ultraman. Controlling the board is what Ultraman really wants to do here. Doesn't block. He wants to go wide on the next turn to guarantee the Plunder. Although I guess, yeah, the Crasher Garcia still is going to be hitting the Nexus anyway with...
Yeah, this way you get to attack with the Mirai Warden instead, and save the Crack Shot, because Ultraman has really demonstrated that the Crack Shot Corsair is the key to basically smoothing out any other bad draws this deck might get, because as long as you have something to attack with, you're feeling good. Feel the Rush getting sniped by the Aloof Traveler. Gangplank and Dreadway are still alive in the hand. Ultraman has tons of reactivity and really no threats to develop into this afterward.
And the Harpoon that was locked and loaded was hoping for a Poppy to come down. Instead, Aloof comes in through the door. Not the target you wanted, but you're going to shoot anyway. Aloof goes down. 2-3 stat line, 3-4 stat line would not matter against the Bilgewater Harpoon.
And so this round we've got like the Fleet Feather Tracker. It's just, you don't want to play it because of Make It Rain and Parley and stuff. So it's just a matter of trying to find your lines elsewhere. We got another Sergeant into Conchologist, and we can see the awkwardness where Cosimo needs to keep using the mana to try to set up a board, and we're probably going to end up seeing some sort of outcome of Yordles and Arms, but it's only hitting like maybe 2 or 3 units. I think that the chances of getting like a wide 4 or 5 unit board is just pretty non-existent at this point.
And there is the Make It Rain. A Plunder onto the Nexus. Hits off one of the 2 Vanguards and damages the other one, which is relevant. It doesn't kill it, but it's still, if it ends up blocking into the Gangplank, that's going to be less HP that it has to mitigate the overwhelm damage. So almost as if you basically hit the Nexus in that case. Another Yordle in Arms, but there are no Yordles on the board.
Absolutely cursed hand for Cosimo. Before, it was maybe a little bit awkward. Maybe, you know, there was still a plan to be had, but this is like when we saw Smooth Swallowist earlier had like the triple Farron, and it was just super, like, there was nothing you could do. You're just taking turns off, not putting up a threat. When you're playing a unit-based deck and you draw all of these spells and all of these spell generators, it's feeling pretty lost. What can Conchologist even get here? Maybe a Pokey Stick?
Ever since Teemo leveled up, things went downhill. Teemo has run off with all the Yordles, Lecturing Yordle. And the Yordles in Arms are no longer in Arms. They've disappeared from the board. Poppy is not showing up either. It's only the Tracker and the Vanguard, but they can't do enough against a leveled up Gangplank, a Merchant that's stealing a Mayor into a possible Telescope. Did I jinx it? Maybe I did. 4 mana to work with as well. Cataclysm, no, it might just be a Harpoon.
Yeah, even the Mayor has betrayed Cosimo. And it's just,
this hand is really something else. I mean, you have all the buffs in the world, but who are you buffing?
And you don't have the mana for it either. I thought that when I saw the Gangplank and the Dreadway in Ultraman's opening hand, I thought that there was a glimmer of hope for Cosimo to take advantage of just early game development while Ultraman is struggling to survive and having these really expensive cards that he can't play. But those Make It Rains have just lined up beautifully against everything this deck is trying to set up. And as I predicted, Yordles in Arms comes through, but only to buff 2 things.
Cosimo is one massive Elnuk swing away from victory. He just has to pull out, 8 Elnuks from his deck somehow, and then he has a board to work with. And he can just buff him up and go for the win. It might not be possible, though.
Gets a Poro Sled, and Ultraman it's still playable.
Ultraman is diverging his game plan. He shifted off the Plunder archetype. He's going right into the Bandle tree. Just needs a telescope to get him the Bandle tree in the epic slot, and he's good to go.
And another fun fact, Panda, I'm getting an update from our archivist, and it turns out that the last time Cosimo was able to get a bracket reset, is the reset, the second match also ended in a 2-0 against him.
Was it with Ultraman as well?
And that would be incredibly cursed if that was the case. I mean, the thing is that the odds are quite good just because Ultraman has been in so many Fight Night finals, but this is just pure copium of these units trying to do their best and remove units from the board.
The Fleet Feather tracker that could. The rally effect comes down, takes down a Poro sled. But it won't be enough because there's 2 Corsairs
exactly
and there's
7,
a Mayor.
yeah. And you can send the Parley to the Nexus this round if you want to.
Yordle, the Dreadway comes out
too.
instead.
Oh, I didn't know that you could cast Yordles in Arms if your board was empty.
Cosimo giving us some lessons, even as he stares death in the face. Ultraman wins game 2, completely flips the outcome of that first best of 3 series, and is yet again our Fight Night champion, the winningest player in Fight Night Europe history. Big congrats to Ultraman on the performance today. I think the last series was more an outcome of the draws and the hands than the play itself. But overall, I think that's 3 series where he's got a 2-0 sweeps, and the rest of it was just 2-1 against a player like Cosimo. So very, very good performance from him, and really big congrats to Ultraman.
Yeah, both of his 2-1s today were against Cosimo. After all of the players in the tournament, he was the one that put up the most of a fight. And we discussed it much earlier as well, Panda, that the deck lineups that those players brought were going to produce some very volatile results. And the 2-1s were all close. Even the 2-0s were a little bit close, maybe barring that final set. But Gangplank Sejuani really showing its staying power here in this new metagame. And we'll see how things shift from here. I was informed as well that this Draven Victor deck that carried Ultraman all the way up through the grand finals was posted by Faint HD, who actually had hit #1 NA with it. And I love to see like that sort of tech being shared across the different regions, and Ultraman adopting a sort of newish deck and then piloting it like he's been playing it for quite a long time now.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Runeterra, I can definitely recommend checking out Fate HD. He's someone that's been building great decks that are not just creative and interesting, but also that perform very well on ladder with some pretty unique takes to different archetypes. So definitely one of my favorite deck builders from the Americas region for sure. That being said, one of my favorite players from this region is going to be Ultraman, and we'll be finding out more about his kind of opinions and his takes on this tournament, on the experience today, and maybe his takes on his insight on the meta and kind of where it has evolved after the patch. But we will have to wait until after this very short break. So 3 minutes, we'll be back with the winner interview with Ultraman.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. Unfortunately, you just missed the bracket reset, and we are now here with our winner. But before we get to that interview, I did want to kind of look over the bracket for today and see the journey that these players took. Ultraman did drop one game against Cosimo, but was able to go through a clean 2-0 against Zoologist and Brached Kata to secure his spot in the grand finals. And then Cosimo went on a heroic run, 2-1, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, very close sets through the lower bracket to get the run back versus Ultraman. The only player to make him drop a game today, got the bracket reset, but was not able to finish out the series in the Giga Finals.
In the end, Ultraman was too strong, takes another Fight Night win, and becomes the winningest player in Fight Night EU history. So big congrats to Ultraman, and welcome, Ultraman, to this winner's interview. We're able to kind of pick your brain a bit and find out what are your thoughts on your tournament today, but also just the meta in general. So first question is, how did you feel going to this tournament with your lineup, with your prep? Did you feel like you were, coming into it with good momentum? What was your general, thought process going into it?
Well, I had good momentum because yesterday I tested both decks on ladder and had good results. That was my main prep, honestly. It was mainly just, okay, those decks look good, and I kind of liked the fact that that Draven Victor is just a tad bit spicy. It's not spicy enough that it makes you lose, because some of the decks brought today might be spicy enough to make you lose. But this is just a tad bit spicy, which means that your opponent is actually going to misplay against it. And that happened, I think. That happened a lot of time. I mean, it was maybe not an actual misplay, but just not keeping mana, etc., like not threatening me with anything. And I could get some wins like that. Just, oh my god, he actually won 0 mana, so now I can go in and put 10 damage and I won the game. That's not supposed to happen against a deck, and I think it's mainly because of the surprise effect.
I wanted to quickly just follow up on that question regarding the Victor. I played a similar game plan with Ambush, obviously, when it first came out, with Vi, for example. Why did you choose to go for the Victor instead? Do you think the chance to roll things like Lifesteal, for example, are just give you a few different kind of chances in different matchups? Or is there you just think that this deck, the way it's built, is better than a version with, say, Vi and maybe a few different cards as well?
So it's a bit more close to the ground than Vi, which kind of allows you to go burn style. I mean, I'm not the builder of that deck, obviously. It's Feint on the NS server, I think. And yeah, I liked his idea for the deck, which is making it close enough to the ground that you're going to scare people in the first few turns. And if you get not an actual OTK, but just like an alpha OTK, like you get 10 damage in, and then the opponent has to watch your combo for the whole game and your burst for the whole game. Like they have to handle that double trouble, and obviously Victor could high roll, but he didn't today, I think. I never got that lifesteal that I really wanted to get.
And so the list that you got for Victor, did you make any changes or improvements to it that you thought it could need, or did you just play a Feint's list and you practiced that? Or maybe even after playing it today, are there some changes you think it could get?
Honestly, I have no idea because I'm making those changes almost unconsciously. Like I take the list, I look at it, and I think it will be better with 3 power cannon or with 2 power cannon, and I do that. And if I change the card, I'm never saying it's my deck because it's not. So I just say it's the same deck list, but actually I'm not sure if it's the same deck list. So if I made a change.
And do you, when we talk about the Sejuani Gangplank a little bit, how are you enjoying the Feel the Rush tech that's come out of Brazil?
Oh, that's awesome. I'm thanking the Brazilians on this one. Like that was an excellent idea. I could not use it today, but I had the chance to use it sometimes on ladder, and it's crazy because there is good decks and bad decks, and there is a lot of people that are taking matchups with cards that don't actually make you win bad matchups.
Mm-hmm.
Like they kind of put cards that are good against that deck. I totally agree with that, but in the end, you're still losing that matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pointless to take that way. Now here we have a tech that's actually winning you some matchup, and even matchups that you should not win. Like you way behind against any of the meta decks, any of the I don't know, like mid-range deck that we saw, like the Demacian decks, like the Dragon decks. You're way behind on board against that. You're supposed to lose. Like you have 0% chance to win, and then you roll in an FTR, and actually, well, you freeze everything and you deal I don't know how many damage, and suddenly you have a leveled up Sejuani, and if they don't have the answer immediately, well, they're dead.
Yeah, how many damage? The answer is enough, I think, to answer that question by the time you get to that point in the game. One last thing I wanted to ask you, Ultraman, of course, you have now become the winningest player in Fight Night history. Fight Night is a tournament that always brings, 8 of the best players in the region every single time. There's no easy tournaments. There's no, easy matchup. It's always going to be a player against a player that can be, a seasonal champion or, European champion. How do you feel being the player that has won most of these tournaments? How do you feel with your own level over the past, year and a half now? And how do you feel with that level going forward as well into potentially the next year of Runeterra?
Well, I think when I'm focused, I'm really good, which I wasn't on the first game of the grand final, the first BO of the grand final, in which I made so many mistakes that I could not count them. Like I was totally out of it, and that's my problem. I have the luck here to have a bracket reset, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it happens to me a lot to have that off game in the middle of a big tourney. And that's usually when I stop, because you don't have the right to make to have an off game in the middle of one of the biggest tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So every time I got into temp 32 in seasonal, I did that. It was perfect game, I win, perfect game, I win, and then I'm making a mistake. I'm making an actual mistake because I'm not focused enough, and sometimes it's really big mistakes. Like sometimes it's crazy big mistakes. If I was able not to do that mistake, I think I would be good. Right now, I'm decent, I guess.
I think in a tournament like the open rounds of seasonal and seasonal itself, it's going to be obviously, not just your player skill that's tested, but also your mental capacity to have, the sharpest possible, gameplay and mindset all throughout what could be a tournament that gives you a lot of fatigue mentally as well, because you're constantly forced to play at the highest level and go through so many different, possible lines, etc. So I understand the difficulty in it, but I think you definitely are a player that is just waiting for that good result, because you've been proving it at least in Fight Night tournaments all throughout. You've been qualifying to the seasonals as well every single time basically. So card games are card games. Variance is a thing as well, but I think very soon you're going to find a lot of success, I have a feeling, because it's definitely, I think, deserved and expected, to be honest.
Thank you.
But with that all being said, I want to thank you as well, Ultraman, for joining us for the interview, and congratulations once again for not just winning this tournament, but for winning the most Fight Night EUs out of all of them we've had so far. And I definitely look forward to you competing in the next one alongside Cosimo. Our runner-up will also be invited back for the next Fight Night EU. So thank you once again, sir, and you have a good one.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
And so, dear viewers, that was our winner, Ultraman, who was able to survive through the bracket reset and take that really big win. And you can see that he's still trying to, even though he's a very strong player, still focused on improving his own game and getting better and better. So I'm looking forward to what he will be doing in the future. But that is all that we have for you here today on the European side. We do still have Fight Night NA jumping back in for their glorious return as well. That will be now. Daylight savings time is starting to happen again in the United States, so the time is going to change, but I think it is still going to be 6 p.m. Eastern time, which is going to be midnight European time. But they will keep you posted about the times. It's 5 p.m. Central. Okay, yeah. So I'm actually in the Central time zone right now because I'm still traveling, but I think that is going to be it. Yeah.
And for Europe, I think it is midnight. But just in case, keep track of the Giant Slayer Twitter. You'll get the full updates there. And or if not, just maybe just keep the stream open. Eventually they'll go live again, and you'll know it has started. That's the way to do it as well, just in case. But very soon, of course, in a few hours, we will be having the Americas action come back. We saw a deck coming from Americas win this tournament, so we could see some nice deck building and some creative lists being brought to that tournament as well.
I heard Shellfolk was going to be making an appearance on NA.
I've heard some rumors. I'll definitely be checking out at least the very start of that tournament in my time zone and checking out what the players have brought and what kind of creative ideas they've been building on in the past week and a half now since the last patch.
And I think that's pretty much all we got. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining us and making this a fantastic return after the big seasonal and the bug. Kind of delayed us for an extra week, and I really hope that you'll join us once more next time for more Fight Night action. So we'll see you then. Have a good one.